First thing I want to address, the first thing I would like to address before we move on is NDP late debate for this evening. It's submitted by the MLA for Halifax Needham, and it reads, whereas rates of school violence are rapidly rising, with 17,234 incidents occurring last school year at an increase of 25% from the year prior. And whereas this week alone, there have been 2 significant incidents involving weapons in schools across the province. And whereas this government's commitment to examine the school code of conduct is only one piece of the puzzle, and this budget did not deliver on resources needed to address school violence. Therefore, be it resolved that this government urgently work with educators and school communities to develop and sufficiently resource a provincial school violence provincial strategy. Before we move on, one other thing that I would like to address from yesterday. I made a ruling respecting unparliamentary language used by the honourable member for King South during question period, and required that he retract the comment, which he did. Following question period, the Honourable House Leader of the official opposition asked me to clarify exactly what the Honourable Member for King South had been made to retract. I reviewed Hansard to confirm the exact language. The statement in question was, quote, for $6 million in the pocket of one friend of the Premier. Per the rulings of Speaker Murphy of March 9th, 2020, and of my predecessor, the Honourable Member for Victoria the Lakes, on November 3rd, 2022, in determining whether language is unparliamentary, the Speaker takes into account the tone, manner, intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, the degree of provocation, and most importantly, whether or not the remarks created a disorder in this chamber. Thus, language deemed unparliamentary one day may not necessarily be deemed unparliamentary on another day. Furthermore, remarks that question the integrity, honesty, or character of another member are never in order. Please see the ruling of Speaker Murphy on April 29th, 2015. In this case, I observed a succession of increasingly questionable language being used in both the asking and answering of questions. With the remark by the Honourable Member for King South, which verged on questioning the integrity of the Premier, if not outright doing so, the atmosphere in the chamber began to go from being acrimonious to being disorderly. The ruling on the unparliamentary nature of the language is context dependent. The same language in a less charged atmosphere or used in a different way might not be considered unparliamentary. I would encourage all members to avoid language in their questions and in their responses that can be construed as a personal attack if they do not wish to be called to order. As I also note that the Honourable Minister of Communities, Culture, Tourism and Heritage opined during his response and therefore before I could rule on the language used by the Honourable Member for King South that he, the Minister, thought the language unparliamentary. I would gently remind all members that there are no points of order permitted during question period, or points of privilege for that matter. So if a member thinks that order has been breached, the member should rise on a point of order after question period concludes. Thank you. All right, we will now begin the orders of the day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Antigonish.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in a point of order, and I'm doing so at the earliest opportunity, and I'm tabling the document for which I will refer. Madam Speaker, during question period on March 1st, the member of Annapolis said, "I'm happy to have volunteered on physician recruitment the last number of years and will continue to do so." Since then, the member from Annapolis and I have received an email, and they have asked that he clarify in the House that Soldiers Memorial Foundation has asked the member clarify in the legislature what they call a non-relationship with them, because he has a negative and political messaging that has been a detriment to the morale at Soldiers Memorial Hospital to the point where they couldn't invite him to events.
Order. I don't believe this is a point of order. What I would ask the member to clarify is what exactly did the member breach? The member, the Honourable Member for Antigonish.
So, based on the information that I received from the Foundation at Soldiers Memorial, my feeling is that the member breached and the veracity of the statement was not there. So, in the respect of the rules and traditions and the interests of transparency, I would like the member to correct the statement as he was asked by Soldiers Memorial Foundation.
So from what I understand and what I've heard, the member for Antigonish is implying that or accusing another member of misleading the House. But this is not, by my understanding, it would have to be by a substantive notice, motion of notice. So again, can you clarify, are you accusing another member of lying? I recognize the Honourable Member for Antigonish.
So based on an email that I received from the Foundation, Soldiers Memorial Hospital Foundation, that was addressed to the member, to the Leader of the Opposition and myself, they feel that facts were misrepresented in the House, and I would like the member to clarify that as a result. Okay. So yes, I feel that he has misled the House by articulating his relationship with Soldiers Memorial Foundation.
Order. Just give me one moment, please. Thank you. Order, please. I will indicate to the chamber that this is not a point of order. It's a disagreement of facts, and as well as accusing another member of lying, as we all know, is unparliamentary in this chamber. Order. I would like the member to stand, please, and retract those comments. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Antigonish.
So I don't recall saying the word lying. I said that he misrepresented the facts as outlined. So it may be semantics, but
Misrepresent is the same thing as lying in this chamber. Once again, I ask order. The honourable member for Antigonish has the floor.
So I will retract that statement, and the document has been tabled for people to make their own decision about whether that is the case, but I will retract the statement.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to daily routine, presenting and reading of petitions. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a petition which reads as follows. Whereas over a quarter of those who are homeless for the first time are over the age of 60, and whereas nearly 6,000 people are on the wait list for public housing with an average wait time of 2 years, therefore be it resolved that the provincial government ban evictions of seniors whose incomes would qualify them for public housing until there is a place in public housing for them to go. This petition has been signed by a number of residents of Windsor Street and Windcrest Terrace in Halifax-Chebucto, and I've signed it also.
The petition is tabled. Presenting reports of committees. Tabling reports, regulations, and other papers. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, in connection with a later member statement, I beg leave to table a document called Memorializing People's Park Through Poetry from the Halifax Examiner on January the 9th, 24.
The paper has been tabled. Any further tabling reports, regulations, and other papers? Statements by ministers. Government notices of motion. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. J'en dis, par la présente intervention, que je proposerai prochainement à l'Assemblée l'adoption de la résolution suivante. Attendu que le français est parlé en Nouvelle-Écosse depuis plus de 4 siècles et que nos communautés acadiennes et francophones apportent une contribution vitale à la richesse et à la diversité de la population néo-acassaise. Attendu que l'engagement du gouvernement vis-à-vis l'éducation en français langue maternelle est inscrit dans la loi depuis l'automne dernier dans le cadre de la loi sur le Conseil scolaire acadien provincial. Attendu que le gouvernement continue d'apporter son appui au programme de français langue seconde dans l'ensemble de notre système de renseignement public. Il est donc résolu que tous les députés de cette Assemblée se joignent à moi pour célébrer la Semaine de l'éducation en français et adresse leurs remerciements à tous les membres du personnel éducatif de langue française de la Nouvelle-Écosse pour les efforts qu'ils font pour assurer le dynamisme et la vitalité de la langue française et de la culture acadienne et francophone. Madame la Présidente, je demande pour l'adoption de cette résolution son préavis et son débat. Madam Speaker. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the French language has been spoken in Nova Scotia for more than 400 years, and our Acadian and Francophone communities are vital contributors to the rich and diverse fabric of our province. And whereas the government's commitment to French first language education was cemented in legislation last fall with the Conseil scolaire acadien provincial Act. And whereas the government continues to support robust French as a second language programming throughout our public school system, therefore be it resolved that members of this legislature join me in celebrating French Education Week and thanking all Nova Scotia French educators for keeping the French language and Acadian and Francophone culture alive and well in our schools. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before I do this notice of motion, Madam Speaker, I spent almost 2 decades in care, so I want to say a special thank you to social workers, the late Beth Hamilton and the incredible Charmaine Tanner for all they've done for me. I hereby give notice that on a future day, I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas social workers give hope and support to people across the province who need help, whether it's through services provided by our government or community organizations. And whereas social workers advocate for and help their clients navigate the availability of resources they can access. And whereas March is National Social Worker Month with a theme of 7 points of unity, where social workers reflect on the 7 shared values that guide individual and collective journeys of truth, reconciliation, equity, and inclusion. Therefore, be it resolved that all members of the House of Assembly join me in recognizing National Social Worker Month 2024, thanking Nova Scotia's dedicated social workers for all they do for people in our province, and reflect on our values and journeys through truth, reconciliation, equity, and inclusion. Madam Speaker, I ask for waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? Agreed. It is agreed. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary minded, nay. The motion is carried. Introduction of bills. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction. Today in the gallery, we have dozens of brave women who are standing with me to introduce the Find It Early Act. They have shared their stories with me. We have shed tears. They are here representing the daughters, mothers, nieces, aunts, cousins, best friends, and grandmothers who have been touched by breast cancer. Madam Speaker, I'm going to ask them to stand and receive the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome, everyone. I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
I just wanted to say I'm humbled by their presence today, and I thank them so much. And here I asked to table a bill called an Act to Expand Breast Screening for High Breast Density Patients. And we would like to call it Find It Early Act. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Clayton Park West begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Expand Breast Screening for High Breast Density Patients.
Bill 423, an act to expand breast screening for high breast density patients.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to present a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Public Accountability with Respect to Unproclaimed Legislation, with the short title, The Accountability to the People of Nova Scotia Act.
The honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Ensure Public Accountability with Respect to Unproclaimed Legislation.
Bill 424, an act to ensure public accountability with respect to unproclaimed legislation.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Secure Family Physicians for Nova Scotia.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Secure Family Physicians for Nova Scotia.
Bill 425, an act to secure family physicians for Nova Scotia.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Increase Access to Addiction Services.
The honourable member for Cumberland North begs leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Increase Access to Addiction Services.
Bill 426, an act to increase access to addictions services.
Order that the bill be read a second time on a future day. Notices of motion. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I hereby give notice that on a future day I shall move the adoption of the following resolution. Whereas the current budget is imposing a freeze on income assistance for non-disabled persons for the third year in a row, during which time, since these rates were last adjusted in May 2021, shelter costs have inflated by 19% and food inflation has been 21%. And whereas, as a direct consequence, the budget imposes a real inflation-adjusted income decrease of, for example, $30.11 a month on a single parent with a single 2-year-old child, and a real inflation-adjusted income decrease of $20.22 a month on a single adult. And whereas, as a further direct result of this freeze, the standard income assistance payment for someone without a home to pay for essentials such as food and other necessities will remain unadjusted at $380 a month, or $12.66 a day. Therefore, be it resolved that the House instructs the Standing Committee on Community Services to consider this deep violation of the human right to an adequate standard of living, and instructs the committee to bring in a bill providing for the ending of the freeze on income assistance rates for non-disabled persons in Nova Scotia. Madam Speaker, I request waiver of notice and passage without debate.
There has been a request for waiver. Is it agreed? No. There are several nays. The notice of motion will be tabled. Any further notice of motions? If not, we will move on to statements by members. I recognize the honourable member for King Hants West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before I begin my statement, I'd like to beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please do.
Speaker, in your gallery, the Speaker's Gallery, I'm honored to introduce several members of the Brooklyn Fire Department Auxiliary who are joining us here today. We have Nancy Canavan, Gay Kroll, Lori Pike, Vivian Penio, and Bev Titanish. I would ask that you all rise and help me give them a warm welcome in the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Madam Speaker, I stand today to congratulate our very own Brooklyn Fire Department Auxiliary, who celebrated 60 years of service this past fall. The auxiliary is made up of all walks of life, united by a shared commitment to service and community. The auxiliary is always ready and willing to make your wedding magical, your celebration of life beautiful, or any event they facilitate nothing short of memorable. Over the years, the auxiliary has consistently supported our firefighters and community. That was especially critical when we faced the devastating floods this past summer. Their support and the tireless hours they spent preparing food, not only for everyone involved in the recovery efforts, but also the community at large, was one of the most extraordinary things that I have ever witnessed. Madam Speaker, this group of individuals are to be admired, and I wish to thank them for their selflessness and their dedication. They are a true testament of the difference volunteers can make. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to thank my colleagues in the chamber from all sides who gave me their time to advise them on the elevated risk of women with dense breasts. Madam Speaker, we are talking about close to half of the women in Nova Scotia who have dense breasts. Cancer in women with dense breasts is often discovered when a woman feels a lump after a normal mammogram. These are called interval cancers. They are larger, more aggressive cancers and later stage. Women are more likely to need chemo, mastectomy, and are more likely to die. Dense breast increases the risk of interval cancers. In 2019, Nova Scotia became the second province in the country to lead in informing women that they have dense breasts. However, in Nova Scotia, they are denied supplementary screening. Madam Speaker, instead of encouraging women in Nova Scotia to find their cancers early, our policy denies them ultrasound, MRI, and any other screening technology available in other provinces. Many more cancers could be detected early, as it was in my case. And many other women in Nova Scotia would not have to endure difficult, invasive treatment like mastectomy, radiation, chemotherapy, and the burden of lymphedema. I want to thank, in particular, Jenny Dale and Dr. Paula Gordon for their tireless and continued efforts to bring awareness and advocacy to this issue across Canada. I ask the House to join me in acknowledging Dense Breast Canada. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to recognize an initiative that is filling a province-wide gap in health information. Nova Scotia's Sexual, Gender and Reproductive Health Registry and Warm Line, or Sugar Health, is run by Sexual Health Nova Scotia and funded by Health Canada. As the only registry of its kind in Nova Scotia, Sugar Health connects community to essential sexual, gender and reproductive health care, forges links between healthcare providers and clients, and empowers practitioners with resources to elevate their sexual, gender, and reproductive health information. The online registry is a searchable database at sugarhealth.ca of clinical services around the province that offer sexual, gender, and reproductive health care. You can search by location or service and check out clinic hours and contact information. Or you can contact Sugar Health by texting or calling 1-888-299-2066. Madam Speaker, the funding for the Sugar Warm Line runs out at the end of the month, March 2024, leaving a gap for Nova Scotians, and we hope Sexual Health Nova Scotia finds support to continue this essential service.
I I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Eastern Passage business owners Bianca and Joe De Rosari for hosting 2 open mic music nights each month. Pulling community members together to share and build friendships through music is a dream come true for Joe and Bianca. Their Coffee, Tea, and Sea shop in Fisherman's Cove in Eastern Passage serves as a wonderful meeting place for these kitchen party evenings. One evening, they hold their music night open mic, and the second evening is an open gospel hour. Both nights offer fun and laughter in a feel-good, carefree, and welcoming atmosphere. Everyone is welcome, and if you play a musical instrument, even better, you are encouraged to bring it along. Madam Speaker, I ask all members of the Nova Scotia Legislature to join me in recognizing Bianca and Joe De Rosari for their dedication to the residents of Eastern Passage and for bringing our music community together in such a creative way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, of course.
Thank you. I bring the House's attention to the West Gallery, where we are joined by folks from the Strongest Families Institute, Darcy Camo, VP Finance. I ask the individuals to rise when I mention your name. Elizabeth Hines, Senior Director of Client Care Services. Brianna Potty, Senior Research and Program Development Manager, and Jenna Bridges, Senior Field Services Manager. I'd like to welcome to the House today these folks from in recognition of World Teen Mental Health and Wellness Day. This organization has been instrumental in advancing the health of Nova Scotian youth and their families. Now I'm happy to move to my statement.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us today. I recognize the honourable member for Yarmouth.
Madam Speaker, Strongest Families Institute is an award-winning charitable organization that leverages technology and skilled staff to deliver evidence-based programs to children, youth, and families dealing with mild to moderate mental health issues. They are a proud Nova Scotian company whose roots begin with clinical trials at the IWK Health Centre. Strongest Families Institute removes barriers to mental health care because families know that accessing this care is not easy. They use technology and highly qualified staff to deliver quality mental health services for children, youth, adults, and families when and where they need them. Families receive skill-based education that offers demonstrations and weekly telephone coaching. These innovative telephone-based services eliminate geographic, economic, and social barriers that families often encounter when accessing timely care. Their programs are backed by over 20 years of social science research, resulting in proven and effective services. We thank the Strongest Families Institute for their creativity in helping to reduce barriers facing families struggling with access to mental health care. Their innovative model of care is expanding much-needed availability to mental health services for younger Nova Scotians, and I know they're making an incredible difference in the lives of so many people. I'd like to thank them all so much on behalf of the House.
The honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to call on the government to change the policy regarding follow-up breast screening for people with dense breasts. Currently in Nova Scotia, people with breast density category C or D, that is, the densest breasts, are made aware of their breast density. That means that when they get a regular mammogram, any signs of cancer or other issues could be obscured by the dense breast tissue. The problem is that in Nova Scotia, if someone has dense breasts, they don't have access to screening that could detect the cancers accurately and prevent the spread of the disease. I represent a woman in Dartmouth North, and probably many women in this situation, women whose cancer was undetected because they couldn't get access to follow-up breast screening and now are in stage 4 before they're diagnosed. Cancer, if detected early, has a much better chance of being defeated. A person's quality of life is generally going to be better with less treatment. Cancer is cheaper to treat if detected early. It only makes sense, Madam Speaker, that we offer follow-up screening to all people with breast density C and D. I urge the government to change this policy as soon as possible.
I recognize the honourable member for Glace Bay Dominion.
Madam Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to announce that Glace Bay General Hospital's Emergency Department is now open 3 days per week, Monday to Wednesday. In July of 2021, the department was closed due to unavailability of physicians and staff, resulting in Glace Bay Emergency Department only being open for 4 days in June and July that year. In October 2022, after being closed for more than a year, the Emergency Department in Glace Bay was reopened 2 days a week. Doctors said that having the Glace Bay open 2 days a week was a godsend, so the additional day is only viewed as continued progress. Every day that Glace Bay General Hospital is open, the regional hospital experiences a decrease in registration numbers. Staff, patients, and constituents are extremely thankful. Residents that reported to us that having the Glace Bay open, they're looking for it to be open full time, but they take comfort in insurance. The emergency department is now open Monday to Wednesday. On behalf of the residents of Glace Bay, I want to thank the Department of Health and Wellness for the continued progress. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize the tireless efforts of the Commission de Développement de Bangor, caretakers of Le Moulin de Bangor, as they continue to work to repair the site's damaged dam and prepare the museum for reopening. Dating back to the late 1870s, Le Moulin de Bangor holds significant historical importance as one of the few remaining operational water-powered turbine sawmills in North America. The Commission has successfully organized 2 fundraisers, including an afternoon event at the sawmill site and a souper théâtre demonstrating the community's support for their cause. With continued assistance, the site aims to restore its functioning sawmill and establish an interpretive center. I call upon all members to recognize the Commission de Développement de Bangor for their dedication to preserving this unique community asset. Merci.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
There are many types of poetry, Madam Speaker, poetry in books and poetry that's spoken, and there is public poetry of the sort that HRM Poet Laureate Sue Goyette presented when in December she inscribed her poem memorializing Meyer Park on your way home on a board and hung it on the fence of Meyer Park at the corner of Dublin and Chebucto, formerly known as People's Park, which was, for an extended period, the major homeless encampment in the city. The poem extends respect to the experience of those who lived in People's Park before it was fenced off and reflects on what it is to live in a city where some live in tents and others live inside. Shortly after it was put in place, the poem was taken down, but others copied and replaced it 2 days later. And since then, Governor General Award-winning poet Annick McCaskill has published the poem as a limited-run pamphlet with the proceeds going to Out of the Cold. Says Goyette in an interview about the poem, and as we're talking, rents continue to rise. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Colchester, Musquodoboit Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize a former constituent of mine and someone I consider to be a friend, Andrea Gibbs. Andrea was the recipient of the Jim Kennedy Award for 2023. The Jim Kennedy Memorial Award is awarded annually to those clients of Steps on Arthur who work well in the face of work and personal challenges, initiates tasks and duties above their daily tasks, and displays a genuine interest for people and helping others, has good attendance, and is experiencing an ongoing health challenge or issue. Madam Speaker, I can't think of someone more deserving of this award. Andrea epitomizes these criteria in her everyday life. And I ask the members of this House to join me in congratulating Andrea Gibbs on receiving this award and wishing her Godspeed in her recovery process. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I want to recognize Barb Chartery. She's been a resident of Timberley for over 30 years, and she recognized the growing number of families in the community struggling with food insecurity, especially in the last 2 years. To start with, she began hosting a free luncheon at the Trinity United Church in Timberley once a month. The idea of the luncheon was to offer a relaxing atmosphere where people could come to enjoy a free meal with fellow BLT members. Although the luncheon is free, the monthly event received plenty of generous donations and has grown in popularity. The luncheons have raised enough donations to build 2 community pantries in the BLT area. One is already up at the Timberley Dental Office, and the next one we are partnering to go up at my office. The pantries contain dry foods, non-perishable items, and toiletries, and are open 24/7 with a note that reads, "Take what you need and give what you can." Barb approached the BLT Christmas Food Drive team for help, guidance, and experience and expertise on the project, and our office worked with those 2 founding members of the food drive since its inception and know the exceptional work of this community group. There are many volunteers involved in this, and I'm going to thank all of them in the future, but today is about Barb, so thank you, Barb, for all you do to help people.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, I beg leave to make an introduction.
Yes, please go ahead.
I'd like to draw our attention to the gallery across. I have a student visiting who is also working in my office. Her name is Natasha Ferguson, and she is a political science student at Dalhousie. I'd like all members of the House to give her a warm welcome.
Welcome. I'd like to I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize Natasha Ferguson. Natasha is a mature student and a mom of 2 beautiful children. She is currently a Dalhousie student studying political science with a minor in philosophy. Natasha has served on the Senate Discipline Committee as a student rep, the Senate Learning and Teaching Committee, the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences Academic Appeals and Student Matters Committee, she's as a student rep, and the Student Senate Caucus as a women's rep. She has strong political views and is a wealth of knowledge. I'm extremely excited to have her here with us and to join me as well in my office. I would like all members to join me in welcoming her here today, and I'm extremely grateful to have Natasha join me with my office team. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Eastern Shore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to bring recognition to Dave Schumann of Musquodoboit Harbour for his artistic talents and his spirit of generosity. Dave, a local artist and master woodcarver, sells wooden comfort birds. These comfort birds are made from a variety of different woods, have a smooth finish, and act much like a worry stone. They are used for relaxation or anxiety relief. All proceeds from the sale of the comfort birds are donated to the Eastern Shore Mental Health. This organization offers resources and support for anyone living with a mental health challenge and for family members and friends who are interested in talking, sharing, and learning. They regularly host peer support groups, and funds from the sale of the comfort birds help make this possible. I ask that all members of the Assembly join me in thanking Dave for his woodcarving abilities to create a beautiful product that positively impacts community mental health efforts. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Bedford Basin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. February is recognized as Spay-Neuter Awareness Month, and World Spay Day is celebrated annually on the 4th Tuesday in February. This global event raises awareness about the importance of responsible pet ownership and encourages pet owners to take action. The specific date is chosen to draw attention to the importance of spaying and neutering pets during a time when many animals begin to reproduce in the spring. So I'd like to congratulate a Bedford business for participating in World Spay Day 2024. Bedford Highway Veterinary Clinic spayed and neutered 4 cats over the morning of February 27th, and they noted they had their hands particularly full that day. I want to thank them and all the veterinary clinics that participated in World Spay Day for doing their part to prevent unplanned litters, thereby reducing the number of stray animals out in the world. Well done.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to honour Robbie Shaw, the 2023 recipient of the Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia's Outstanding Senior Award. The Mental Health Foundation of Nova Scotia recognizes exceptional individuals who have had a positive impact on their communities at their annual Let's Keep Talking event hosted by Bell Let's Talk. Robbie is well known for his positions in education, business, healthcare, and volunteer fields in Nova Scotia, and received this award on account of his courage to speak publicly about his struggle with Alzheimer's and depression, and the challenges of facing mental health issues as a senior. Robbie speaks about how he manages his treatments and continues to stay involved in his community, as well as staying active in his social life, inspiring others to do the same. Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by congratulating Robbie Shaw on this exceptional achievement.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Atlantic.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to welcome Cody Dion to my constituency office. Cody officially took on the position of part-time constituency assistant last week. She's been a casual employee in our office since October, and I am pleased to say that Cody has agreed to come aboard and work alongside me. My longtime constituency assistant, the incredible Kelly Gomes, is retiring in May, and Cody will step in her shoes as the full-time CA. After working with Cody for only a few days, Kelly knew instantly that she would be an excellent fit for our office. Her compassion and empathy are apparent in her dealings with the people of our community, and she's always willing to listen and work to find solutions to the issues they face. I'm excited to have Cody work with us in the best community in Nova Scotia, and I know that she'll be a huge asset in our office. Welcome aboard, Cody. Looking forward to times ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as many come into Sydney, you'll notice that beautiful building, which is going to be the new NSCC waterfront campus, scheduled to open this year. I rise in my place to recognize everybody that's been involved with it, whether you were the staff from NSCC, the folks that have been working on the construction for all these years. It's really wonderful that the relocation of the community college was really the catalyst for change for our community, and we're all excited, whether you're an employee at NSCC or going to be a student or a current student, the local business community. It's really transformed Sydney forever, and I rise to my place to thank everyone who was heavily involved in making sure that happened. It's going to be an exciting time when it opens this year.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Madam Speaker, in the absence of a truly universal mental health care program in Nova Scotia, accessing timely and affordable or free mental health care is a significant challenge for Nova Scotians. A challenge that is being alleviated in part by not-for-profit in Dartmouth, the Coach of Hope. In 2020, when founding councillor Michelle Labine and her colleagues noticed that their sliding scale counselling spots were all full, it became clear that more radical action was required. At the same time, Michelle's group practice was hearing from Masters of Counselling students who needed clinical practicum hours, and that's when Coach of Hope was born. Clients dealing with stress, anxiety, depression, addiction, trauma, relationship issues, grief, life transitions, and more meet with a counseling therapist intern who is supported by a practicum supervisor and professor. In 2023, Michelle was named a United Way Invisible Champion for her work with Coach of Hope. Recently, Coach of Hope partnered with the North Grove to offer appointments to people there on site. I asked the House to join me in expressing my deep gratitude to Michelle and the whole Couch of Hope team for doing their part in making mental health care truly accessible in Nova Scotia.
I recognize the honourable member for Digby Annapolis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extremely devoted volunteer in my constituency. Her name is Cindy O'Neill. For years, Cindy volunteered with many organizations that involved her kids, such as Digby Neck Home and School, the School Advisory Council, Digby Neck Development Association, and Digby Area Minor Hockey. When Cindy's children were older, she started to volunteer for other organizations, including the Digby Relay for Life, the Annapolis Digby Christmas Daddies, the Admiral Digby Library Society, Maritime NHLers for Kids Society, Digby Scallop Days, and the Digby Splash Park Society. I cannot describe how important it is for communities like Digby to have volunteers like Cindy. I know she inspires so many, including myself, to give back to our community and serve and support valuable organizations whenever we can. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Madam Speaker, it's with great pride that I rise to celebrate a historic triumph on the volleyball court by the Acadia Axe women, clinching their first Atlantic University Sports Women's Volleyball Championship. Their resounding victory over St. Mary's Huskies in 3 sets, 25-18, 27-25, 25-22, marks a watershed moment in the program and for our university community. The fervent support of a sold-out home crowd in Wolfville propelled the Axe women to an early lead, which they fiercely defended throughout the match. Led by the indomitable Jenna Lake, whose stellar performance earned her AUS playoff MVP title, the Axe women displayed unparalleled skill and determination. Supported by the strategic prowess of setter Charlotte Dean, the defensive prowess of Rebecca Dorsey, and the dominance of middle Erica Fisher at the net, the Axe women exhibited a masterclass in teamwork and tenacity. I ask all members of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly to join me in congratulating all players, coaches, and trainers of the Acadia Axe women volleyball team and wish them all the best at the upcoming Nationals. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to congratulate the Amherst Regional High School Senior Girls Basketball Team, who hosted provincials this past weekend in Amherst. The ARHS Senior Girls played hard and finished their season placing second in the province. Thank you to the coaches and to the parents who support these young women. I want to acknowledge the graduating team members, Sequoia Hussey, Megan Teed, Cassidy Sangster, Hannah Schmiju, and my niece, beautiful Haley Johnson. I wish each of these 5 young women the best in their future in sports, in studies, and in their chosen professions. I am proud that Amherst hosted these provincial competitions and that our area was able to welcome people from all over the province. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I draw the members' attention to the gallery behind me, where we are joined by Sandra Mullen, President of the Nova Scotia GEU, and Hugh Gillis, First Vice President, who are here with their correctional workers outside and came to watch a little bit of the show today. Please offer them the warm welcome of the House.
I recognize the honourable member for Queens. I recognize the honourable member for Queens.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize and congratulate Nikki Doucette on recently being appointed the new CEO of the Women's Professional Soccer in England. Nikki was born and grew up in Liverpool, Queens County, and has been making her presence known in the world arena on many levels. This is an outstanding achievement by Nikki, and it comes with a huge portfolio of responsibility. She is charged with leading women's soccer into a whole new era in terms of the way it is structured, how it is governed, its marketing, the revenue streams it generates, and importantly, how players, staff, and fans are treated and cared for. It is with such personal pride that I wish Nikki the very best in this new and exciting venture. With her own background in elite sport and having worked previously for world-renowned organizations, I know she'll be an amazing success. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that whoever stands up is who I recognize. There is no order to statements. I know everyone would like to see it go here, 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 but there's no order. If I don't see you, you're not standing up. I recognize the person that I see. End of story. I recognize the honourable member for Fairview Clayton Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today I rise to recognize Amanda Mayer, the owner of Integrative Heartwork and Osteopathic Clinic located in Fairview Clayton Park. Amanda's curious and hardworking nature led her to receive a diploma in massage therapy and in 2020 a Bachelor of Science with honors in osteopathy. In her daily practice, Amanda adopts a client-centered approach that offers a unique perspective on illness. She firmly believes that effective treatment and healing often entail dismantling preconceived notions and rebuilding the individual piece by piece towards wholeness. Beyond her professional pursuits, Amanda finds joy in travel, wine culture as a certified sommelier, and writing. Her debut novel, independently published in March of 2023, showcases her creative spirit and storytelling prowess. Madam Speaker, Amanda's diverse talents enrich our community in many ways, and I ask all members to join me in thanking her for her significant contributions to Fairview Clayton Park. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize our correction officers working in our correctional facilities across the province. Correction officers play a crucial role within our justice system. And earlier today, folks were outside the People's House, rallying together to have their voices heard. Correction officers are critically short-staffed, putting their safety and the safety of those they are supervising at risk. This work is crucial, and shortages of staff make it more unsafe. Corrections work is a career that folks are very proud of, and being short-staffed is unsafe for staff and clients. If the staff working in correctional facilities aren't safe, then no one there is safe. In solidarity, NSGEU.
I recognize the honourable member for Sackville-Cobequid.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to both recognize and congratulate Heather Stephen of Lower Sackville. Heather is a former Canadian World Cup athlete, a passionate author who has written and published 2 books and has a 3rd on the way. And she and her husband, Alex, own and operate Apartment 3 Espresso Bar in Lower Sackville. Her years of athletic training and dedication developed and grew her resilience and determination, resulting in winning a World Cup medal, becoming the published author that she is, and now running a much-beloved community coffee shop. Heather's love of coffee and people is evident to those who frequent the coffee shop, where as soon as you walk through the door, you feel most welcome. Madam Speaker, I would like to ask that all members of the House of Assembly join me in congratulating Heather and wish her all the best in her future endeavors. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We can talk. I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate the CP Allen boys basketball team on their 3rd consecutive championship, provincial championship. I love all the kids from Bedford too, but in particular, I'd like to give a shout out to the Hammonds Plains crew, Caleb Anderson, Jaquan Jackson, Finn Bootland, and Deshaun David. HP represented at the CP Allen basketball team, and congratulations to that team on their 3rd consecutive championship. Looking for a 4th again next year.
Just before we go into question period, just a reminder that there was a lot of chatter and a lot of tension in this chamber yesterday. So let's all try to go forward today with keeping in mind that when someone's speaking, that there shouldn't be any discussion amongst other people. We should be listening, whether it's the question, whether it's the answer. And today, I hope that we can all do better. I know myself that I will be watching very closely, and I think it's time that maybe we start calling people out to make it aware that we need to do better in here. So I kindly ask, then going forward today, that everyone just be respectful to one another, and a friendly reminder too, not to be on your phone. Thank you. So we will now begin oral questions put by members to ministers. The time is now 2 o'clock, and we will finish at 2:50. I recognize the honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when it was pointed out to the Premier yesterday that all of the wine growers in Nova Scotia, with the exception of 2 wine producers, would not be eligible for the Premier's new subsidy on importing juice from other jurisdictions, the Premier asked, why can't they just ramp up? The fact is that industry has ramped up. They have turned a wine-growing industry and a wine sector from nothing to one that's worth $250 million that employs 1,100 skilled workers. What they don't want to do is turn those beautiful vineyards into bottling factories. Madam Speaker, will the Premier please apologize for his ill-thought-out comments yesterday to the sector?
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, the program is available to anyone who wants to participate. That's the fact. That is the reality. It's an open program. Anyone who wants to participate in that program can participate in that program. Yesterday, the Leader of the Opposition made statements like people are going to use foreign grapes and bottle it Nova Scotia, call it Nova Scotia wines. That's simply not true. He tabled a picture of me with an entrepreneur. He knows I have my picture taken with hundreds, probably thousands of Nova Scotians in the run of a year. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition will say anything to grab a headline, and that's totally fine. But over on this side of the House, we are concerned about developing the economy of this province. We are concerned about growing the industry. We want to work with the industry to grow. That's where our focus will remain, not on silly, cheap headlines like the Leader of the Opposition seeks.
I recognize the honourable Leader of the official opposition.
Well, Madam Speaker, the Premier's headlines certainly been cheap. They've cost billions of dollars outside of his own budget to accommodate. So let's talk about headlines. These concerns are coming from a sector that is worth $250 million, that employs 1,100 skilled employees from one end of this province to the other. This is a critical sector to the rural economy, and the Premier is jeopardizing the valuable part of the sector to subsidize the importation of juice that's produced in other provinces. He wants to turn our vineyard sector, our wine growing sector, to a wine bottling sector, where there is less economic value to the people of the province. He said this is a trade issue. Madam Speaker, could he please table the wording from the trade agreement that told him he has to subsidize the importation of foreign juice?
The Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, we are very supportive of the industry. We've evidenced that with significant investments. We've made more investments in the industry than the prior government did. We are supportive of the industry. We'll continue to be supportive of the industry. It's an important industry for our province. There's absolutely no question about that. But the types of statements that the member makes are just totally unacceptable, Madam Speaker. They're the exact reason that just last week, the Auditor General said that the core leadership of this party lacks integrity. And man, oh man, every question period, every time that member opens his mouth, he absolutely proves the Auditor General's statement about a lack of integrity. We support the industry and we will continue to do that.
Excuse me. Order. Order. Just earlier today, I made a comment about that we cannot mention one's integrity. So I would kindly ask the Premier to just retract that one statement with regards to integrity, please.
It was a quote of the Auditor General. Madam Speaker, the full quote is, all of this concerns me with respect to the management integrity. I mean, this is an organization that supports our elected officials in charge of billions of dollars. This is also concerning. I'm happy to table the Auditor General's statement and talk about the report.
Order. A reminder to everyone that you cannot use a quote to indirectly, directly assume someone's integrity or misfaults of someone. So again, I would ask that the Premier just retract that, please.
I'll retract my, can I retract my use of the word and table the Auditor General's comments?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I'll do. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on his final supplementary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I've read the trade decision. The Premier said yesterday this was just a Nova Scotia issue. It's not. The federal government was implicated in this trade dispute, British Columbia, Ontario, Quebec, and Nova Scotia. In all other jurisdictions, none of them decided that they were going to use this decision as an excuse to use taxpayers' money to subsidize the importation of juice farmed in other jurisdictions across the world. This is not a trade issue. In every one of those other jurisdictions, what those governments did was invested in their wine and vineyard sectors through the Agriculture Department, not by doing markups. They've actually responded to this, and they have plans to support the real people that are growing our economy and spending money in the ground. My question to the Premier is, why did he not follow the lead of other provinces to ensure we were investing in the wine sector?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, this is a trade-sensitive issue. It's extremely sensitive. Could have broad-ranging impacts across a number of our industries. And I appreciate that the Leader of the Opposition now believes he's a trade expert. But in the case of situations like this, I will rely on the actual trade lawyers. Although I appreciate his advice on it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader for the New Democratic Party.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 5 days ago, residents in Lunenburg County noticed site markers appearing perilously close to Little Crescent Beach, indicating that construction on 3 beachfront cottages by a Halifax developer was moving forward. The timing of this, mere days after the government announced that it was scrapping the Coastal Protection Act, has raised suspicions and concerns among the local community. Can the Premier admit that it was a mistake to trust that safe decisions would be made in the absence of provincial policy?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, as we've previously discussed, all Nova Scotians value our coastline. It's incredibly important to us. We have made a decision as a government that we will work with Nova Scotians, provide information to Nova Scotians to help them make informed decisions. We believe in Nova Scotians. Now, I know the Leader of the NDP is against working with Nova Scotians on an issue like this. Also against clean, safe nuclear power. Also against $150 for income assistance. Also against tabling amendments in the Law Amendments Committee. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is against absolutely everything, but I'll tell you what, we are for Nova Scotia, for moving this province forward.
The Leader of the New Democratic Party.
While the Premier seeks to impugn my reputation, I'll stick to the facts here. Just last year, this same developer was at the center of another coastal development controversy when he bought a 130-meter seawall on Little Crescent Beach. In the process, infilling a salt marsh, encroaching in the public beach, and damaging the surrounding environment. In response, the municipality of the District of Lunenburg, through their mayor, issued a statement saying the municipality is deeply concerned about the situation at Crescent Beach and echoes the community's concerns. And council is calling upon the province of Nova Scotia to immediately implement the Coastal Protection Act. Why is the Premier needlessly putting Nova Scotians and our coastlines at risk?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I would say is we're working with Nova Scotians. We're working with municipalities. We don't believe that somebody in Halifax dictating to property owners across this province what needs to happen on the coastline is the only way to do it. It is certainly the way that the Leader of the NDP favors, for sure. We understand that, but we don't. We believe that working with Nova Scotians, providing information, providing the maps is the way to go, and that's the approach we're taking, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the New Democratic Party on her final supplementary.
Last I checked, the municipality of the District of Lunenburg was quite some distance from HRM. The developer who built this seawall, who is now building precariously close to the shoreline, illustrating the failure of this government's coastal action plan, is the very same developer at the heart of the Hogan Court scandal, who flipped the hotel to the province for an overpriced amount and whose tax bill was footed by this Premier and all of us.
Shame.
I can't help but draw parallels between the two situations. In both, the Premier was all too eager to help out his friends at the expense of Nova Scotians. Is the Premier listening to all of the Nova Scotians he claims to love, or just his friends and donors?
I recognize the Honourable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I know the opposition is intent on smearing Nova Scotians every opportunity they get for a little bit of political gain, Madam Speaker. I don't support that type of gutter politics. What I would say, Madam Speaker, is we believe in supporting Nova Scotians, providing the information. The NDP can be negative on just about anything. We know that, Madam Speaker, whether it's Nova Scotians as humans, Nova Scotians as business people, whether it's people on income assistance, we know how negative the NDP is. We're positive. This is a great time to be a Nova Scotian. This province is growing, it's moving forward, and I couldn't be more proud to be in government in this province right now.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The Premier has questioned my trade credentials on his decision to subsidize imported juice to compete with locally grown wine. He doesn't need to trust my trade credentials. He can just actually read the trade decision by the WTO, Madam Speaker. That's all he has to do. I've tabled it. There's nothing in that report that says the Premier needs to subsidize foreign juice to come into the province. This is not a trade issue, which is why no other jurisdiction that was implicated in this made a similar choice. The question is whether the Premier is making decisions that favor his fundraisers and close friends and allies over the important job of protecting and growing our rural economy. Can the Premier please answer? Has that company received any funding from this government?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, this government, including myself and the Minister for Agriculture, have met numerous times with people in the wine sector, Madam Speaker. We will continue to do that. We have until the end of June to come up with a solution that is trade compliant, and it will have to be trade compliant. And I look forward to coming to that solution that is trade compliant, and my hope is that people in the wine industry in this province will feel good about what is there, given the need that it has to be trade compliant.
The Leader of Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, we're seeing a pattern of this government making decisions that benefit their close friends and allies. We've seen it when they cut the independent boards that run the healthcare system and our economic development agencies and employed, according to the Premier, his friends. We see it in other evidence that's been brought up today. And we are wondering if there is an issue here. If this individual who's potentially going to get millions of dollars out of this deal that nobody else asked for and that can harm the rest of the sector is getting favorable treatment. Can the Premier please answer the question? Has this individual or company received funding from the province to date?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, it should be widely known that the changes to the system that was in place, which was a system of markups that were preferential to Nova Scotia wineries, Madam Speaker, we've already started transitioning away from that. And it actually started last June. So the answer to the member's question is yes.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Outside today, we are seeing corrections officers protest because of the impacts of the critical shortages in our correctional facilities. The impact is disastrous for both inmates and our correctional officers. Because of the shortages, some inmates are put in lockdown for up to 22 hours, which is what the NS Supreme Court has ruled as illegal. The government is picking winners and losers with labor agreements, and they need to treat this work as a career and respect officers for their health and safety, for officers and for inmates. My question to the minister is simple. What will you do to fix this situation in our correctional facilities?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and thank you to the member for the question. I want to be very clear that I have the utmost respect for all our correctional officers, and I recognize the hard, dedicated work that they do on a daily basis. As I've said before, we have hired 33 just recently. We have a class currently going through of 45 more. We have open-ended competitions trying for recruitment. So we'll continue to work to fill positions and to work with the unions.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Timberley Prospect.
Thank you. I thank the minister for his answer. Instead of taking this seriously, the Minister of Justice has made light of a serious situation that has led to a suicide of one inmate. For days on end, Richard Murray barely left his jail cell, trapped by staffing shortages that forced officials to lock down the inmates. He wrote a letter to his wife saying, and I quote, "This is total cruelty, and I only exist in these four walls of hell. Why do I even fight to see another day?" And I'll table that. The day before the letter arrived, Richard had taken his own life. My question to the Minister of Justice, when will he take seriously the health and safety of inmates and support the careers of correctional officers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I will say is I take that very seriously. For you to suggest I don't, I take very seriously as well. So we are continuing to work. I've just went upstairs prior to this and spoke with the president of the union. I am willing to sit down and work the same way that I sat down and worked with PPS and gave the single largest investment of staffing to PPS when they struck and walk around this building when the Liberals were in charge, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the Minister of Finance's candor in telling the House that money has previously been distributed based on this new model, potentially last summer. But, Madam Speaker, these changes weren't announced to the wine sector until January of 2024. Madam Speaker, how could money be distributed from this new model of funding potentially months in advance of the industry actually being informed of these changes? Can the minister please clarify that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, as I said many times yesterday and again today, we're having constant discussion with the wine industry in this province. We have until the end of June, and we're going to come up with a plan that is trade compliant. and that's something that Australia approves, because that's what we have to come up with, and we'll do it.
The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Madam Speaker, is the minister had just said they've been working on this since last summer. The industry wasn't informed of this until January when they were called to a meeting and told what was going to happen. The minister is now saying they've already distributed money based on this new model. How could that have happened before the industry was told that these changes were in place?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Madam Speaker, the issue at hand here was preferential markups at the NSLC for wines produced in this province, Madam Speaker. We had to change that. It was not considered fair by the Trade Tribunal. As a result, we have to move away from that system, and that started happening last June. So yes, they've been receiving payments. Anybody in the Nova Scotia wine industry who has been coming away from this preferential margin treatment has been receiving payments.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Madam Speaker, my question is for the Minister of Justice. Corrections officers are facing a severe and ongoing staffing shortage that puts them and everyone else living and working in the Burnside facility at risk. Recent court challenges show the impact of this. In one recent example, already mentioned by my colleague, an inmate was kept in his cell 22 hours a day for 38 days. The courts have condemned this, calling for the province and the minister to address staffing concerns to ensure basic human rights are being protected. My question to the minister is, how did it get to this? How did shortages get so bad under his watch that Nova Scotia has become a national embarrassment for its inhumane and illegal treatment of inmates?
The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Speaker. And so, what I would say is we have been aware that there have been challenges. I have reached out personally to the union and said that I'm willing to work personally with them to try to address some of those challenges. As I've said previously, we recently hired 33 new officers. We currently have 45 correctional officers who are undergoing training now. We have an open-ended, across this country, we have an open-ended postings trying to recruit, and we'll continue to work with the union as well as the correctional officers to try to ensure that we fill and keep people at work. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the minister for his response, because as we've heard, Richard Murray took his own life on January 15th while he was an inmate at the Burnside Correctional Facility. His family is clear. His death was directly related to staff shortages that forced officials to lock down inmates. Again, in a letter his family received the day after his tragic death, Richard Murray expressed, "I only exist in these four walls of hell. Why do I even fight to see another day?" He saw his forced lockdown for what it is, a wrongful cruelty. His final request was for others to not be subjected to a similar fate. In the spirit of working towards a better system, will the minister commit to having a public report on the death of Richard Murray?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I will answer that question is that under this government and this minister, I actually did establish something that the previous government refused to do, and that is a death in custody review committee. So whenever there is a death for any reason that occurs in any correctional facilities in this province, it automatically triggers a review of what the circumstances are around that. And I don't want to get into particulars around any death or any individual case or person, but what we've done, every death in custody is now reviewed.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, Cape Breton is experiencing some of the worst vacancy rates in all of the province. In the CBRM, new data from CMHC shows that there's just a 0.8 vacancy rate in the municipality. A healthy vacancy rate is around 3%. That is nowhere near where CBRM needs to be, and it's getting worse. And my question to the Minister of Housing, Cape Breton needs more support. From the government's own housing strategy, by the end of 2022, there was a shortfall of 2,550 units. And by the end of 2027, Cape Breton will need 2,950 units. My question to the Minister, what is his plan for housing in Cape Breton?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'd like to thank the member for the question. We recognize the housing crisis all over the province. I think those vacancy rates are true in other jurisdictions as well, not just in CBRM, and we're concerned about that. For CBRM recently, we've put $5 million into Tartan Downs, which still has to be built out. I understand that. We are continuing to build public housing. We just recently announced another 25 units on top of the 222 units that we announced. Some of them are in CBRM. We will continue to do more. Certainly, we recognize that the depth of the housing crisis throughout the province, and we're concerned about every community, including CBRM.
The Honourable Member for Sydney, Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy that the Minister did reference the Tartan Downs project, because that is an important project that will help support not only student housing but some other housing options in the community. And I think that's important because Cape Breton University plays a huge part in our community. And the Minister of Advanced Education was highly critical of CBU the other night in his estimates. It's important to our community. We want all of our newcomers to have all the supports necessary when they come. So my question to the Minister of Housing is, what other projects could he help to support the community, especially our many international students that are coming and calling Cape Breton home?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to the question and to the comment is that I have never been critical of CBU. What I am concerned with international students, that international students are treated fairly, that international students, before they ever arrive in Canada, before they arrive in Nova Scotia and on the shores in Cape Breton, is that they have accurate information before they arrive with regard to housing. On CBU's website, they actually say, ensure that you have housing before you decide to come to Cape Breton. We will continue to work with international students. We will continue to work with Cape Breton University and all of our post-secondary sector. We are concerned that we do need more housing infrastructure, and if that were so important to that member, when they designed the Nova Scotia Community College in Sydney, they should have put in housing.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Madam Speaker, the Minister says he wants to treat international students fairly. Does he think it's fair that they'd have to drive from Halifax to Sydney to go to class? That's not fair. He also references that the previous government should have put a residence at the NSCC campus. As the former principal, I can tell you, you guys voted against a new campus in Sydney. Imagine if we had proposed a new residence. I wasn't even here. So CBU students need a place to live, Madam Speaker. So to the Minister of Advanced Education, where is the strategy for CBU students so that they can have a place to live?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
And thank you for the question, and thank you, Madam Speaker. We have been working very closely with CBU. We understand, the federal government understands, the media understands, international students, and Cape Breton residents understand that we need housing in the Cape Breton area. That's not just a phenomena here in Nova Scotia and Cape Breton, it's right across this country. We continue to support initiatives at Cape Breton University. We continue to fund Cape Breton University on initiatives that are even helping us as a province, including a medical school, including deferred maintenance, including all of their health initiatives and teaching programs. We continue to look for ways to find housing in innovative ways in order to make sure that students have a place to live. And that includes something called shared housing and Happy Pad.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Northside Westmount.
Oh my God, Madam Speaker, this couldn't get any easier. There's one vacancy in Cape Breton on Happy Pad. There's an app for that, and there's one vacancy, and it's not even anywhere near the university. This minister talks about why didn't the previous government put a residence at NSCC. They've announced three new NSCC residents since. And yeah, great, good. Where's the one for Sydney? Madam Speaker, my question to the minister is, do you think that one room on Happy Pad is enough to make the students not have to drive from Halifax to Sydney to attend their classes?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I always enjoy the opportunity to talk about what we're doing, but I also need to talk about student choice. So students do have choices, and the students that we referred to the other night, traveling from Halifax to Cape Breton, there is choice because at one point last year, Cape Breton University did have 70 vacant rooms in their student housing. So some of those students that were traveling to Halifax were students that only had classes 1 day a week, and they choose to live in a metropolitan area where there are more people. Imagine that. So one of the things that Students Nova Scotia asked us is to look at a home sharing program, and that is Happy Pad, and you are talking down good recommendations from our students.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm glad to have the opportunity to talk about Happy Pad today. Because last week at budget estimates with the Minister of Housing and Municipal Affairs, the Minister told us that over the past 2 years, this government has invested $1.13 million in Happy Pad. And we have signed 10 leases out of that $1.13 million. Now, I wasn't a math major at university, Madam Speaker, but I believe that's $113,000 per lease. Hopefully they're penthouse suites at least. Does the Minister of Housing think $113,000 per lease is a good return on investment?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Advanced Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I continue to talk about home sharing. There are 130,000 vacant rooms right across this province. And I said at estimates the other night, my fear because of the negativity that's given through the opposition, my fear is that there's a good idea that's going to go by the wayside. A good idea that we do not have to build anything. What we have to do is connect. We have to connect people that have a room in their house to a student, or it could be a nurse or a trade person that needs a home in the community. So we look for your support in promoting the idea instead of poo-pooing a Nova Scotia student idea.
The Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what the Minister calls negativity, I call reality. And if the Minister or anybody else on that side thinks it's our job to carry water for the government, it's not. Our job is to point out where things are falling short. And the Minister talks about 130,000 vacant bedrooms. I wonder how many of those are occupied. The Minister talks about Happy Pad like it's the second coming, and we've got 10 leases in 2 years. And we also talk about backyard suites. We have 12 backyard suites even permitted over the course of a year, and I wonder how many of those are built. So can the Minister please explain to me why the Happy Pad story shouldn't make Nova Scotians sad?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing, and just a reminder for all members to speak through the speaker, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to say a few words about Happy Pad and Backyard Suites. These are innovative programs. We're working on them. I wouldn't ask anybody in the public to do anything I hadn't done myself. We've had over 25 students over the years live with us. Most of them at no charge for the Rotary Exchange program, so I'm quite proud of that. And I think that if Nova Scotians are willing to open up their own homes to people, we want to enable that. I'm proud of that program, and I'm saying give it time. It'll work. And the secondary suite program, likewise, give it time, it'll work. The reality is, Madam Speaker, that if you do nothing, nothing will ever take time to work. And that's what we saw. We had a do-nothing government for 8 years that now claims every good idea that we're doing they were going to do, but they never did. They just never got around to it. They didn't think of it 8 years in the last 8 years.
The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel, Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture continues to say that the commercial wine policy falls outside his mandate. However, it was the Minister of Agriculture who hastily met with sector representatives in January, and I have some questions that I think are his mandate. Beatrice Stutz, the CEO of Grand Prairie Wines, wonders if this policy is based on a friendship between the Premier and the owner of Devonian Coast, one of the 2 wineries with a commercial license. The consultation process with local grape growers, as reported by Stutz, was highly disorganized and pressured, with the Minister of Agriculture making weekend calls asking growers for their input. Will the Minister of Agriculture release a report on the consultations that resulted in the commercial wine policy?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Madam Speaker, I'm stand here before you quite confused because yesterday I heard from one side of the opposition that we weren't meeting with industry, and then I hear from the other side of the opposition that we did meet with industry. Well, hey, we've been talking to industry, Madam Speaker. We had, as we mentioned, Finance Department officials met with industry in early January. The Minister of Finance and myself met with them on several occasions, two separate occasions. I stay in contact with the chair of the Wine Growers Board, Madam Speaker. I've told him, I said, we're working, we're listening to you. Please give us time, be patient. I appreciate your patience. The Minister and his department are very busy with preparing a budget, dealing with the fiscal year end, and we will get back to you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Halifax Citadel Sable Island.
Madam Speaker, perhaps the Minister could table a list of dates and who attended meetings that he considers part of this consultation. With a mixture of agricultural and business skills, local growers have made the local wine sector a worldwide success. Now this government is undermining continued local growth by giving millions of dollars to bottling companies who can import from elsewhere. Wine growers of Nova Scotia warned this government on January 12th that supporting commercial bottlers over Nova Scotia wineries and grape growers would risk over 1,100 full-time farm winery jobs and minimize future growth. Couldn't the government have found a better way to resolve a years-long trade dispute? So my question is, can the Minister explain why his government is subsidizing commercial bottlers with dollar amounts much greater than what is available to local growers?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I can't speak to the commercial wine policy. What I can speak to is our farm winery program. And we've seen $2.3 million of investment to our local farm wineries over the last number of years. I want to talk millions of dollars of investment, Madam Speaker, $15 million for the Polar Vortex funding that we announced last February. And I understand that some growers are upset that I use that as an example of our support for them. Not all that money is for wine growers, Madam Speaker, but the majority of it is. And we've rolled out phase 1. We're working on phase 2, and we're doing that in consultation with industry, and that's what we'll continue to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Speaker, a constituent of mine, Patricia, is a 68-year-old retired senior who worked hard all her life for the city. Patricia has lived in the same rental unit in Clayton Park West for 9 years. Her landlord is now selling, and she is terrified that she can't find somewhere to live that she can afford. Her yearly income is $43,000. The previous government used to pre-approve rental supplements, and folks had 90 days to find a place. This has now been cancelled, and we have no idea why. My question is for the Minister of Housing. Can he tell Patricia and others like her how they can afford to sign a lease when they don't know if they will receive rental supplement or not?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I think this is referring to a policy change that we made that in order to receive a rent supplement, there had to be a lease present. We realized that in a very few number of cases that might be difficult. We did make a workaround on that, but someone has to already have a lease or a rental agreement signed to apply for a rent sup. And I've mentioned that we've seen extraordinary growth in our rent sup program. One of the reasons why was because of a change we made a year and a half ago, that we allowed people to be on the public housing wait list and also apply for a rent sup at the same time, something which that government, when they were in power, would not allow people to do, which artificially reduced the number of people who could apply for a rent sub.
I recognize the honourable member for Clayton Park West.
Madam Senior, I didn't hear the answer in his reply. How can people sign a lease without knowing how much they qualify for? Or if rules are going to change again? Does she apply for an apartment that is $1,500, $1,800, or what is the amount? Can the minister commit to looking at the policy again that the previous government had in place, and if he could tell us why it was cancelled? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I outlined how we've broadened the program and made it more flexible for people from the previous government. In terms of the actual details of an individual, it's very hard for me to comment on what the member is saying or following that track of information, but if she wants to provide me that later, I can provide that back into the system for her, okay?
I recognize the Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Renting in rural Nova Scotia can present unique challenges. In rural communities such as mine, many individuals rent as boarders. However, they don't fit Housing Nova Scotia's definition of a boarder, as they most often don't reside in a registered boarding home and lack formal lease agreements. Recently, one of my constituents who previously received the rent supplement was informed that he no longer qualified because he did not meet the provincial definition of a boarder. To the Minister of Housing, why was this change made, disqualifying some individuals who board from receiving rent supplements?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is I'm not aware that we changed the definitions of boarder, but I'm happy to look into that and get back to the member on that, but I'm not aware that there was any change in that definition.
The Honourable Member for Clare.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituent relies on a monthly CPP payment of $735, paying well above 50% of his income. With $400 going towards rent, he's left to just over $300 to cover essentials. To the Minister of Housing, will the Minister reverse this policy, or at least look into it, that has disqualified many boarders so that individuals like my constituent can once again access the rent supplement?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what I will say is that we have one of the most successful rent sub programs in the country, where when I go to other provinces, they are asking the federal minister if they can reposition that money elsewhere because it isn't all being used. I don't understand how that happens. So our program is one of the most accessible and open. As far as what the member is asking about in that personal circumstance, I'd have to have that information and get back to him on a personal level. But we realize that it's not easy for Nova Scotians. That's why we've made such an accessible program that allows people to be on a public housing wait list at the same time as applying for rent subs. We realize the demand out there is great, and we want to do all that we can for Nova Scotians.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Justice. Recently on February the 7th, local county councillor Kathy Redmond held a public meeting to help residents give an opportunity to discuss their concerns around theft, crimes, and break-ins around Cumberland County, but primarily in the Wentworth area. The room was packed with about 360 people in attendance, people sharing their concerns about safety. And one thing that was abundantly clear is that the people in the community knew exactly who were committing the crimes, but felt nothing was being done. And I'm hearing similar stories throughout all of Cumberland North, Madam Speaker. I'm hearing from frustrated citizens who don't feel safe in their communities. Can the Minister of Justice please tell the House what his department is doing to ensure people in rural Nova Scotia and specifically Cumberland County can do to feel safe and protected?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much through to the member for the question. As I suggested to the member when I believe we talked about this previously, that she needs to talk to the local RC RCMP, which the municipality would do. They actually contract directly, and so I encouraged her at that time, and I would do so now as well, that her residents should go through their municipality and the local RCMP detachment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I will share that there were actually several RCMP at the public meeting, and what I heard not only from frustrated citizens that they don't feel safe, but I also heard from frustrated law enforcement officials that they're frustrated with the court delays. And they're also frustrated, as well as the citizens, with the catch and release culture that frustrates everyone except for the criminals that are committing the crimes. And I will table a CBC article that cites our Crown attorneys talking about how our justice system is failing. So there are massive delays before the courts. This is something the government can fix. We do have control over. They can hire more Crown prosecutors, more judges, and invest more in policing in rural areas. There's immense crime. Can the minister please look at this growing problem of crime and illegal drug activity and make changes right away? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Justice.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you again for the question. What I will say is we are making huge progress in regards to backlogs, in regards to Jordan and courts, as you were speaking, or as the member was speaking, I'm sorry. And as I said previously, we just hired the 17 brand new Crown employees up at Prosecution Services, so we're making huge investments. I'd also suggest that in order to really look at what this is, whether or not it's provincial RCMP, which once again is contracted through the local municipality, or whether it's federal issues with some of these crimes as well. Some drug enforcement, I think the member just talked about whether or not that's federal. So if the member would like to speak to me later, I can certainly look into it and get some clarifications.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
My question is for the Minister of Community Services, who yesterday was asked here for his reasons, his rationale, and his justification for freezing non-disabled income assistance rates for the third year in a row, and who spoke about a number of things in his reply but did not answer the question. Madam Speaker, this does not meet the standard of respect. Thousands of people will be forced to do without as a result of this decision, and the minister owes them an explanation. Why is the minister freezing income assistance rates for people without disabilities in our province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. What we did say is we're doing more for individuals. We're putting money in their hands faster. That includes $150. We're also investing in a dental program. We're also investing in childcare. There's lots of things that are happening. There's more to come. And I will remind that member, he is the NDP member that was part of a government that raised income assistance rate 1 cent a day, and I didn't hear a single thing from him when that was happening under his watch.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge that the minister has a procedural right not to answer my question if he chooses not to. But he does not have a moral right to evade, dodge, or deflect the question before those his actions are causing harm to. Why does the minister support a rate freeze for nearly half the income assistance recipients in our province?
No, I recognize the Honourable Minister for Community Services.
I want to thank the Honourable Member for the question. I'm pretty sure I did answer the question. What I said was, instead of putting $20 a month in their hands, we're putting $150 in their hands right now, which is a considerable amount of money, which they downplayed and insulted. Madam Speaker, there is more to do. We know that. We're going to continue to do more, and we're going to make sure that every decision that comes out of Department of Community Services puts people first. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
As we all know, finding affordable housing is not just a problem in HRM, but it is also in our rural communities. The town of Bridgewater is one of many across the province dealing with the housing crisis. The mayor of Bridgewater said that there is virtually a 0% vacancy rate. I'll table that. However, many of the towns across the province are not just building more housing. The problem in Bridgewater is not zoning red tape, but rather lack of infrastructure. And the town has 2,500 approved housing units, many of those affordable. However, they can't build without upgrades to their sewer system, a costly but needed infrastructure upgrade to build more housing. My question to the Minister of Housing and Affairs, Municipal Affairs, to get more housing built, will the province help municipalities with the much needed infrastructure upgrades for the towns like Bridgewater?
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Madam Speaker, I'm happy to inform the Minister that we enable something called the Municipal Capital Grant Program this past fiscal year. So just in this fiscal year we're in right now, we had a $32 million program which municipalities could apply for that would be 50-50 funded. This is a provincial-only program, unlike the federal programs which we've had in the past, which are not existed this year. There's no application portal for the federal programs. We had such a good response that we have added another $70 million ourselves as a government for a $200 million build-out of municipal infrastructure, which is including exactly what the member is talking about, water and sewer, that will enable 7,000 new homes. That's this year. Next year, this coming fiscal, we're hoping that our federal partners will come back with
the Honourable Member for Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
So to clarify, I'll just ask specifically, is Bridgewater getting some infrastructure support from these programs he announced? Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm really confused because what I just described to you was an additional appropriation which we did at the year end, which I hear the member advocating for when I hear her leader advocating against. So I'm kind of confused. Which does the opposition want? Do they want us to fund water and sewer and infrastructure, or do they want us to not do any of that stuff? Like, it's a very confusing situation. Here's the reality. We're not going to listen to them. We're going to do the right thing and fund those projects.
The Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
So that's no for Bridgewater.
Will the Minister of Housing please provide an update for my constituents on the One World Building Association project involving 32 townhouses just off the Hammonds Plains Road?
The Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I actually could have the member maybe describe that question in a different way or more specifically. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, there's some concern about a placement of a development involving 32 townhouses off the Hammonds Plains Road, more specifically because if you were forced to evacuate like my community was this summer, placing 32 townhouse development on an already saturated community is raising a lot of concern. It's a space, a provincial parcel between two subdivisions that connects back to the Hammonds Plains Road. So I'm simply looking for an update on that particular development, where that is, and if the minister can clarify where they're at with that.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Housing.
So, Madam Speaker, what the member is referring to, I believe, is the aspect of having two ways out. This is an area of municipal jurisdiction and municipal approval.
Order. The time allotted for questions put by members to ministers has now expired. I now recognize I recognize the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a point of personal privilege. The Premier's language and tactics directed at the Leader of the NDP in question period was unacceptable. They directly questioned the integrity of the Leader of the NDP. Earlier today, Madam Speaker, you reminded us twice that this was not allowed. The Premier's comments that the Leader of the NDP is negative and whiny and hates Nova Scotians comes directly from the misogynist playbook, Madam Speaker, which could also be titled...
Order, please. The member for Dartmouth North has the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. They come from the misogynist playbook, which could also be titled Powerful White Men Who Are Threatened by Intelligent Women, Madam Speaker. This kind of defamation makes it very hard to do one's job in this House. I ask you to rule the Premier's comments out of order and ask him to retract them and apologize. Thank you.
Order. So I would like to indicate that this is not a point of privilege. Is the member looking to stand on a point of order? I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Well, I understand a point of privilege, Madam Speaker, to be when something happens in the House that prevents us from doing our work as MLAs. Is that not correct? Okay.
It can be. Are you willing to state what type of privilege has been breached by what is in law? Well, what we know as to be incorrect.
Can you explain to me what a point of order would do?
Well, there's lots to it, as you can imagine. So unless we want to take the rest of the afternoon to go over everything, we certainly could. Again, you could, if you prefer to stand on a point of order, I could take your comments under advisement. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the explanation. I guess I will say that I would like to make it a point of order then and ask you to ask the Premier to apologize for his comments and retract his statement. So that's a point of order. But I will also take your comments under advisement and perhaps bring this as a point of privilege when I have some time to think it through. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And just, I'm not quite sure what the member used some language that I definitely did not use. I did not use the word hate. That's the word the member said. I do believe, as a matter of course of action, and Hansford will show, that the member has been very negative and complained about the Coastal Protection Act specifically. The member has been very negative about the nuclear thing. These are the examples I use, right? So I just want to say, like, those are statements of fact on the member's positioning. If the member wants to clarify her positioning on it, she can, and I'd be happy to clarify. But if if I've said anything unparliamentary or anything untoward, that was not my intent. We're talking about policy issues, not personal issues. Policy issues around coastal protection. We're talking about policy issues around electricity. We're talking about process issues on where an amendment can be tabled, which I believe is the Law Amendments Committee. So I'm talking about policy issues. I'm talking about process issues. I'm not talking about personal issues. But if I've said something of personal nature, then I certainly will apologize and retract those comments.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Speaker, he continues to use the misogynist playbook. Like, this is to say that someone,
Order. I would like everyone to take their seat for a moment. Everyone take a deep breath. I don't want a word out of anyone's mouth. I want you all to sit for a moment and reflect. No one talking. Order. Order. With advisement, we're going to move on, take this whole exchange and review it in Hansard, and we will make a ruling, and I will deliver that tomorrow. However, in going forward, we did know better today, did we? There's people in and out of the chamber, sitting up in the gallery on their phones, talking, laughing during question period. Now, in my 11 years here, I can tell you this. I was scared to speak during question period, unless it was my turn to get up and ask a question. I was scared to speak. Probably not a good thing to be, but I'll tell you, it made me respect this chamber. It made me respect all colleagues from all sides, but more importantly, it made me respect the person that was sitting in this chair. Speaker, deputy speaker, whoever. So tomorrow when we come in here, I'm going to tell you right now, I am not going to go for it. I'm going to stop during question period when people are talking, and I'm going to ask you to please stop talking. That will eat up question period, which I'm sure none of you will like. But I will. This is what we're going to do tomorrow. So again, to the member of Dartmouth North, I will have a ruling for you tomorrow. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Member 2, Sydney Member 2.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, now we're going to move into opposition business for the day. The first bill that we're going to call is Bill 421, the Nova Scotia Housing Corporation Act.
We will now call Bill 421. Sorry, just looking up here. Here we are. Nova Scotia Housing Corporation Act, sorry. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I guess on the vein as to and what you just said, if at first you don't succeed, try again. So here I am with Bill 421. I brought this forward before, asking because in the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, he's been mandated to follow the Affordable Housing Commission's report, and the #1 item on that report was to create an arm's length committee where they would actually create a strategic plan to address the housing crisis that we are in. I wholeheartedly believe that, and I always believe that having a plan that we need to follow will address a lot of what was all laid out in that report, as we know. But as they, I've heard the announcements, and I've been asking a lot of questions, but the announcements are all towards public housing. But we continually hear from young people in our communities that they can't afford a house. They don't know with their salaries if they're ever going to be able to find a house. So increasing the housing stock and providing public housing is not as looking at it in a holistic manner to provide housing for everyone across Nova Scotia. But the actual report that was done and the group that was formed, and it was, I think that it was supported by the previous government to enact and take the next steps. The first step was to create this arm's length committee. And it was put in there that in a news release, the government said that the act will modernize the structure and oversight of the provincial housing programs and increase accountability and create a new Crown Corporation responsible for public housing in Nova Scotia. But the Crown Corporation that was created is just looking at public housing. So unless they can tell me otherwise, that they are looking at it more holistically. But I just wanted to say, like, I spoke here in estimates, asking the minister exactly what was being done. And again, it was announcements and a lot of money. But the Premier just said, we're looking at policy issues and process issues, and this is exactly what this bill is about. Policy issues and actually creating a process to address the housing needs of everyone in Nova Scotia. So I just wanted to say, I know that there will be others that will speak to this, but I really, really impress upon the minister with Bill 421 to create this arm's length committee and get public housing, not just public housing, but housing in general, and follow all the recommendations from the commission to have it done, as is outlined in his mandate letter. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. I recognize the honourable member for Cole Harbour Dartmouth.
And if at first you don't succeed,
yep.
I move second reading of Bill 421.
Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I cede my time to the member for Halifax-Needham?
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax-Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yeah, so I'm glad to stand up here and speak to Bill 421. Sorry, I'm just out of breath. And as many folks in this room know, that I really feel like we absolutely need to have proper oversight and process when it comes to making sure that decisions are made in a democratic and just way. And being able to read through the bill, it speaks to being able to have a governing board to be able to make those decisions that are necessary, that are not directly handed down by the minister themselves. And I think we've lost sight of what that means. We've seen on many bills previous about how we're dissolving boards and we're dissolving governing bodies. And I think we lose community voice, we lose voices of expertise, we lose those folks that that actually help drive the work that we do when we dissolve those boards. So I will say that I was glad to see that this bill come forward, and I do feel like there are a lot of good pieces to that, because it was brought forward as a recommendation that we need to make sure that there's proper oversight when it comes down to making sure that we have process and democracy set. So with that, I'll take my seat.
I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
Hi, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill 421, the Nova Scotia Housing Corporation. And I just want to say a few words. I think the principle behind this piece of the legislation maybe is something that the opposition felt that was important, but you know, the first call to action in the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission in spring of 2021, in that report it actually stated charting a new course for affordable housing in Nova Scotia, recommended to government to establish an arm's length independent provincial housing identity, which we have continue to stand up, and that new housing authority has been going around, I believe, visiting all of our constituency offices and explaining some of the changes and innovative ways, because we found that all of the different housing corporations that were running in the province were all with different rules. So we felt that that was an important first step to do. And additionally to that, the Office of the Auditor General in June of 2022's report found that the current public housing model had significant issues, which we took very serious. There was utter underutilization of public housing assets, and the wait lists were long. And I think I recall, Madam Speaker, when we first were elected in December of that first year, the minister himself, I mean, we had 140 some units that were vacant due to, needing to be cleaned or small repairs. And I know for a fact that the minister himself went in and helped try to get these units up. And I believe in that month alone, we housed a significant amount of individuals just from that effort. And it happened in my constituency of Hants West as well. We had a family that was displaced right before Christmas in a terrible, terrible trailer fire. And Madam Speaker, the Schools Plus group and members of the community actually went and cleaned the unit so that we could move that family in promptly. So I believe that we acted very well on that. And the lack of oversight and effective government structure altogether was another key issue that the Auditor General had in her June 2022 report. Inconsistencies with how the housing, as I mentioned, the various inconsistencies of how it was managed and the tenant applications were processed, they vary quite significantly across the province. So that's why it was such a necessity to take these recommendations serious so that we could have an easier flow as constituents change due to children attending different schools, or family dynamic causes them to leave one community to join another community, and then they get to that community and the rules weren't all the same. There was no real consistencies of how these individuals were getting placed. So in the fall of 2022, in the host session, government passed the Housing Services and Supply Act, which actually was a legislation that enabled us to dissolve the former way that things were and dissolve Housing Nova Scotia. And Madam Speaker, what happened then was we did an amalgamation of the 5 former regional housing authorities in Nova Scotia into the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Agency, NSPHA. That acronym is around quite a bit, which is a Crown corporation that has an advisory board. We enabled the NSPHA to focus solely on properties managed by public housing and work very closely in collaboration with social programming as well, providers, to better serve the most vulnerables. And I know in my community, for example, we have a lot of individuals that are maybe not right size to the units they're in. For example, a family of 5 is, the partner's deceased and the kids have all moved on. So we found that we had individuals living in full-size homes, Madam Speaker, therefore occupying a space that could be better suited for a family. And what we found is that through working closely with community partners, we were able to right-size those individuals, and in a lot of cases they got into a seniors public housing, and individuals that were homeless were able to, families were able to take advantage of the move around. So that was one of the action items that our government did, and also provided the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing with the legislative authority to carry out non-public housing programs. These non-public housing programs are key to addressing the challenges that we face in our province broadly. We are working closely with community, nonprofits, private developers, housing sectors, and I feel, Madam Speaker, that they all have a role to play. What might be affordable to myself is not necessarily affordable to my colleagues, and certainly not affordable to young families with children that are trying to make ends meet, Madam Speaker. So we need to really look at how the Provincial Housing Agency can work tightly with this, but we can't close any doors, Madam Speaker. We have to make sure that we're working with all people across the housing spectrum. And since the creation of the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Authority, the government has announced 222 multi-unit public housing units with a further 25 units, modular units, totaling 247 units, Madam Speaker, of public housing since the creation of the new Public Housing Authority. I don't recall having seen an investment in any public housing in decades, and it's not ever enough. We will continue to invest in Nova Scotians and in our province and work with all levels. It could be the Nova Scotia Provincial Housing Authority or private developers that are looking to not only supply market rents but also affordable rents, where the rent supplements can be so key to those other units as well. We decreased the unit turnaround times, Madam Speaker, by 22% by creating that agency from 178 days back in December of 2022 to 130 days.
Just a friendly reminder to the member to incorporate what the bill is about, and thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Hants West.
So yes, Madam Speaker. So for Bill 421, the Nova Scotia Housing Corporation Act, that legislation is not necessary because of the implications that we have undergone within this. We've, through the legislation that was passed that's already addressing things within this act, have also reduced average wait times for applicants by 4 months just in the last year. Completed 40% of the 20 recommendations in the AG's report just since 2022. Bill 421 talks about enabling the creation of a housing crown corporation to develop affordable housing for various households, including low-income families, Madam Speaker. So I feel like all the points that I was making are directly towards this piece of legislation that, in my opinion, feels to be a bit of a redundancy of a corporation that doesn't necessarily need to exist simply because we've already got an agency that's addressing this. Key objectives, like it mentions, is partnering with municipalities and nonprofit organization, private sector entities, and exactly what, Madam Speaker, I was speaking to, was clarifying that those things should the opposition wish to see are all of the things that the minister is already working at doing under the prior legislation that was passed in the House, Madam Speaker. Back to my thoughts here. Yeah, so 40% of the 20 recommendations from the Auditor General has been completed, and yep. So yeah, and also let everyone know just how pleased, of course, that I am with the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing for his work on this file to date. Last summer, during the tragic flooding in my area, the Minister spent the entire day with me as we visited the community and witnessed firsthand the devastations of the floods and how very important it is for us to work at being able to be pivot and agile and getting individuals housed when they need to. This year, the government will spend $14.8 million investing in the province through contributions to the National Housing Strategy Action incentives. This money is going to be spent for more of the repair work that I spoke about in our current public housing units that already exist, making them more accessible, preservation, so that we can continue to have these current public housing units maintained, Madam Speaker. Imagine maintaining them because instead of leaving them vacant and not maintaining them, we are actually investing money so that we can make sure there's not any blips in the system of transitioning individuals out of public housing or back into public housing. It's work that's very essential to continuing to support the affordable housing initiatives that have already been started. Again, Madam Speaker, what I've referenced earlier, I would be remiss if I did not talk about the partnerships that we have with our municipalities. Mine in particular is completely on track to meet our housing needs assessment based on, they took very serious the recommendations of that report and are working at ways for the secondary suites to exist and to encourage and incentivize individuals that are developers to work with the municipality and to support and look at ways that they can work with us as well with the provincial programs that the minister has for developers that are willing to put down roots in my community. And I welcome any developer that comes, and I'm very proud of the interest and the growth that West Hants has seen. That's really going to help with the affordability piece and getting individuals housed. This work is necessary work to continue on the path forward to developing more housing in the area. With water and wastewater, it's very difficult sometimes to continue to develop at a pace that is required to meet demand. But, Madam Speaker, I just want to highlight that is another investment that Municipal Affairs and Housing is making to make sure that infrastructure is in place so that as we grow these units and whether they be more public housing units, that we're continuing to look at other locations for modular homes, for more public housing units, or whether it's to expand market rental units. The continuum is a broad continuum that is necessary so that we can embrace the growth that our province is seeing and welcome everybody to Nova Scotia and have a place that they can call home, Madam Speaker. Our action plan that I've discussed is going to create conditions that will welcome over 41,000 new homes. We know that community housing sector needs create approximately 17,204 more affordable units, and it is the responsibility of our government to create conditions that will make sure that this can happen. And another point of the bill, that Bill 421, Madam Speaker, is promoting and providing financial assistance to persons with corporation determined and the housing needs, but a person of housing needs, but again, that financial assistance is in place, Madam Speaker, through the rent supplement program that we were able to expend so that more Nova Scotians are able to access rent supplements that can help in the housing market, in the housing options that they choose. They can live where they choose, not attached to a unit, but attached to the person. So if a person needs to move in and out of community, they can take their rent supplement with them, Madam Speaker. So again, at this time, I will not be in support of Bill 421, Nova Scotia Housing Corporation Act, and with those comments and notes across my desk, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham on an introduction.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg leave to make an introduction. I want to draw people's attention to the gallery across. I have my constituency assistant, Aisha, and Amina as well, who is up there sitting. And I just want to give them the warm welcome of the House.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. And it's great to speak today on this bill that I introduced the other day, Bill number 421, an act to establish a Nova Scotia Housing Corporation. So I appreciate the comments from other members that have spoken prior to me this afternoon. And the first thing I want to say is that the object of this bill is to establish an independent, arm's-length housing authority for Nova Scotia. And that is not, I think it's a good idea, but it's not an original idea to me. It's actually, it was actually the first and I would argue most important recommendation that came from the Affordable Housing Commission, which the member for Timberley Prospect, when he was Premier, commissioned, and I think did a very good job of laying out where we were in 2021 with housing. And that commission included academics, for-profit developers, nonprofit housing providers, government experts in the field. It was a good cross-section of the housing spectrum. And as I said, the very first recommendation, there were maybe a dozen, 12 to 15 recommendations. The very first one was to establish an independent, arm's-length Crown Corporation, essentially, for housing. And that hasn't been done. And I think the reason why this is so important is because housing, unlike many other problems in government, is such a long-term issue. You know, if you look back, the trends, the problems that we now see today in housing, I think really had their seeds 20, 30 years ago at least, when all governments of all stripes, at all levels, unfortunately, over time, cut back or eliminated entirely their investments in housing. The federal government did that in the early 90s. We know that the province last built public housing in, I think, 1995. So all governments really dropped the ball on housing many, many years ago. And unfortunately, we are seeing the negative impacts of those decisions today, and hopefully not too long into the future, but certainly for some time to come. So when you're dealing with housing, which is so complex, so expensive, so big, so lengthy to get anything done, unfortunately, you really have to have a long-term lens. And all of us as MLAs, all governments, of course, are pulled at by politics, by the election cycle, by the 4-year election cycle. And it can be very tempting to make quick, easy decisions with a view to re-election or political gain. That's just the nature of the beast, regardless of who's in power. And so to blunt some of that temptation, governments decide to put important long-term issues at times into the hands of more independent agencies, i.e. Crown corporations. And housing, I think, is the quintessential area where that should be done in Nova Scotia. And so that, above all else, is what this bill seeks to do. The Minister of Housing, I've asked him about this at estimates. He's been clear, you know, he's been very clear to say, look, we don't have an independent arm's-length housing authority. Excuse me, at the end of the day, the responsibility rests with me as the minister and the premier and the government. And that's fine. I don't think that's the right decision, but that is the decision the government has made on this file. And so, when you take that responsibility, you have to own the failures. And right now, I think there are many things that are not getting better on the housing front. We know that rent in Nova Scotia is increasing far beyond historical trends, 11% in Halifax last year, the highest in the country year over year. We know the impact that has on our most vulnerable, on low-income Nova Scotians, on Nova Scotians who are homeless or who are at risk of being homeless. And of course, that anxiety and that worry creeps up the income ladder as rents go to $1,800, $2,000 a month, as home prices go up, and as the wait list for public housing continues to grow, I believe in the range of 6,000 to 7,000 people right now. So to kind of free us, I guess, from the temptations of short-term political thinking, our caucus thinks it's very important to have a measure of accountability, transparency, and independence when it comes to Nova Scotia's public housing, which, as we know, is 11,000 units, and of course tens of thousands of Nova Scotians living there. So the bill 421 lays out how this corporation would be set up, and particularly in the latter clauses, clause 25 and on, more or less, it lays out, I think, some of the most important elements in terms of the independence of this corporation. Now, keep in mind, these corporation members are ultimately appointed by cabinet, so government would not be ceding all control entirely, so they don't need to panic about that. But the fact is that there would be a review. There would be a 5-year strategic plan that would be presented to the minister and to the House. There would also be a review of that plan against how the government is doing, and this would be done by an independent person, an independent expert in the field, so that, again, there would be some distance between the short-term political interests of any government, regardless of what political party they are from, and the longer-term interests of the people of Nova Scotia who live in public housing and those who are waiting for public housing as well. And we know between those two groups, we're probably looking at 30 to 35,000 people at least. So all of those clauses, as I said, clause 27 requires an independent person to conduct a review, and that review will determine whether what the corporation is doing is working or not. And that's a really important thing. I think in politics, we love to announce new things and create new things, but we don't do a really good job maintaining what we already have, reporting on what we're already doing, figuring out if what we're doing is working. You know, it's more fun to cut a ribbon than say, hey, we repaired that pothole. That's just the way it is, and we overlook kind of the ongoing need for review, maintenance, and support of all of our programs and all the dollars that we spend. And there's nowhere, I think, where that is more relevant or important than housing, because as I said, housing is incredibly complex. It touches on all 3 levels of government. It touches on health as well, physical and mental health. It touches on economic security, it touches on all these things. So to have a layer of removal between the minister, whoever the minister might be of the day, and the Nova Scotia Housing Corporation, I think is a really important thing. And the minister and other members, I know the member for Hants West just talked about this as well, has talked about the fact that this government is investing in public housing. 247 units, I guess, in total. And of course, that's a good thing. No one would argue that's a bad thing. But it's unfortunately a drop in the bucket based on our need. And the timeline of this, we're looking at, I think, 2027 to 28 before these units are constructed and occupied. And so that shows us how long it takes to get these new units up and running. We're in 2024 now, so we're looking at 3 to 4 years just to get 222 units of new public housing off the ground, plus 25 modulars. So that shows us, that is actually evidence that we should be pursuing an independent model, because if it takes 4 years to build anything in public housing, we need to have a broader, more systematic view. Otherwise, we're going to continue to see that wait list grow. We're going to continue to see more Nova Scotians living in apartments and public housing that are too big for them, that they don't need anymore. And unfortunately, no matter who's in power, we're going to see a tendency to make shorter-term political decisions rather than longer-term decisions that would benefit the public housing tenants and overall the housing situation in Nova Scotia, which certainly, as I've said already, has not gotten better over the last couple of years. So with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I will take my seat. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westbound.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to get up to speak to Bill 421, an act to establish Nova Scotia Housing Corporation. And Mr. Speaker, I listened to the comments from my colleagues, and I listened to the comments of the member from Hants West. And one of the things that struck me in those comments, Mr. Speaker, was the member said the opposition feels that it's important to establish an arm's length housing authority. That's true, but the Affordable Housing Commission thought it was so important that they made it recommendation number 1 in their housing report. Not only did they make it recommendation number 1, but they also referred to the recommendation in several other of the recommendations in their report, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just kind of take a minute to go about reading from the Commission's report on recommendation number 1, where they identify the issue and they talk about the Housing Authority delivering affordable housing programs, administer mortgages and loans, and operates the public housing stock through its 5 regional authorities, faces a number of structural challenges. So when you look at the responsibilities of the Housing Authority, they're very varied, Mr. Speaker, from providing houses, affordable housing, to administering mortgages and loans. Operating the public housing stock. So all of these things together is a very large responsibility. And what better way? Of course, the Housing Commission recognized it. We recognize it. The third party, the NDP, recognize it. And that would be to create an arm's length, standalone authority. But the current government can't see fit to do that. Again, we're almost three years in to the mandate, and I will give the government one thing: they're consistent, because we've seen this over and over and over. It started with the Health Authority. Let's get rid of the independence in the Health Authority. Let's get rid of the arm's length economic development agencies. Let's pull them in. Let's control that. Let's control the spending of the province by having $1.6 billion of appropriations outside the budget. We heard a comment the other day about ruling the province. And these subliminally would indicate that. Bill 421 is another example of that. So putting Bill 421 forward on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia simply brings to the forefront what the Affordable Housing Commission strongly recommended. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to attention a report from the Halifax Examiner. And the title of this report is kind of telling. Nova Scotia's government's housing governance bill ignores commission recommendation. And we heard, again, through the comments of the member of Hants West, that 40% of the 20 recommendations put forward by the Housing Commission are in some form of completion or being worked on. Well, my math on that is 8. Not even half of the recommendations put forward by the Affordable Housing Commission have been implemented, let alone the number 1 recommendation that they put forward. Going back to the recommendation of the Affordable Housing Commission, they talk about the opportunity. Across the world, government housing organizations have transformed, finding new ways to operate with more flexibility. We discovered many inspiring operating and governance structures across the country, such as British Columbia, which, like other jurisdictions, has moved housing to an independent, business-focused operation that collaborates with both private and nonprofit developers. So, Mr. Speaker, there's no need to recreate the wheel. We see across the country the trend is to create these arm's length organizations to deal, and it takes the mystique and the potential or the perception that there could be anything political happening. It improves the transparency. And Bill 421 would do just that. It would, by creating an arm's length organization to look after housing in the province, we would meet the recommendation of the Affordable Housing Commission. We would add transparency. There would be oversight, and it would take some of the pressure and stress off the government because it would allow them to be arm's length from the decision-making day to day. Government will still have the opportunity, as my colleague said, to set board members, to set direction. What Bill 421 does not only sets an independent organization, but it provides a provision for a review of the independence of the organization. How more transparent can you get than that? In a time when people are looking to have confidence in their government, confidence in decisions that are made, accepting a piece of legislation like Bill 421 would go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in improving that confidence level of the public in the government. Because they could look at that and say, well, you know something? This government actually wants to do the right thing. They want to have the independence away from these difficult decisions. And I will table both of these documents at the end of my talk, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to now bump back over to the article in the Halifax Examiner in October and just read a little bit of what the facts from this article. The PC government's proposed reorganization of provincial housing organizations flies in the face of the primary recommendation from the Nova Scotia Affordable Housing Commission. So why would we bring these commissions? Well, I guess it was the previous government that asked the Affordable Housing Commission to take an outside look, a transparent look at the way the organization was operating and come up with these recommendations. We heard in this legislature, the government approved the recommendation of the Housing Commission. but not implement. So the government, the examiner says the recommendation to create a new arm's length provincial housing entity is the Commission's first recommendation, and it's referenced in others. The Commission wrote, according to the article, there was broad consensus from stakeholders across sectors that a new governance structure with an inclusive, independent board of directors is a necessary condition for the provincial housing organization to focus on action and delivery, set it up for a greater success to advance the other recommendations. So when I read that, what I take from that, Mr. Speaker, is that the implementation of the independent commission is necessary to ensure the rest of the recommendations from their report are able to be implemented efficiently and accurately. Without doing that, so they basically say, without doing that, it creates a major problem for the rest of the report. I want to spend my last couple of minutes, Mr. Speaker, talking about some of the issues that I see across the province, and in particular in my area. An independent authority would have representation from Cape Breton. It would have representation from the South Shore. It would have representation from HRN. That's what they mean by a diverse board. It would reflect the population of Nova Scotia. Those independent board members would then bring their perspectives to this agency, further adding to the decision-making process. Whenever you can have diversity of thought around any decision-making table, it makes those decisions much more efficient, much more reflective of your population, and in my opinion, much better. Follow that up with the ability to have the independent review of the operation of the agency so that you can further tweak and improve upon the recommendations that are made from the agency. The efficiency of the system that is working to support our most vulnerable Nova Scotians, those that are in need of housing, those that are currently couch surfing, living rough, and not able to access a clean, affordable, solid, safe place to live, Mr. Speaker. And I think the implementation of this agency would go a long way to helping us as a province to get to that level. I don't think I can be convinced otherwise. I think at this point, the government should really take note, put this bill forward, and pass it in this legislature. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would adjourn debate of Bill 421.
The motion is to adjourn debate on Bill number 421, the Nova Scotia Housing Corporation Act. Would all those in favor of the motion please say aye? Aye. Contrary-minded, nay? The motion carries. I recognize the House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next bill we're going to call is Bill number 420, the Rent Regulation Act.
Bill 420, the Rent Regulation Act. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and happy here to speak today on this bill as well that I introduced recently, Bill 420, the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act, which is a mouthful, but it's a really important issue, and honestly, in thinking over the last year or two since I became the housing critic, the last year or two thinking about how to address the ongoing, very serious issues in our rental housing market, it's really complicated. I will say that up front. It's not an easy thing, and it can be easy to kind of hang on to slogans or say one thing over and over again and convince yourself it's right. But on this issue of rent in Nova Scotia, I think it's a very complex, difficult issue where if you tip the scales one way, it moves in a different direction, and if you tip the scales the other way, you can cause problems as well. So this bill, the idea of it is essentially, in my view, to find a common sense middle ground solution for the ongoing rental crisis. I know we talk about the housing crisis a lot, and obviously the rental crisis is part and parcel of that. So as I said in my previous comments on the other bill, the rental situation in Nova Scotia is dire, no matter where you are. And as I've said before, you know, my riding is majority renters, so it's something I hear about very, very often on a daily basis. And I know many of us in HRM would be in similar situations where we have a significant proportion, if not a majority, of our constituents as renters. And as we know, there was a rent cap in place of 2%. Starting, I guess it's been a little over a year now, we've had 5%, and that 5% cap is due to expire at the end of December of next year, December 31st, 2025. That is an arbitrary deadline. There is no magic around that date. I'm curious as to where it came from or why it's relevant. We don't know what's going to happen beyond that. And we also don't know really how and why 5% was chosen as a figure. So other provinces that have a rent cap system in place, Ontario, for example, has an open, transparent, independent process to determine on a yearly basis what will the rental cap be for the upcoming year. And so in that province, I think people who live in Ontario, whether they agree with the concept of a rent cap or not, I think they can have confidence that the number that's arrived at is informed by expert opinion and, for the most part, impartial opinion. And I think that's the way it should be. And so that's why the first section of the bill here, Bill 420, the first few clauses move the power to set the rental cap from Cabinet, from Executive Council, where it rests now, which is obviously a political body, and to move that into a nonpartisan expert body, in particular the Utility and Review Board, UARB. And the bill would, bill indicates that as of June of this year, and then on July 1st of each year after that, the UARB would determine what the rental cap increase would be for the following year. And I think that's a much better system than what we have now, because right now, the Cabinet decides on the rent cap. And as we all know, Cabinet deliberations are confidential, and it's a bit of a black box. And this government has not been eager, I would say, if I'm being kind, to share its decision-making process, or why it makes decisions. So we have a 5% figure, where that came from, what informed it. Would 4% be better? Would 6% be better? Would 3% be best? We really have no sense. And so that's why this bill calls for the UARB to set that rate. Again, the two major advantages of that system, in my view, Mr. Speaker, are one, it's independent from government. It's experts who have experience in regulating complex systems like electricity, most notably, but many others as well, insurance and so on. And the second, and perhaps just as important factor, is that It's public. So we can know, okay, what do tenant advocates think the number should be? What does IPONS, the Investment Property Owners Association, what do they think the number should be? What do citizens think? What do nonprofit housing providers think? What do developers think? We need to get all of those opinions there, and we need those opinions to be made public so that when the UARB at the end of the process says next year it's going to be 5%, then we can say, all right, I understand how that number was arrived at. So that is the first kind of section of the bill, and I think a really important part of it, because right now we're in a bit of a gray space where I think, again, as is the case with many decisions that I think should be independently arrived at, this one rests with Cabinet. And if I had complete confidence that Cabinet would show us their work and tell us how they arrived at the figure, maybe I would have, I'd be more comfortable with it, but that's not going to happen. And so I think that's the first step that we wanted to lay out here in this bill. And as it says here, the number is just the number, but there's other factors that need to go into it, which is why Section 3.3 of this bill says the process referred to in subsection 2, how we get to the rental increase number, must take into account housing affordability, cost of living, and market conditions, and include consultation with relevant stakeholders. That should be self-explanatory and obvious, but unless those factors are laid out in legislation, we don't know for sure that that's how those decisions are made. It could be a quick decision at the Cabinet table. And Mr. Speaker, I know we've been talking about AG reports a lot today, but there was one report about overspending that indicated that some Cabinet decisions are being made with no documentary support whatsoever, i.e. no piece of paper to justify why millions and millions of dollars are being spent. That's in the AG's report. $25 million in spending, for example, one project, no paper to justify it. So that gives me great concern, because if the government's going to set the rental increase every year, and we know that they're not always making decisions on the basis of evidence, then we should bring that decision out of the shadows into the light to an independent body. I think that's an absolute no-brainer. The second part of the bill here, Mr. Speaker, clauses, or sections 4 and 5, I should say, deal with the question of the rent cap itself, which, as I started by saying, is a difficult question. You know, I understand the need for a rent cap. I think it has value. I think we all see that. Is it a magic bullet for everything? No. If it were, I don't think we would see 11% rental increases in Halifax. It's part of a system. I don't think just sitting here and saying, hey, this needs to go on forever and ever is necessarily the right move. CMHC, for example, did a study on this several years ago on jurisdictions with and without rent caps, and the effect was unclear, was CMHC's conclusion. And so our position in this bill is that the rent cap, to give certainty, rather than just picking an arbitrary date, which is also an election year, rather than picking an arbitrary date, we say the rental cap will remain in place, rates set by an independent and expert body, the UARB, until we reach a vacancy rate of 4% as measured by CMHC. And I think that's a smart, common sense approach to this issue, because prior to the last 5 or 6 years in Halifax and other parts of Nova Scotia, we did have vacancy rates well above 4% in many areas, and certainly in Halifax, we were in the 3 to 4% range, which is considered healthy. And when you get to 3 to 4% vacancy, what you start to find is that prices level out. That's a basic supply and demand situation. So if you have 4% vacancy and you find yourself in an apartment and you think, well, this is too expensive, or I don't like the location, it's too far from work, it's not close to a bus route, it's too far from school, or I don't like my landlord. My landlord's difficult to deal with. You know, they're not coming here and fixing the sink. They're not here and fixing the leak on the roof. These things happen. We know that. They happen each and every day here in Nova Scotia. And if we have a 4% vacancy rate in Nova Scotia, then it's much easier for that tenant to say, you know what, I don't want to stay here. This is not the right place for me. I'm going to move. And there will be apartments available at comparable rates to what they're paying now. That's the way it was in Halifax for many, many years. When I was a student at Dow renting, that's the case. We had an apartment, we liked it. If we wanted to move, we could move down the street or around the corner very, very quickly, you know, within the next month, and pay basically what we were paying at our old place, or even less if we found a good deal. So when we get to 4%, our position here is that the rent cap should be lifted at that point, because unfortunately, one of the negative side effects of the rent cap, and this is what happens, is while it certainly benefits people who are in their apartments, the people who are punished unfairly are new people. So if you move into Nova Scotia from another province, or if you get a new job and you have to move to a different part of the town or the city or the province, you're not under the rent cap, as we all know. And so therefore, in order to cover losses that they might incur from the rent cap, landlords are incentivized to really increase prices substantially on new renters. That is a real phenomenon. That is something that happens. That is an unfortunate byproduct of the rent cap. Now, if you get to a 4% vacancy rate, which will take years, there's no doubt, it will take time to do that, but at least that is a target and a goal that makes sense. December 31st, 2025 makes no sense. It's just a date. It has no significance, no bearing to the housing market whatsoever. So our position on this has always been, from day one when we first tabled this legislation and when we've reintroduced it here, is that our response to the ongoing rental crisis in Nova Scotia should not be political, it should not be reactive, it should not be short-term in its thinking. It should be long-term, clear, simple, and fair. And I think this legislation achieves all of those goals. It allows for protection for renters while they need it, and they certainly need it today. I'm sure they will need it at the end of 2025. And unfortunately, I'm sure they're going to need it beyond that point, because it takes a long time to build housing. And if we're at 1% vacancy right now, to get to 4 will take thousands of units, thousands and thousands of units. And until we get to that point, renters need to be protected. They need to know that their rent is not going to increase by $500 or $600 year over year. And they also need to know that the decision as to what the maximum increase on the rent will be is made by an independent, nonpartisan body that has expertise in regulating complicated markets. There's no market more complicated than the electricity market. The UARB has been doing that for a long time. So to move these decisions to them on the housing market, the rental market in particular, yeah, makes a lot of sense to me, and is, I think, a fundamental part of this bill. So to sum things up, Mr. Speaker, the rental situation in Nova Scotia is getting worse, not better. There are less units available than there were 2.5 years ago. The units that are available, whether in Yarmouth, Sydney, Amherst, or Halifax, are more expensive than they were 2.5 years ago. We need clarity, we need expertise and nonpartisanship in this situation with rental prices, and we also need to know what we will do when we get to a healthy vacancy rate again. This bill does all of those things, and for those reasons, that's why obviously I support it. I think it's an excellent piece of legislation. I would urge the government to consider elements of it. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will move second reading of Bill number 420. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Halifax Chebucto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm happy to direct a few comments to the Liberals' proposed amendments to the Interim Residential Rental Increase Cap Act. And maybe a good place for me to begin in this discussion would be to remember where we were on this subject in Nova Scotia just 3.5 years ago. Where rental vacancies were at an all-time low. The market was unprecedentedly tight, and in at that time, unregulated rental market, landlords across the province were taking advantage of this situation to abandon their traditional practice of annual incremental rent increases in favor of sudden, dramatic rent increases, which we were seeing across the province and were resulting in large numbers of people being price forced out of homes that they or their families had been renting often for decades. And in this situation, not so very long ago, demonstrations were being held and petitions were being signed, and elected representatives were having their inboxes full of emails, and their lists of people to call back about rental problems was very, very long. And then, in November 2020, to the surprise of an awful lot of people, including me, the Liberal government, which had long stated its opposition to the principle of rent control, did the thing that plainly did need in that moment to be done. And they brought in a rent cap. I think it's worth remembering how in that November 2020 moment, there was an audible, almost an audible sigh of relief that went up across the whole province. And I think that so great was our and others' relief in that November 2020 moment that it's really only more lately that it has become clear to us what, in fact, a sad little truncated piece of business that rent cap was, and like those that have followed it, was and is, and how far short that rent cap was and the current rent cap is from the form of rent control that we ought to have in Nova Scotia, as it has been set out and as we have talked about it for now quite a long time in the NDP's Rental Fairness and Affordability Act. So some of the shortcomings of the first form of interim rent control, which was introduced in November 2020 and which have been followed in the various iterations of it that we've been living under since, some of these are addressed in the Liberal proposal, which my colleague has just spoken to, but a number of these shortcomings of the present rent control system, rent cap system, are not addressed there. In particular, I want to speak about three main shortcomings of the present system. The first such shortcoming is that the 2020 rent cap, like its 2022 and 2023 follow-ups, was not permanent rent control, but was rather a temporary measure. And we've seen how important this is, as every time one of these interim rent cap measures has come towards its conclusion, there's been an almost palpable sense of anxiety increase in the culture of Nova Scotia as we've got closer and closer to that interim rent cap's expiry date, and you can almost feel people registering the fact that they know that Conservatives are philosophically opposed to rent caps, that Liberals have spoken about their philosophical opposition to rent control, that the interim rent cap is coming towards an end, so they've wondered what in the world is going to happen here. And are we going to end up in a situation where this interim rent cap isn't going to be renewed? One place we hear this particularly is with seniors who might be looking to potentially downsize from being overhoused in larger family homes, but who say, quite reasonably in the present situation, that with the rent cap being simply a temporary matter, they don't know if a smaller apartment is a good idea or not, because circumstances could change, and we could, without permanent rent control, be quickly back in the bad old days of unaffordable, astronomical rent increases. So I want to say that I think it is a shortcoming of the present Liberal proposal that it's tied to times of vacancy levels that are 4% or less, and is not, therefore, the thing that we need, which is rent control is a permanent feature of the rental landscape. That's one. Now, secondly, we can see, I think, from our experience since November 2020, what a serious shortcoming it is of the current rent cap, that unlike the proposal that's come from our party, that the current rent cap is not universal. That is, it does not apply to all forms of residential tenancies, but only to continuous ones, and new tenancies, as my colleague had spoken about previously, are excluded. Now, this is, in my view, Mr. Speaker, the root of all residential tenancies evil, because it powerfully incentivizes landlords to find creative ways to get their tenants to leave, thereby getting new tenants to whom the rent cap will not apply and to whom they may then perfectly legally charge whatever the market will bear. Now, I think that in bringing forward this bill this afternoon, the Liberal Party ought to accept responsibility for being the authors of this very problem. When the first rent cap was brought in November 2020, it was universal. It was set out so that it applied to the rental unit, not the tenancy. But within days of its being instituted, under cover of a cabinet order in council, the Liberals reversed this and took the universality away by making the cap apply to tenancies rather than to units, which meant that new tenancies were exempted from the cap's provisions. This, I think, has led to all manner of misery since November 2020, and I think when the Liberal Party to bring forward a proposal modifying the interim rent cap, this is something that, in all honesty, ought to be taken account of and addressed. The third shortcoming that I want to speak about in the present interim rent cap is that I think it's so obvious to us now in a way that it was not obvious in that first flush of relief when a rent cap was brought in November 2020. It's obvious to us now that in addition to being permanent and universal, a really effective rent cap has to be comprehensive. That is, it has to cover the whole rental picture, the whole rental situation, the whole landscape. It can't be subject to being circumvented by various kinds of dodges and loopholes. Now, there are many such dodges, loopholes, and skirts around the rent cap operative at present in the Nova Scotia rental economy, as landlords have continued to demonstrate great creativity in finding ways around the rent cap. But absolutely chief and central amongst those dodges is the fixed term lease. And the result is that today in this city, it is virtually impossible to find a rental unit that is available through anything other than a fixed term lease. And this is why we find ourselves. Now, my colleague previously had spoken about this situation, but I don't think had properly identified the cause of it. This is why we find ourselves in as a province in the untenable and ridiculous situation that although the legislated rent cap is 5%, average rental cases increases in the province last year were 11%. This is why Nova Scotia's Provincial Housing Needs Assessment Report, which I'll table, found that the price of rental units that changed tenants, that got new tenants, in a time when the rent cap was 2%, that those rental units that changed tenants, the price went up by 28% in 2021 and 2022. This is not because rent control doesn't work. This is because we have a capless rent cap in Nova Scotia. So there are solutions to these problems. The solutions to these problems are found in lots of other jurisdictions which have rent control systems that have these three features. They are universal, they are comprehensive, and they are permanent. Now, this is what is exactly provided for in our province in our party's long-standing rent control legislative proposal, the Rental Fairness and Affordability Act, some of the features of which are included in the Liberal bill that is before us. As in most things, however, Mr. Speaker, the original is generally your better bet. Thank you.
I recognize the honourable member for Chester St. Margaret's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What can I say? You know, the tight rental market has definitely created hardship and worry for Nova Scotian tenants. I think that's something we can all agree with here. We know that rising costs of living is impacting Nova Scotians, and that some are struggling more than others. Years of neglecting to build more housing has led to a high competitive rental market that has impacted renters. It's why our government has supported the interim residential rent cap as a way to give tenants some form of stability and predictability in their rent costs whenever possible. At the same time, there are also cost issues for landlords. This is more so the case for smaller landlords who are renting to long-term tenants and struggling with the cost of maintenance and upkeep. Madam Speaker, used to Madam. Mr. Speaker, our government is listening both to tenants and landlords and the organizations that advocate for these groups. As MLAs, we represent both in our constituents, and it is important that we understand our policies. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was nice and quiet while everybody else spoke. Thank you to the Leader of the Opposition. I appreciate that. Sorry, get back on my notes here. Struggling with cost of maintenance and upkeep. Mr. Speaker, our government is listening both to tenants and landlords and the organizations that advocate for these groups. As MLAs, we represent both in our constituents, and it's important that we understand how policies would affect both parties and strive for balance. And while our government works hard to achieve balance in regulations to support both tenants and landlords, we know that the solution to the tight rental market is to build more housing. I am proud of the work that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing is doing by building up Nova Scotia faster. That action, our actions, the government's actions, includes the details laid out in the housing plan. It also includes the steps we've taken to restrict short-term rentals, support backyard and basement suites, and build more student housing. We eliminated the provincial portion of the HST on new residential rental buildings, and we're building 222 new public housing units, the first our province has seen in 30 years. In this year's budget, our government has also invested another $2.4 million to create more rent supplements for a total of $69.2 million to help keep 8,500 households. That is very good. We are also working hard to attract, train, and retain more skilled tradespeople to build the housing that this province needs. And Mr. Speaker, it's working. Nova Scotia led the Maritimes in 2022 in new housing starts, with 676 new starts per 100,000 population. That is a fantastic start. We see more new rental construction being built every day, both in HMR and across the province in rural areas as well. So, Mr. Speaker, as you can see, we're doing more to increase the options for Nova Scotians looking for a place to call home. And we believe once the number of new units increase, Nova Scotians will see more affordability. Mr. Speaker, I don't think it's a good idea to tie the end of the rent cap to a vacancy rate set by a third-party organization. Over the past 2 years, we have responded to the needs of Nova Scotians, both by extending the temporary rent cap and by increasing it to 5% in January. Another thing this bill would have us do is leave maximum rent increases up to the Utility and Review Board. Madam Speaker, that's not what the UARB is set up to do. It would be overrun with requests and complaints, which the department, I'm sorry, I'm losing my voice. That's a frog in my throat. Which the Department of Service Nova Scotia is better equipped to handle and does handle through the dedicated staff at our residential tenancy program. The program helps landlords and tenants resolve disputes they can't resolve themselves. Our government has worked hard to reduce wait times for hearings, and they're now about 4 weeks. And I have to say that I have actually, in my community, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, it used to take months. And now it is down to a short period of time, and I couldn't be happier because nobody wants to wait 3 months. And this is from someone who used to help people with their rental homes. The program works, Mr. Speaker, and I encourage all Nova Scotians to use it if they feel their landlord or tenant isn't following the Residential Tenancy Act. We are working both to protect tenants and to ensure that we aren't driving small landlords out of business. Many small landlords are our neighbors or family members or friends. They aren't making huge profits. They're providing a place for their fellow Nova Scotian to live. And like many tenants, they're facing significant challenges given the rising costs of living. Our government is working to help keep those smaller landlords in the market, because if they stop being landlords, their tenants also have to find a new place to live. Mr. Speaker, it's essential that our government continues to take action on the best solutions for our province's future. This means we have to be mindful about of both the needs of the tenants and landlords. We wish there was a quick solution that would allow us to flip a switch and solve the housing crisis overnight. But unfortunately, there isn't. Or every government, we wouldn't have this issue now. The housing crisis that we are in is a result of governments who neglected to invest in housing, whether that be public housing, student housing, or creating an environment for market housing to flourish. Sorry. Our government is making these investments and taking action so that we can build up Nova Scotia faster to deliver more homes for Nova Scotia. That's what we're focused on, Mr. Speaker. You know, the Interim Residential Cap Act ends December 31st, 25. It was always intended to be temporary. From the very beginning it was. We are focused on creating more housing as quickly as possible because we're confident that that will reduce the pressure on the housing market and give Nova Scotians more options. And it's only common sense. You build more homes, we have more homes for people to live in. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. And unless we do that, which is what we're doing, we're always going to be on this treadmill of having housing issues, whether it's affordable for medium, lower income people. It'll be a treadmill if we don't keep doing and going the way this government is going. We are, in the meantime, trying to balance the rights between both tenants and landlords through the residential tenancy program. The program works, and we encourage Nova Scotians to use it. And it does work, and I know it takes time. I mean, I said earlier about 4 weeks, and when you're in a situation where you're not happy, 4 weeks seems like an awful long time, but it's way better than what it was 3 years ago when you were waiting 2 or 3 months. So, you know, we're making steps forward to fix that. And the proof is in the numbers. I was about to say the proof is in the pudding, but I'm a little hungry, so. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, both landlords and tenant groups have opposing views on the rent cap. As do we all, it seems like, in this House. There's opposing views. Being against rent caps and tenant groups wanting permanent rent control established. The current structure of IRRICA, and I'm sure there's a fancy way of saying that, and the rent cap is designated to strike a balance. The rent cap was established as a temporary solution to help keep housing affordable while housing supply is increased, while ensuring existing landlords stay in business. And I know I've said the same thing twice in different ways, but I think it is very important to make sure that that point is clear, because it's a reality. My colleagues are asking me to say it again, but I won't put you or my voice through that. Well, they do say, actually, you have to say something 3 times for people to lock it in their head. So creating the structure outlined in Bill 420 of how much the rent cap amount should be established through the UARB and including consultations among stakeholders may create additional fiscal and staffing pressures that may not exist within Service Nova Scotia and the Residential Tenancy Program or the UARB. I think the important thing here is the keys to my messages is, well, I'll say it again. And 3rd time's the charm. The current structure of the IRRICA and the rent cap is designated to strike a balance. The rent cap was established for a temporary solution, so I'm hoping everybody picked up on that across the way. But the key messages here is that it was always intended to be temporary. We are focusing on creating more housing as quickly as possible. We're confident, very confident, this will reduce the pressure. And we are trying to balance the rights between landlords and tenants. And most people here have been politicians more than one term, or MLAs for more than one term, excluding myself and a few others. But we all know it's difficult to find that balance between tenants and landlords or whatever situation you're in. And there's no perfect solution to anything. And the reality is the best solution, the number one solution is building these public housing, is building housing, is helping non-for-profits. It's helping developers find ways, to make sure that they can build these things. We got to keep doing those things. We're going to keep doing these things. I appreciate the member of Bedford South and introducing the bill, I think, yesterday, March 5th. I'm not 100%, but I appreciate that. And I understand, sitting on the opposition side, how it would be advantageous to try to push things, but we're going about this the right way. You're looking at the time. Sorry, I'm almost done. Take it home. Take it home. Yeah, so we feel it is going the right way. The 222 new housing units, the first time in 30 years. These things are the path forward to making sure that everybody has a house to live in and that we have an affordable stock for people of a lower income. And so again, I appreciate what the member across the floor is saying, but we're on a path, we're on a right path, and you know what? And I'm very proud of what this government and the minister is doing. So with that being said, and my time running out,
And your voice.
and my voice as well, I will just say thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the opposition on both sides, because I can't really tell what the unofficial opposition wants, but I can read the bill clearly, and so thank you. Excuse me. I'm speaking. We have rules. But the unofficial opposition, like I said earlier, but the official opposition, I appreciate what the official opposition has put on the floor, and I appreciated reading it last night, and I appreciate speaking on it so that way I could brag.
Order. That concludes your time. I recognize the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first want to thank the member for Bedford South for tabling, I think, a thoughtful bill that clearly demonstrates, I think we are the only party that is trying to separate the politics around housing to actually finding solutions to it. I think that's been made very clear in the debate here today. We've heard from the member opposite on the governing side that this province is on the right path. I want to tell you, Mr. Speaker, we are not on the right path. We have had the highest rental increases in the country. We have gone from being one of the most affordable places to live in Canada to one of the most expensive. The housing pressure, the cost of the rental market is key among those living cost increases that people have experienced. And this current rent cap is not working, and the evidence is very clear on that. If this rent cap was working, we would not be leading the country in increase in rents. If this rent cap was working, we wouldn't be limiting the amount of new development like we are right now. We have serious problems here that this piece of legislation actually addresses with the rent cap regulatory framework. Here's the issues. If you lived in an apartment and signed your lease before the rent cap was brought in, you've been very well protected. Your rent is probably below market at this point, and you're safe and you're comfortable. However, if you are a young person that's graduating, that's leaving their family home, if you are a new immigrant coming in to Canada from abroad or from other provinces, you are facing inflated rental prices, which are subsidizing the rents of those that are currently benefiting from the rent cap. We have a discriminatory regime right now where any new entries, again, whether it's a young person coming out into the housing market or a senior trying to sell their family home and downsizing, or a new person coming to this province, moving here, you are facing inflated rental costs as a result of this discriminatory regime that we have in place, a regime that was meant to be temporary. What we have suggested here is a reasonable way forward that not only will treat all renters fairly under universal regulations, but also ensure we are not damaging the economics around housing so that landlords, developers can actually build new buildings and landlords can upkeep their current properties. So there's two big issues that are happening right now because of the current rent cap. One, new entries are being discriminated against and paying inflated rental prices. That's very clear because we have the highest rental increases in the country, despite this wrap. The secondary problem we're creating is damaging the economics of a free housing market that is impacting landlords' ability to invest in their properties, that is impacting smaller developers' ability to develop new properties. And the reason for that is because they're losing or can't make money off these properties. And the system is built around private investment and making sure that we have a housing market that is healthy. This regulation would take into consideration the new renters that are coming into the market and being discriminated against, the need to protect them from inflated rents, while treating those currently under the rent cap fairly, under the same regulation. And also it would involve assessing the increased costs that building owners have, whether it's their insurance that has gone up, I think, over 100% in the last couple of years, or maintenance costs going up, labor costs. All these cost pressures are mounting, and we can't hide from that. We have to speak honestly about it. And it is impacting our ability in this province to build new stock, to build affordable stock, and to upkeep the housing stock that we have. This deals with all of these things. It also sunsets this regulation when we know we are going to get into a healthy housing market that will self-regulate itself. When we have a vacancy rate of 3 to 4%, all the economic evidence, all the historical evidence shows that the housing market, the rental market, remains stable. We saw that over 8 years of our government. We had a healthy vacancy rate. If someone wasn't happy with the level of service they were getting from their building owner or their rents, they had options. It is a supply and demand issue. Now, the government opposite is quick to point fingers and blame past governments for the situation that we're in, despite the fact that during the last decade, we had affordable rents in this city, in this province. We didn't have a housing crisis. The government is right that there is a supply and demand issue. So let me ask you, Mr. Chair, who's trying to double the population when we've run out of houses? Is it past governments or is it the current government? There is a supply and demand issue here. And we have a government, because they think it makes good headlines, that has promised Nova Scotians they're going to double the population of this province when we have literally run out of houses, when we've run out of civic infrastructure capacity for sewage and wastewater, when our schools are at capacity, when government services are at capacity. So yeah, there is a supply and demand issue. It's been created by this government and an overzealous immigration plan that is not taking into consideration the housing stock we have and the fact that we've run out of it. And it is not just creating issues in the rental market for people. The cost of rent, which is what we're discussing in this bill, because this is the supply part of the question. It is creating a situation when new people come here, whether they're coming from other provinces or other countries, they can't find a place to live. They are living a sub-quality life as a result of this. So if the government wants to get high and mighty and say, well, it should have been past governments planning for our plan to double the population, they're wrong. And they need to take responsibility for that. This is the government that said they're going to double the population. This is the premier that says that in every single speech that he gives, he's committed to this, when we've literally run out of housing. So yes, this is a supply and demand issue. And the government is creating greater supply of people while we don't keep up with supply of housing. And that is a big part of this problem. And we see, again, the government saying they've got a plan and a path forward. There's no plan, there's no path forward. Young people coming up in this province are looking at the most expensive housing market that we've seen since the 80s. Young people are looking at the most expensive rental market that we've seen. And we've got a government that won't allow those people growing up in Nova Scotia to have a chance because they want to double the population when we run out of housing. And until the government recognizes that they've got to slow the tap down a little bit because the water bucket is overflowing in housing, we're not going to get anywhere with this, and we're going to be chasing our tail, and more people are going to struggle as a result of this. This is not a path forward, and the arbitrary rent cap that's been put in place is nothing more than kicking this issue, this can, down the road until the election cycle's over. That's all it is. That's not a plan. It's reactionary, performative politics. Again, from a premier that promised building owners that he would scrap the rent cap regime. Another promise broken. And again, it's not based on strategic thinking. It's not based on a plan. It's not based on building a good process to actually take a hard look at the rental market and how to regulate it smartly so that we don't damage the housing market, and that we don't hurt new people trying to come into the market. It's based on just getting this issue off their desk until the next election's over. And that is consistent with everything we've seen from this government. Now, the NDP, on the other hand, pretend that we can't pay attention to the economics of housing. That the ability for landlords and developers to build shouldn't even be considered, or the economics of housing doesn't matter. That is also wrong. That is pandering to people who are struggling to make ends meet, who are struggling with higher rents. It's telling them that the NDP has an answer to this when they don't. They don't have an answer to this. Their answer is to tax vacant lots more and to continuously intervene in the rental market, which is, here's what's going to happen. Because again, the economics matter. It's supply and demand. It's also the economics of buildings that we're building. Nobody's going to invest in new building. Nobody's going to invest in their properties if those properties are losing money. They're going to go bankrupt. They're going to go to the bank. The bank is going to sell them in tax sales, or municipalities are going to sell them. It is a failed thought experiment. And it's not going to work here. We have to be reasonable about this. We do have to consider the economics of housing, the cost to building owners. That has to factor into what we're looking at. The cost of power going up by 14%, the cost of maintenance going up, the cost of goods and services going up. All of these things do matter in the housing market, and the NDP pretend we can just ignore all these things, freeze all the revenue streams for people that are investing their own capital and taking risks to build our neighborhoods, to keep our buildings alive, to rent to people. And they think we can just ignore that. And I mean, what's going to happen when we've got taxes going up on vacant lots? That increased cost to that landowner, who do you think is going to pay for that, Mr. Chair? It's going to be passed on to the home buyer of that property, or it's going to be passed on to the tenant. Increasing the costs for people on their land and to do business is not going to be borne by the individuals who have to pay for this. It's going to be borne by the individuals who need the housing. And that's something that the NDP seem to think isn't going to happen, but it is. It's not going to work. If we're going to be smart about this, we can't ignore the housing market. We can't say we can't have a free housing market anymore. Right now, it does need to be regulated because we do not have a healthy housing market, because the vacancy rate is close to zero. People don't have choices right now, which is why we do support regulating the cost of rent in a way that is universal, that ensures there's not a discriminatory rent regime in the province where people who've been renting for a long time benefit and new people that have to rent don't. That is discrimination. But we also recognize that if we can actually have a housing environment in Nova Scotia where also the cost of the land of the building owners and developers is factored in and is considered in the equation, we can have a regulatory framework that is not going to create ghettos in Nova Scotia, that is not going to price people, newcomers and young people and seniors who want to downsize out of their homes, out of the housing market. And we do know, based on historical economic data, that a healthy vacancy rate will self-regulate those markets. We're seeing that in Austin right now, in Austin, Texas. That city's been very progressive on the housing front. They have built more supply, not by how the government has tried to build more supply by creating a regime where developers can get side deals with the province. They've actually based it on rules. And what's happened? They've seen their rent go down 7% because they have vacancies. So the housing market, when it's healthy, actually works. The NDP doesn't like a free market. Okay, we can ignore it all we want, but we are not going to build enough public housing to get us out of this mess. I'll tell you that right now. We can't tax ourselves out of this mess either. We've got to be smart about it. This piece of legislation can create a reasonable regulatory framework for rent control that is fair to all tenants, that will also not disincentivize new development or investment in properties, that won't incentivize ghettos developing over the next number of years because building owners can't invest in their properties, and that gives us an off-ramp to get back to a free market when we get to a healthy vacancy rate. If we're going to get to a healthy vacancy rate, we've got to be honest about it. This government needs to pump the gas on trying to double the population when we run out of houses. Because if we don't do that, if we don't deal with that part of the issue in our supply of people and the demand that that's creating, we are not going to build enough houses to get us out of this. We will never have a healthy vacancy rate in the near future. And we will be trapped in this situation for the foreseeable future. So I won't be told by the government opposite that it's somebody else's problem and it's somebody else's fault. This government has the policy to double the population. We had a healthy housing market with healthy vacancy for a number of years in this province. And this government has failed to deliver a real plan that's going to deliver more housing, that's more affordable, and to have a reasonable rent regulation regime that's fair to all people. They can change that by passing this bill.
Order. I recognize the honourable member for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Pleased to speak for a few minutes. I'm not sure exactly how much time I have left, on 5 minutes or so on this bill. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, it's a bill that rather the topic of the bill is one that we spoke about many times on the floor of the legislature, and I'm sure it won't be the last time. I do want to address some of the characterization from the members opposite, particularly the leader of the official opposition, pertaining to our government's responsibility and pointing fingers, and not dealing with issues that are on our desk. The fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are a number of challenges that Nova Scotians are facing every day, whether it be the affordability crisis, whether it be the housing crisis, and we're not shying away and turning a blind eye or pointing fingers to previous governments, Mr. Speaker. We're accepting that we have a responsibility to act, and we're doing so. I think Budget 24-25 speaks volumes to that, Mr. Speaker, and speaks to our investments in Nova Scotians. Speaks to investments that we're making to build this province up, to build the housing that we need, to build the healthcare infrastructure that we need, to build the road infrastructure that we need, and I could go on, Mr. Speaker. I believe it was my honourable colleague, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the member from Kings North, has referenced many times deferred maintenance, and perhaps that's a little bit of finger pointing to the previous governments, Mr. Speaker. But that is the fact. There was a lot of deferred maintenance, and the member opposite likes to say issues that are on our desk, but I think some of them are perhaps issues that were left on their desk when they were ministers in previous government, Mr. Speaker. But again, we're not shying away from the fact that we have a lot of work ahead of ourselves. The assertions, Mr. Speaker, that as a government, whether it's progressive conservative, NDP, Liberal, or any other stripe for that fact, Mr. Speaker, can control global external factors, whether it be mortgage rates or inflation or supply chain issues or labor shortages, or I could go on. All realities that the construction industry are facing. That's completely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. I don't care what party's on this side of the aisle. No government's going to be able to control that. And to insinuate that we can, I think we could debate that till we're blue in the face, Mr. Speaker, and perhaps the opposition would ring some bells by doing so during that debate. We're happy to be here. We're very happy to be here, Mr. Speaker, and that's one thing I'll say.
Order. Okay, let's order. You know, I think of what my young fella's teacher says. He says, are you being your best selves today? So I just asked, in context, we could keep that in mind. I recognize the Honourable Minister for Service Nova Scotia and Internal Services.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not shying away from being here and doing the good work on behalf of the people of Nova Scotia with my colleagues on this side of the House. We were elected to govern, we're elected to serve our constituents, and whether that's 9 to 9, 12 to 12, so be it. We're here to do that work, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of hard-working Nova Scotians that go to work every single day, that do shift work, and when the shift work is done, they go beyond that, Mr. Speaker. So guess what? I'm not shying away from that.
You're here.
Been there, actually. Mr. Speaker, I think some of that deferred maintenance that my colleague spoke about and the challenges that we're faced with today in the housing marketplace, Mr. Speaker, were a failure to predict. Failure to predict that Nova Scotia is a province of opportunity, a province of growth that we're accepting, Mr. Speaker. And we are very fortunate to welcome newcomers to our province. We're very fortunate that we have targeted supports to welcome these newcomers to our province and being strategic in welcoming these people that we need in Nova Scotia, whether it be skilled tradespeople, whether it be healthcare professionals, and I could go on, Mr. Speaker. We know that Nova Scotia needs people to build houses, people to build schools, people to build hospitals and roadways, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're getting it done, Mr. Speaker. So we're not shying away from the responsibility ahead of us. And that's in front of us right now, Mr. Speaker. And we'll continue to take the right step forward to support Nova Scotians, to make the investments in the people of this province. And I have confidence in everyone on this side of the aisle, Mr. Speaker, in my cabinet colleagues and the caucus colleagues that support the work of our government, that we're moving in the right direction. Thank you very much.
Order. Pursuant to the time allotted for the debate on this bill has elapsed. Pursuant to Rule 20, subsection 2, the debate is deemed to be adjourned. I recognize the Honourable Honourable House Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I loved your comments there. You know what I mean? Reminded me. You're in Waterford days. The next bill we're going to call is Bill 405, the HST Reduction Act.
Bill number 405, the HST Reduction Act. I recognize the Honourable Member for Kings South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to stand and rise and speak on Bill 405, the HST Reduction Act. And my comments will be first outlining why we need tax relief in this province. Then I will speak a bit about debunking the government's position that this budget, in fact, their claim that it provides tax relief. Then I'll speak about whether we can afford this, where I will touch upon the increased revenues and as well the Auditor General's report that outlines clearly where so much money is going and moving off the books for Nova Scotians. So why do we need tax relief? Well, the Minister of Finance has stated that this was the #1 request during budget consultations. And I think everyone in this House can agree with that. Nova Scotians are hurting. They are struggling. Affordability is top of mind to so many Nova Scotians. We've had large bumps in inflation these past 3 years at 4%, 7.5%, and 4.5%. And that's putting considerable pressure on Nova Scotians, both low-income and middle-income Nova Scotians. The cost of housing, we talked about rent control not doing its job with rent increases of 19% in Nova Scotia. And of course, Nova Scotians are finding it extremely difficult with food inflations, their ability to feed their families, and that is exhibited through the very, very high use in our food banks and the growing lines. So these are serious issues for Nova Scotians, and they are looking to us as legislators, to this government, to provide some tax relief. Now, the other reason that tax relief is necessary is for the competitiveness of our province. And with the highest taxes in the country, it's very difficult for us to attract businesses and the employees that are going to work in those businesses to Nova Scotia. We have the highest provincial tax rates in the country. We have the highest HST, and that's why we are proposing that we reduce the HST, because the need for tax relief is there to support Nova Scotians and for our ability to compete across this Canada, in this world, for business. So while we remain the highest tax jurisdiction in the country, we are losing ground. I noticed in the budget this year, the budget has revised downward their estimates for GDP for this province. That should be a concern for government. a government that is on a freewheeling spending spree, and it's easy to spend money when times are good, but you actually have to keep some money in the bank for when times are bad. And this government is increasing debt and deficits and still punishing Nova Scotians with the highest taxes in the world, while that government is receiving massive tax increases. So let's talk a little bit about this budget and the claims by the finance minister and the premier of this province on the tax relief provided in this budget. Well, the tax relief, if you talk about what ending bracket creep, which we support and is long overdue, is a total in this budget of $13 million. And we put that in the context of the budget showing that the government of Nova Scotia is going to take in $4.1 billion in personal taxes. 13.4. But it's actually not even providing tax relief. Ending bracket creep is not lowering taxes, it's removing a hidden tax increase. And if you don't believe me, there's been several articles from the Taxpayers Federation and from the Fraser Institute recently published in response to this budget. And many people don't understand bracket creep, and I certainly wonder whether our premier understands bracket creep. And for the premier to talk about this as Premier's words were, "This is an incredible form of tax relief for Nova Scotia, absolutely incredible. I personally believe it is the biggest, $13.4 million of removing a hidden tax increase. And it is now the biggest form of tax relief in the province in history." The Minister of Finance is quoted as saying, "The number one ask by Nova Scotians in this year's budget consultation was for tax relief, and they're going to get it." These two statements are completely false. Let's hear from the Taxpayers Federation. From 29th of February. "Bracket creep happens when governments don't move tax brackets with inflation, and inflation can automatically bump taxpayers into a higher tax bracket, even though they can't actually afford to buy anything more. A bright spot for taxpayers is that Houston is finally ending the sneaky backdoor income tax hike known as bracket creep. But Houston needs to cut spending, stop racking up red ink, and provide taxpayers with further relief."
No names.
Oh.
Yeah, we got it.
Order. I'm sorry, it doesn't matter. You're not allowed to use a person's name. I recognize the honourable member for King South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was referring to the Premier, of course. My apologies. From the Alex Whalen, as the Director of Atlantic Canada Policy at the Fraser Institute, provided the following opinion article. Quoted, "While it is certainly welcome news, it is not a tax cut, and it does not meaningfully change Nova Scotia's overall tax problem. Goes on to say, with this budget, the government had an opportunity to restrain spending and improve the province's finances and position itself for serious tax relief going forward. It failed to take advantage of that opportunity, which is government's prerogative. However, trumpeting the largest tax cut in Nova Scotia's history, quotes, when it's neither historic nor a true tax cut is quite a stretch, particularly given that the true problem remains unresolved. Why can we afford this? Personal income taxes in this province have gone up $1.2 billion in 4 years, 43%. HST has gone up $850 million, or 45% in 4 years. Commercial income tax, $340 million, or 82% in 4 years. The government's received $1.1 billion more in equalization payments, an increase of 53% from the federal government. Total revenues for the government of Nova Scotia in the last 4 years, including this upcoming budget, has increased 39%. Total revenues of $4.4 billion. And the government's on a spending spree. And I know we'll hear all about the things that Nova Scotia want, and we're spending things on what Nova Scotia wants. But the Auditor General's report released yesterday gives us some very clear indication of where this money is going. And it's actually not going to projects this year. The March spending, the March madness of this government when they get their windfalls that they didn't anticipate, is to throw it out the door as quickly as they can in any way feasible and try and run a deficit so that they can tell Nova Scotians that we're really working on all the problems that you care about. The Auditor General has indicated she only looked at $433 million of $1 billion of additional appropriations last year. That $1 billion is 4 cents of HST. As much as $737 million, 86% of that money out the door, taxpayers' money, which this government gave to organizations across the province, has not been spent. 86% of it. Some of them are for multi-year projects. Why aren't we funding those in the year that we actually have to fund them? Instead, we're giving the money out the door, in which the Auditor General has shown us that there were no strings, in some cases no paper. Some universities didn't even know the money was coming and didn't have a project, but suddenly $25 million appeared. It's absolutely insane. We've lost millions of dollars of interest revenue. And what's interest revenue? Well, we can't put that money on the debt. We have to pay interest. Uh, 11 out of the 11 projects, there was no immediate spending need for any of them. While Nova Scotians have a need for tax relief, real tax relief. The government has to stop chasing headlines, announcing projects that nobody's even thought of. Throw money out the door, waste taxpayers' dollars, continue to mount up massive debt. Because when times turn bad, then we'll be looking at our debt to GDP and saying, well, we can't do anything. We found no evidence that these projects needed upfront funding. Fiscal capacity alone is a poor rationale to distribute public funds in advance of need. The words of the Auditor General. And what Nova Scotians should be really shocked and concerned about is this government's blatant disregard for the opinions of the Auditor General and disagreeing with the Auditor General. Nova Scotians need tax relief. There's an affordability crisis. And this government wants to send out hundreds of millions of dollars to sit in somebody else's bank account while they struggle for food. That's why we've brought this bill in. A 2% HST cut would return $500 million to Nova Scotians. I hope I have shown you, the Nova Scotians, that a 2% HST drop is affordable, and Nova Scotians deserve tax release, and Bill 405 will provide that. I now move Bill 405. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, I reckon. Order. Second reading was moved last week. We will continue debate. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Phew, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to get up and speak to this bill. And I'm happy to speak about the issue of affordability in general. Madam Speaker, we know that so many Nova Scotians are feeling the pinch, feeling the crunch of the current cost of living crisis. In Dartmouth North, which is the area I represent, for years we were known, and in fact my predecessor, the Honourable Joanne Bernard, I think was credited with saying this, and I agreed with her at the time, that Dartmouth North, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think it was Joanne, Dartmouth North is #1 on the list of all the bad things. And it was cherry pie, and then and last on the list of all the good things. I apologize to Joanne. And that is true, and that is why there has always been a significant, a look at Dartmouth North as an area of deep need. We have the highest, percentage of people living in rental housing in Dartmouth North. We have the highest amount of people on income assistance in Dartmouth North. We have very little in the way of health services, although I think that's changing. It's supposed to be changing this year, and so. What that means is, since I've been elected, since 2017, essentially my office is an extremely busy place. And on a daily basis, we meet people in our office who are struggling to make ends meet. And this is not the odd person that comes in. This is the usual. This is the norm. The unusual person who is someone who comes in and asks for pins and flags because their kid is going to a tournament somewhere. That's the exception to the rule of who spends time in the Dartmouth North constituency office. And of course, my office is there to serve everyone. And but I do want to say that I feel like speaking about the affordability crisis as the person who has the privilege of representing the community of Dartmouth North, I feel like I've got some special insight into this topic. And I guess I would go further just in my intro here to say that nowadays, with the current cost of living crisis, the folks that used to come into the office who were living on the edge, they were extremely vulnerable and came from a population that was extremely vulnerable, had often lived in precarious housing or were facing housing precarity, always had lived in poverty, and they had all kinds of reasons for coming in. But now I see people who are coming in for whom these issues and problems are new. And that speaks to me and tells me that things have changed. Definitely. And so I remember speaking, and I've referenced this time and time again, but I remember in July or August of 2020, I guess, or 2019, it was before the pandemic, when things started changing on the housing front in Dartmouth North, when people began to come in because they were getting evicted for no reason, or they couldn't find a place to live. And I said to my caucus colleagues at that time, I said, something is going on and it's going to get bad. And it's continued to get worse and worse and worse. And so now we see ourselves, everyone, the middle class is the quote unquote the lower class, but the middle class, people who are working, families who have two parents working or two adults working, and good jobs, quote unquote, well-paid jobs, they are having trouble making ends meet too. They are worried about their power increases. They are worried about their cost of groceries. So this now is a crisis that is affecting so many more people. And it's always been a crisis for lots of people, Madam Speaker. But the cost of essentials have been rapidly rising in this case in the last couple of years. Everything from power to food to fuel and housing, everybody is now feeling the pinch. We know that the cost of groceries has increased 6% over last year and 13% over the year before. Last year's Food Bank Canada report noted that 53% of people in Nova Scotia feel that they're worse off than they were a year ago. And this is a higher proportion than in any other province. We also know the stats about child poverty and about food insecurity for children and not children. Power rates have increased 13.6% in 2 years. Families all over the province are struggling to make ends meet. And so we agree, and I've always agreed, that people need a break. So that's why we're putting ideas forward, and that's why we for years have been putting these ideas forward to help average Nova Scotians who are facing rising housing costs, food costs, energy costs, and with wages that just aren't keeping up. So ideas like the one we recently announced, ideas like moving unnecessary vehicle fees. So the sticker on your license plate, for instance. My colleague, the leader of the New Democratic Party, likes to say it is the most expensive sticker you'll ever buy, and largely unnecessary. But then we have older policies, older ideas that we've talked about. And before, that reminds me, Madam Speaker, before I go into this exhaustive list of suggestions, may I just reference for a moment our feisty and lively question period that we had today, where the NDP was accused of being negative about everything, about needing to get positive, Madam Speaker. And I have always thought that we do a pretty darn good job of being positive. In fact, I have made the joke over and over again that we're not just the opposition, Madam Speaker, but we're the proposition, because we like to make proposals. We have ideas. And so ideas like rent control. My colleague eloquently spoke about a rent control system in Nova Scotia that would actually address the needs of renters, while at the same time addressing needs of landlords. Allowing our piece of legislation on rent control allows for landlords to make application to raise a rent higher than whatever the CPI is, if they can show that they need to because of renovations or floods or fires or whatever. So it does meet the needs of landlords and renters. We also have called for, wait for it, a living wage. In Nova Scotia, or in Halifax, I should say, the living wage has now been determined to be $26 an hour. And workers in Halifax that are making a minimum wage are making almost $11 less than that. That is untenable and makes things impossible. It makes it impossible to make ends meet. We've also called for free birth control and menstrual products. Ding, ding, ding. Guess what, folks? The NDP in Ottawa is making that happen for us, which I'm very grateful about. But you know what? That's going to save a lot of people a lot of money every month. Here's another idea, a low-income power rate, Madam Speaker. Well, guess what? We are currently debating a massive bill that will restructure the electricity system in Nova Scotia. If we don't take the opportunity to contemplate, at the very least contemplate, lower power or a low-income power rate while we are debating this massive bill, pardon me, shoving it through the legislative process, Madam Speaker, then we are doing all Nova Scotians a disservice.
Hear, hear.
As I quoted the great Tracy Chapman last week, if we don't do it now, then when? We could also ban power disconnections. That is also something that could be contemplated in the debate of that bill, of Bill 404, but I don't think it's going to happen. We could expand the home warming program. You know, heat pumps and whatnot. Heat pumps save a heck of a lot of money, Madam Speaker, but a lot of people don't have them because it's expensive to put them in the first place. Now, we in the Public Accounts Committee, well, the whole province saw the Auditor General's report on over budget spending yesterday and this morning, and there is a whack of money that Efficiency Nova Scotia has been given by the government to do programs. So let's make sure, and you know, listen, I love Efficiency Nova Scotia, but let's make sure that people are able to access energy efficient programs and instruments, whatever they're called, things that will make their power bills go down. Because if we can't get the rates to go down, we can at least get the bills to go down, Madam Speaker. So heat pumps for everyone.
Yes.
Insulation. I can't insulate my house because it's insulated with seaweed. It's a big problem. But most people can. Building codes. Let's change the building codes so that we make sure we're building warm, well-built, efficient homes in the first place to reduce people's costs. These are all great ideas that could help with the cost of living. Oh, I know. Eliminate pharmacare co-payments, Madam Speaker. Universal food program, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, before you call me out of order, I will reiterate what I'm doing here is I'm suggesting some things that will bring down costs for Nova Scotians. And so this bill is calling for a reduction in HST. I'm suggesting other ways we can bring down costs for Nova Scotians. A universal school food program, check. We're getting that. NDP has been calling for that for a long time. Increase and index affordable living tax credit. That's a good idea. How about a senior's income benefit, Madam Speaker? Most provinces in this country have a senior's income benefit. If you qualify for the OAS and the GIS,
much better
whatever it's called, then you automatically get a senior's income benefit. Not in Nova Scotia. You get $650, $750, $750 one time. The other way would help seniors who are struggling to make ends meet in a much more predictable way and about more money. So how about paid sick days? Good one. How about we stop tip theft and stop wage theft, Madam Speaker? So people who are working in the service industry, the service economy, which is the underpinning of our tourism industry, by the way, sometimes they have to fight to keep their tips. If you are struggling to make ends meet, Madam Speaker, you need to use your tips and keep your tips. So let's bring in legislation to stop tip theft. We could also index and increase the HARP. So while we do think that discussions about affordability need to talk about taxes, we do. And I'm back on the taxes, Madam Speaker. We need to make sure that the system is fair and works for Nova Scotia, and that's why the NDP government eliminated HST on essential items like children's clothing, like on groceries, and diapers and books. So we did that when we were in government, and we think it might be a good idea to axe any tax on items bought in the grocery store. So we have proposed that as well. And home heating. The Liberals were unsupportive of the measures, of these tax break measures. It wasn't long ago It wasn't long ago that Steve McNeil voted against taking HST off power bills and home heating. In fact, the Liberals voted 8 times to tax home heating and energy. So I think many Nova Scotians, like us, are skeptical of the big promises that the Liberals do make in opposition. We've heard this before. Oh, how our friends in the government often point out the fact that the Liberal Party could have done lots of these things when they were in power for 8 years.
Order. I asked that a little more self-control happens in the House. I understand the passion from the members, but please respect the person that is speaking. And I asked the person speaking to please respect the bill that we are speaking about today. And I understand, but your yo-yo is coming to the end of the string and you don't haul it back fast enough. So please. I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth North.
Thank you, but actually I was talking about the bill specifically in this moment, Madam Speaker, because this bill is suggesting that we cut the HST by 2%. I was just merely saying that when they were in government, the people that wrote this bill, when they were in government, they voted against cutting the HST from power bills and home heating costs. So I think, like many Nova Scotians, people are skeptical of these big ideas when they're in opposition. The Liberals have been promising a gas tax cut since 2009, but despite 8 years in government, with the current leader of the Liberal Party in cabinet, this never happened. So why would Nova Scotians trust them on this idea? I have so much more to say, Madam Speaker. Yeah, I know. So anyway, I will close with saying, take our ideas, make things better for Nova Scotians. Thanks.
Thank you. And again, I appreciate the passion, but let's try to all grab some control here and respect the person that's talking at the time. I recognize the honourable member for Colchester North.
So thank you, Madam Chair. I rise today to discuss the impact to Nova Scotians should the HST be reduced by 2%. This decrease in the HST revenue would equate to a projected loss of $500 million, jeopardizing the sustainability of critical government programs. So let's talk a little bit about what would happen to the residents of Colchester North if we had, and Nova Scotia, I should add, if we had, I'm looking at the clock already. So, anyway, yeah, let's talk for a minute what would happen to the residents of Colchester North and Nova Scotia if we had that $500 million less. So, as I've sat here and after I had kind of prepared my remarks and listened to much of what's been said, there's been a lot of talk about vulnerable Nova Scotians. And we all care deeply about vulnerable Nova Scotians. And so I worry about, it's a fanciful idea to talk about reducing taxes. We know we would all love to have that, but who's it going to impact? And that's, for me, that's a $1 million question. You know, there's lots of ways we could critique each other, you know, but I think we need to really understand that. And so the other, you know, just now we talked, there was discussion about costs of energy and some discussion about some comments the AG had made with respect to funding that was didn't go through this House. And you know, I think it's been pretty common consensus throughout this legislature since I got here, the move towards heat pumps and the benefits that Nova Scotians receive from heat pumps with respect to both reducing carbon and reducing the cost of heating. You know, I want to note that you know, this government has just recently announced for moderate income Nova Scotians, and I'm not exactly sure what that threshold is, but moderate income Nova Scotians can now get a free heat pump. Now that's big stuff. So rural communities across this province are full of hardworking people. These people work to provide programs and services that enrich the lives of their neighbors. In my community, the West Colchester Recreation Association, in a very small rural community that struggles to keep the rec center open, were recipients of the rink revitalization fund. Am I going to go back to them and say, oh, sorry guys, get out there, get those, let's go get some more blocks of cheese and see if we can sell them because I haven't got the money for you for the, the revitalization fund. And what about the what about the Colchester Transportation Co-op? Although we do love to support the farmers by selling cheese, I just had to throw that in there. Should we no longer be working to support their efforts to improve transportation across our communities? The government invested $10 million in every volunteer fire brigade in Nova Scotia. That's $3.5 million across 340 organizations. So do you expect me to go to Onslow, Belmont, or North River, or whoever, and say, sorry guys, guys and gals, we just can't work with this anymore, so we're not going to be able to give you the money. While I'm on the fire brigade, I want to refer back to, I don't remember exactly, I think it was 18 or 19, the presumptive cancer coverage chair, the funding that we put into that early on in our mandate that they had been asking for years, okay? So again, that's kind of, I think, what you would call maybe discretionary funding, I don't know, but I'm quite certain that right at this moment, there are TVs and fire stations all over Nova Scotia are huddled around watching this and wondering what's going to happen to their presumptive cancer care. What? Oh yeah, I hope so. Yeah, I expect they are, because I certainly did appreciate it. Anyway, our government has committed to making progress on major areas of needs in this province. Healthcare, housing, infrastructure, all those challenges caused from nearly a decade of stagnant investment. And I think that's a key critical word there, stagnant investment. You can see the numbers in the budget. Billions of dollars are being spent to make meaningful change and improve the lives of Nova Scotians. Madam Speaker, in a time when we hear constantly from people struggling most, we need support. To think that this is the time to tighten our belts does not feel right to me. The message from the opposition is cutting HST will provide relief to Nova Scotians. And I recall a conversation in this House before the budget was actually tabled, and there was discussion about both the HST reduction and bracket and creep and that sort of thing. And opposition later said bracket creep, Nova Scotians could sustain the impact of bracket creep. So the message that I get from that is so we're not working to sustain Nova Scotians. We're working to uplift them. That's a challenge, and you can't do that without funding. To support Nova Scotians, to provide new opportunities and reform systems that have been neglected for far too long. Our government is dedicated to delivering initiatives that save Nova Scotians money. And people across the province count on our government for assistance. And so let's just talk for a minute about Seniors Care Grant. And we've discussed that many times here. We've been criticized for it. I can't imagine why. But, anyway, the Seniors Care Grant, which assists our most vulnerable citizens by providing funding for things like health care services, for their health and wellness, and for things like foot care, physiotherapy, and mental health support. For home heating and repairs and regular heating maintenance, home cleaning, organizing with help, and downsizing or moving. Is this a program we'll cut? I don't know. I mean, but something's going to have to go if you're going to reduce the budget by $500 or $500 million. So how about the heating assistance rebate? You know, a program which assists low and moderate income residents with heating costs including oil, electricity, natural gas, wood, and wood pellets. So is that something that we're going to, you know, is that, you know, there's a million things here that we could consider, and some will probably say, well, you know, that's just talk or whatever. But you know, opposition said here earlier this week or last week, money doesn't grow on trees, right? So I guess it's got to come from somewhere. So the affordable living tax credit assists residents who are the most vulnerable in our society make ends meet. And is this another one of those programs that will be considered to be reduced or cut? These are all targeted programs that actually ensure that the limited funds get to the most in need. They're targeted funds, and that's absolutely critical. What about the more opportunities for skilled trades? I like this one. Yeah, so more Nova Scotians under the age of 30 who are working in the trades or the film industry are eligible for a rebate on provincial portions of their income tax. This program has encouraged young people to move home. And when was the last time we had young people moving home? So this program has encouraged young people to move home and those who live here to take the jobs in these important industries. Do you want to tell them we don't value their contribution to our province? We want to tell them to go back to Alberta for a while. We're just cutting the taxes here for a little while. So after we finish this, you can come back again after that. You know, so these programs support hundreds of thousands of people in our province, and they have been used to tackle affordability challenges for Nova Scotians. So, or you know, with the official opposition, cut health care budget. Now we all know I think $7.2 billion. And we all know the struggle that there has been in healthcare, the investment, and it's the right word, significant gains. Long ways to go yet, folks, but the significant gains that have been made in healthcare since this government took office. And so what are we going to do now? We're going to take that $500 million out, and where are we going to cut that? Are we going to go back to kind of, whenever, sitting on our hands for a while and kind of waiting for things to get better, you know, that kind of thing. So maybe they think we shouldn't have given a raise to our hardworking CCAs, and then we could have left that those 500 beds empty, you know, or they we should not have given the nurses who kept our hospitals running smoothly during COVID. And how critical was that? You know, I guess we shouldn't have given them a bonus. It's just all these different things, and I'm sure I've added up more than $500 million by now. But anyway, so maybe the community pharmacy or clinics should be on the chopping block. In the last, gee, I might run out of time. No, I can talk forever, but maybe they think. In the last year alone, we have had 2,600 more surgeries. Surgical wait list has been reduced by 27%, over 25,000 more CAT scans. Ultrasounds have been completed, and 60,000 more primary care appointments have been made available. This year, our investment in the battle against cancer continued with $61 million more, $61 million additional dollars just this year that will provide patients with new precision medicine and digital imaging technologies that will deliver better outcomes. In the budget released last week, we announced that our government is investing in mental health through an investment of $36 million more in funding that will make progress on our commitment to offer universal mental health care to Nova Scotians. We also delivered $7.2 million investment to help cover the cost of sensor-based glucose monitoring. These are, I could go on and on and on. So where again are we going to do this trimming? Because you're going to have to trim. It's crucial to acknowledge that the revenue raised through the HST, this is the second largest provincial revenue source which our government uses to support our programs and services. These are important programs and services that residents in Nova Scotia rely on for assistance. The budget was released last week, and it contains even more measures to assist hardworking Nova Scotians. These are the people our government is continuing to invest in. The school lunch program, you know, will assist families that are having trouble making ends meet. That sounds kind of good to me. If the money doesn't come in, money doesn't go out. It can't go to those important programs and services that so many people rely on for assistance. What are we going to cut, or what are you going to cut? And, you know, I think we really need to seriously have that discussion. Money the government receives
Order. We have now reached the moment of interruption. The notice of the topic for the adjournment. Order. The notice of the topic for the adjournment debate was submitted by the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham and reads as follows. Be it resolved that this government urgently work with educators and school committees to develop a sufficient and sufficiently resource a provincial school violence prevention strategy. I now recognize the Honourable Member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our kids and schools are not all right. School violence is a daily and worsening occurrence. This figure is worth repeating. In 2022-23 school year, there were 17,234 incidences of physical violence. 17,000. That represents an enormous year-over-year increase of 25%. And while enrollments have increased, incidences of violence have increased at a rate far exceeding that. No amount of violence in schools is an acceptable amount, but these numbers are staggering. Just this past week alone, I have read in the newspaper about 2 separate incidences in schools, in Truro and Cape Breton, involving weapons and school-wide lockdowns. Teachers have been raising the alarm about this growing issue for some time, for years. A survey conducted by the NSTU last year found that 87% of teachers believe school violence has increased since 2018. 92% said they've witnessed firsthand violence in schools. 55% say they've been the victim of a violent act or threat in schools. How can we expect children to learn and teachers to work in this environment? This situation is so worrisome that even the Auditor General has taken notice and is planning to release a report on violence in schools later this spring. This report will shine the light on this important issue, but government should not wait on the potential report by the AG and not wait for the recommendations to take action to ensure schools are safe spaces. Ask any teacher, ask any one of our teachers what this report is likely going to find. It's going to be the same thing that teachers have been warning us about for years. And while I understand that the Minister of Education has instructed a review of the Student Code of Conduct, we share the NSTU's concerns that this just doesn't go far enough. School violence is a complicated and systemic issue that can't be addressed adequately with a piecemeal approach. What I would like to see from the minister and from the government is action on taking a wholesome system-wide approach to how we can make our classrooms and schools as safe as we can. The rise in violence cannot be attributed to any one single thing, but the factors include mental health problems stemming from the pandemic, a lack of services to deal with them, increased poverty, and the need to balance appropriate consequences with supporting students' needs. And so all of these things are creating this situation where we see an increase in violent incidences and serious violence incidences. Teachers have been clear about what they're looking for. They've called on this government to firstly and importantly increase school staffing. In the face of the current teacher shortage, many students just aren't able to be adequately supported. A lack of supervision resulting from staffing shortages also poses problems. We know that it's been a difficult year with the rise in local examples of homophobia, transphobia, hatred, threats, and acts of violence in our schools. And as such, it doesn't come as a surprise that students are feeling that stress. According to the Student Success Survey, more than half of LGBTQIA+ students feel like they don't belong in their school. This is not the kind of Nova Scotia we want to build for our children and all young Nova Scotians. In this year's report, 42% of 2S LGBTQIA students reported feeling unsafe or threatened in the past month. That's up 8% since 2019. And while overall 23% of students felt unsafe at school, among 2S LGBTQIA plus students, that number was nearly doubled, 42%. The rise of hate and violence in schools is unacceptable, and this government cannot stand by and not do anything. We need to make Nova Scotia schools safe places of support for 2S LGBTQIA plus students so our province can address and find solutions for the overrepresentation of 2S LGBTQ plus young people in care that are homeless and struggling with finding support, health care, and employment opportunities. Myself and my colleague from Citadel Sable Island have spoken with the Minister of Education about these issues, and we pushed to get a firm commitment on how we could use this survey information to improve schools for students. We also wrote to each and every MLA here sitting, and we encouraged them to stand firmly in support of 2S LGBTQIA plus people in their districts and across the province. Because we know that as elected leaders, we need to stand up directly to hate in our communities by making public commitments to a Nova Scotia that does not include hate. Government must move forward on concrete action to ensure the safety and well-being of all students in this province, but especially those from vulnerable groups. So we know that recent announcements like the entry requirement for education programs doesn't get to the root of the issue, which, according to the NSTU, is retention. A recent survey of teachers found that 84% have considered quitting in the past 5 years. That's a lot of teachers. Addressing teacher retention, addressing the need to fairly treat and compensate substitutes, increasing staffing across the board are all things that this government needs to do to ensure schools are safe. And yet, despite this, the recent budget falls short of meeting these pressing needs. There's nothing, absolutely nothing, in this budget to address violence in schools or teacher shortages. This is a status quo budget at a time when there is nothing status quo about the challenges students and their teachers are facing in our schools, says the NSTU President Lutz. Our most vulnerable students aren't getting the support they need because of lack of teachers. There has been an alarming rise in violent incidences that are becoming increasingly severe. And 84% of teachers are considering leaving the profession due to burnout and lack of resources to support their students. The NSTU was hoping this budget would signal a genuine desire on the part of government to create healthier, safer, and more sustainable learning environments for students and their teachers. Instead, what government delivered was the same old enrollment-based funding formula that existed for the last decade. This government isn't doing anything faster or sooner when it comes to supporting our children at school. So what are we urging this government to do? We're urging this government to take these concerns of teachers and school communities seriously. Take our children's and teachers' well-being seriously, and take actions to make sure our schools are safe. For we know that every child can learn, but we also need a learning environment where every child can be safe.
I recognize the honourable member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Madam Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this. I don't know whether I'm uniquely placed in the sense that I represent 4 different families of schools, but I can say that the issue of school violence is certainly one that comes across my desk far too often. I represent 3 HRCE school communities, namely Millwood High School, CP Allen. I shouldn't say 3, now it's 4 because we now have the Bedford West School and the Bayview High School as well. In addition, the CSAP schools as well. And in the past year, as was noted by my colleague from the NDP, incidents of school violence were in excess of 17.2 thousand, which is record-setting and not in a good way. And I don't think that for a second that this is an acceptable stat for the minister, nor anybody in her caucus, nor anyone on this side of the House. And it's certainly a worthy topic for us all to debate, and I thank the NDP for raising it and bringing it forward. 2016 in Millwood High, there were 2 students involved. They had stashed a bag of guns in the woods. These are 15 and 17-year-old students. This is a major, major incident. At Bayview last year, we had students burning a pride flag, a hate crime. We had, as recently as just before Christmas at Bayview, students involved in spraying an irritant in the school that resulted in a number of students and staff being injured and suffering the effects of that irritant. And most notably, the incident at CP Allen last year, where a student was involved, a student and 2 administrators were involved in a stabbing, hospitalizing 2 administrators, traumatizing far more. And, you know, it goes without question at this point in time that something needs to be done. And frankly, you know, an assertion that the code of conduct needs to be reviewed is really not a complete or worthy answer to respond to these types of incidents. It quite frankly just makes staff members feel like they're the ones that are at fault for these types of incidents. It points a finger at people that are struggling to keep up with the demands of and the needs of students who are at risk of committing these types of behaviors. And really, our focus needs to be much broader than that of just, you know, school codes of conduct. But even within that review of the school code of conduct, I would say that within that review, I would encourage the minister to ensure that what is produced in terms of addressing offenders and reoccurring offenders involves consequences that meet the expectations of the, how can I say this? They deter students from reoffending. They deter students from actually committing these violent, abusive acts in the first place, because students are just not scared of the consequences, and the support system that they require to be educated about why they shouldn't do this type of behavior is not effective as well. They don't have arms wrapped around them to the extent that they could, so that they understand that what they're doing is harmful, and they're more likely to repeat their same actions. You know, we're hearing directly from parents in our community, you know, particularly with respect to these incidents, and we believe that, and I know that my colleague from Timberley Prospect is certainly hearing the same things related to the incidents at Bayview. We have reached out to the minister in writing, both myself and the MLA for Timberley Prospect. In late December, we have not received responses to that correspondence, so I would encourage the minister to seek out that correspondence, where we, in fact, call on her to meet with parents at these schools, to create some sort of public interaction, to let parents know that the Department of Education is willing to listen and respond to what can only be considered abusive, dangerous, hateful incidents that are probably a result of the lack of supports or the mental health of the students that are involved. I've spoken to teachers as well about you know, what's going on here. How do we help improve the situation? And of course, we touch on the things the member from the NDP stated around retention, incentivizing, the complement of human resources that are required to fill the system. I've got a brother that's starting as a teacher in the fall, and you want to be confident that these people are looking forward to do that work, that they feel supported by their government, that they feel capable and safe within their schools. And right now, we're not at that point. The ask for more uninstructional time, particularly for our teachers in the HRCE with in the HRCE high schools, I think is something that's top of mind and has been an expression to me as a way to help mitigate these types of situations. We know how strongly our educators feel about ensuring that the relationships that they have with their students are a complete priority. And because of the limitations around the expectations and requirements on instructional time, they have little time in communal spaces, in the hallways, to be a presence and to be a place for these students to go when they're potentially going to commit this type of behavior, or on the other side, if they're a victim of this type of behavior, they feel like they just don't have that time anymore. And it's something that on a go-forward basis, we do need to take a strong look at, to say, how do we create more opportunities for educators to maximize those relationships in the interest of being able to talk to and get through to their students when these types of situations are possible. And we also need to be sure that when violent incidents do occur in our schools, that the supporting resources that are made available are adequate. They need to meet the needs of the situation, the severity of the situation, and the students and faculty that are there, and the parent community as well. So there's lots of constructive feedback, I think, here in this debate today. And as I started off by saying, I don't believe that anybody in the House would assert that we don't want to see safe schools. I know the minister has indicated her intention to address school violence, because I know she believes that our schools need to be a safe space. Frankly, I believe it's our job as the opposition to try to point out some of these incidents that are real in our communities, in the hopes that it will encourage, some expedited results that meet the needs of our students and staff. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I do thank the members opposite for the opportunity to talk in more length than question period generally offers us about the issue of safe schools, because it really is a complex issue that merits in-depth thought and attention. So I do really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. And Madam Speaker, I would also say that I think I'm in agreement with a number of the things that the members opposite have actually said. And I also appreciate this opportunity to share with them the work that's underway, because the work that they're calling for, I'm really pleased to say, Madam Speaker, is in fact underway. So, Madam Speaker, it's important to start off to reiterate my colleagues across the way sentiment around this, that violence in schools isn't acceptable. Our students deserve to feel safe and be safe in their learning spaces. Our educational staff also deserve to be and feel safe in the places where they work. And families and communities deserve to know that we within the education system are all working to do everything that we can to ensure that our schools are as safe as they possibly can be. Excuse me one second. Madam Speaker, that being said, it's also important to understand the context of violence and safety and the many elements of it. And the reality is we don't live in a bubble. Our schools don't exist in a bubble. Schools are parts of community, and as such, issues that exist in community do make their way into schools. So the answers to these issues don't lie solely within the providence of education. That's really important as we craft solutions that we understand that. I think it's also important to understand that students are learning. I mean, they're not just in schools learning about math and learning about literacy, but they're in schools learning about social and emotional issues. They're learning and developing the skills and the tools to handle interpersonal relationships, to handle conflict in constructive and helpful ways. And that's part of their learning experience. So those things having been said, regardless of what the reasons are for incidents when they happen in schools, we know that when incidents happen in schools and events happen in schools, they are scary and they can be troubling, not just to the people involved, but to families and community members broader than that. So how do we tackle this? Madam Speaker, I want to kind of describe I'll say, and again at the risk of oversimplifying, but 3 of the major pillars where we address safety in schools and we support safety in schools. And so, Madam Speaker, the first of those pillars is prevention. And really fundamentally, that is about having supports and resources and infrastructure in place and social emotional learning. And we know that social emotional learning skills are foundational and they're protective for our students. And educators know as well that the development of those skills is fundamental to ensuring that our students and children know how to handle conflict constructively. And so a great deal of the supports and a great deal of the programs and the resources within our schools are designed and focused on developing those social and emotional learning skills. And those things, they do 2 things. Not only do they teach students, but they also help students build and develop strong relationships between one another, with staff, with community members, and those relationships are also protective. So that's element number 1. Element number 2, Madam Speaker, in our schools is guidelines, expectations, and tools that address inappropriate behavior when they occur. And so when we talk about that element, number 2, it's really about the code of conduct. So I'll come back to that as well. And then finally, the 3rd pillar that we do have around safety in schools is about ensuring our schools are prepared for and addressing serious incidents. So, Madam Speaker, those are the pillars. And I want to say there is a lot at play already in schools. When I took this office, I came to learn about many incredible programs and practices that were already in place in schools addressing all of these things. They include things like the Summer Learning Academy, which supports our administration and it supports our educators with topics like restorative approaches in schools. They include things like the 3 Braids training, which also supports school administration around anti-racism and anti-discrimination issues. We have the Youth Project in schools, which provides support and services to youth 25 and under around issues of sexual orientation and gender identity, and supporting safety and relationships around those issues. So there is lots in place already in schools, Madam Speaker. But what I want to say, relating back to the reality that this is a collaborative effort, this work is collaborative work. This work is community work. And that means we need to do it together. It's not top-down. It's not one group independently. So, Madam Speaker, that is why I have personally joined staff from over 60 schools in their staff meetings talking to thousands of educators, visits in dozens of schools, to hear directly from them about what they need to support their work, including around safety in schools. And Madam Speaker, we've also encouraged educators to reach out and share their solutions and approaches through Ideas of Education. So, Madam Speaker, because of what I've heard directly from teachers and educators, because of what they've shared through Ideas for Education, we have done many things around supporting safe and inclusive schools. For example, we have expanded the Guys Work program, which is a social emotional educational tool around healthy masculinity. Madam Speaker, we're piloting new approaches to addressing behavior through the use of child and youth care practitioners, because we heard directly from teachers and educators that that would support them in their work. Madam Speaker, that is also why we are reviewing the Code of Conduct, because we heard directly from teachers and educators that that required a review and an attention. And so we are engaged with and talking to our school communities on a regular basis and working shoulder to shoulder with them to ensure that we continue to support safety within our schools. So that's just one of the elements that we're doing. Madam Speaker, we understand that this is collaborative work, and that is why also we have formed a leadership team with the NSTU and with PSANS to work together on school safety. Because it's not just enough to institute a code of conduct review. We need to do that in collaboration. We need to see a shift in leadership mindset. And that's why I'm so pleased to be collaborating with those two organizations, and we look forward to engaging with the other unions and others as well as that work continues. So, Madam Speaker, we understand that this is collaborative work. And that's why, as well, we've worked to strengthen the role of SACs, because schools are part of communities, and our educators, our strong team of 20,000 educational staff across the province, can't do this alone. We need to do it in collaboration with families, in collaboration with parents, and so strengthening the SACs and supporting them to be strong, to enable them to help support our work on student well-being and student achievement is also another element that's going to help us support the safety of our students and staff within schools. So, Madam Speaker, our members opposite have said a few things that I said at the outset I completely agreed with. Madam Speaker, they said government should not wait for others to indicate what we should do on this front. Madam Speaker, I'm happy to say we absolutely aren't waiting. I've addressed a number of things that we're doing, and we're going to keep working. Madam Speaker, members opposite have said the review of the Code of Conduct doesn't go far enough. Well, Madam Speaker, I completely agree, and that's why we're not just reviewing the Code of Conduct. Madam Speaker, that's why we are implementing all of the pilots that I've talked about and more in response directly to things that teachers and educators and school staff have requested, because they know that will support them in the work that they do. And Madam Speaker, the members opposite have indicated that we need to resource mental health. Well, Madam Speaker, we're taking great action in supporting mental health. They indicated that we need to work on poverty reduction. Madam Speaker, we're implementing a school food program, which is going to do exactly that. Madam Speaker, they've indicated that we need to add resources and staff to support this work. I can say, Madam Speaker, that we are doing this work. Madam Speaker, we have in education and early childhood development a budget of $1.99 billion, and I can assure the members opposite we are deploying every last dollar of that amount to support the safety of our students and our youth across the province. Madam Speaker, we're a staff team of 20,000 strong in education, and I will work shoulder to shoulder. We will work shoulder to shoulder with that staff team to continue to support the safety of our schools and our students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order. Thanks to everyone who participated in this evening's debate. Thank you so much. Before we continue on, I wanted to let members know that, as you saw, I stepped out of the chamber for quite a while to prepare a ruling on the matter that was raised in the House today that I had taken under advisement. The following question period, the Honourable Member for Dartmouth North rose on a question of privilege over remarks made by the Honourable Premier during an exchange with the Honourable Leader of the NDP during question period. I indicated that I did not think that the honourable member for Dartmouth North had articulated a particular privilege that had been breached. The honourable member for Dartmouth North then reframed the matter as a point of order. The honourable member for Dartmouth North framed her complaint as follows, and I quote, "The Premier's language and tactics directed at the leader of the NDP in question period were unacceptable. They directly questioned the integrity of the leader of the NDP. Earlier today, Speaker, you told us, you reminded us twice that this was not allowed." I continue with quote, "The Premier's comments that the leader of the NDP is negative and whiny and hates Nova Scotians comes directly from the misogynistic playbook, which could also be titled, they come from the misogynistic playbook, which could also be titled, Powerful White Men Who Are Threatened by Intelligent Women." Speaker, this kind of defamation makes it very hard to do one's job in this House. I ask you to rule the Premier's comments out of order and ask him to retract them and apologize. During an exchange regarding the Coastal Protection Act, according to the unedited Hansard, the Premier stated, "I know that the leader of the New Democratic Party is against working with Nova Scotians on an issue like this. She is also against clean, safe nuclear power, the $150 for income assistance, and tabling amendments in the Law Amendments Committee." Speaker, the leader of the New Democratic Party is against absolutely everything. Then subsequently, Speaker, I know the opposition is intent on smearing Nova Scotians at every opportunity they get for a little bit of political gain. I don't support that type of gutter politics. And finally, the NDP can be negative on just about anything. We know that, whether it's Nova Scotians as humans, Nova Scotians as business people, whether it's people on income assistance, we know how negative the NDP is. Before making my ruling on the point of order, I should note that the Premier stated the following in response to the point of order. And I quote the Premier, "If I said anything unparliamentary or untowards, I certainly, that was not my intent. We're talking about policy issues, not personal issues. Policy issues around coastal protection. We're talking about policy issues around electricity. We're talking about process issues on where an amendment can be tabled, which I believe is the Law Amendments Committee. I'm talking about policy issues. I'm talking about process issues. I am not talking about personal issues, but if I have said something of a personal nature, then I certainly will apologize and retract those remarks." So, as we have said many times in this chamber, including today, our different positions on issues and passion for our work often result in a healthy level of tension during debate. But when this tension reaches a point where it causes disorder or disruption in the chamber, it certainly has gone too far. We have also often said that rulings of unparliamentary language are context dependent. I also stated earlier that the same language in a less charged atmosphere or used in a different way may not be considered unparliamentary. The honourable member for Dartmouth North stated that the honourable Premier stated that the honourable leader of the NDP was negative and whiny and hated Nova Scotians. This characterization was not accurate. The Premier's remarks were directed to the New Democratic Party, not the caucus or any particular member, and he did not use the words hate or whiny. However, Given the exchange that occurred today, it is clear that when the Premier used the words gutter politics and smearing Nova Scotians, it caused disruption in the House. If not inherently unparliamentary, the words are certainly unparliamentary in this context. For this reason, I find that the member for Dartmouth North did have a legitimate point of order, and I will ask the Premier to retract the unparliamentary remarks when he returns. I also note that saying that the Premier's words come directly from the misogynistic playbook, which could also be titled "Powerful White Men Who Are Threatened by Intelligent Women," is a personal insult. Members should not be using insults. Even though it could be argued that the comment was not directed at the Premier and not inherently unparliamentary, it had the same disorderly effect on the chamber as the Premier's unparliamentary comments. So I accordingly ask the honourable member for Dartmouth North to withdraw and apologize the unparliamentary remarks when she returns next to the House. Thank you. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre and Whitney Pier.
No, I'm waiting to speak into supply.
We haven't moved on yet. I recognize the honourable leader of, I recognize the honourable House Leader.
Not one that I want. Madam Speaker, I move that you now leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee, the whole House on supply.
Motion carried. I recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you. Madam Speaker. It's my time, I guess, to do my annual speech on youth. When this government appointed a minister responsible for youth, I waited for that mandate outlining its responsibilities. And now, after almost 3 years, so it's been 3 years later, and it is becoming apparent that the ministerial role of youth is becoming like the Department of Seniors under the Liberals, an assortment of links to other departments, except for a quick check on the Nova Scotia website, and I couldn't find a single link to the Ministry of Youth. So I used to compare, I used to say to the minister, I do not want to see that ministerial role of youth become like the Department of Seniors under the Liberals. However, I am now seeing that the Liberals' links in the Department of Seniors was more than what I'm seeing with the ministerial role for youth. I've said it before, and I'll continue to say it again in this House, Madam Speaker. Cape Breton has some of the country's highest child and family poverty rates. I've said it before, I've said it again. The last government neglected children and youth's needs for 8 years, and it remains the same under this government. Food bank usage is still at an all-time high and getting higher. The cost of living crisis has diminished completely the purchasing power for many families and creating more financially instability for those families. Organizations and preventative measures for youth to keep them at the. So what we're seeing, Madam Speaker, is an issue with our youth and the fact that their needs are not being met. And since becoming the MLA And prior, in my previous life, I frequently met with youth organizations. I still continue to do that. And they're eager for leadership and advocacy. Madam Speaker, I was disappointed that the minister's mandate letter a few years ago did not mention the specific and complex vulnerabilities that Nova Scotia youth face. And I'm still perplexed as to what that ministerial role is for. Considering in this budget, looking through it, the only highlights for youth seem to be the EDGE program to help prepare youth at risk for the next steps of education and employment, and I think it was corporation. It was the JRTA was the only other part, and that was regarding transit system for Halifax. But yet, there was nothing in there, Madam Speaker, with regards to youth programs. There was nothing in there with regards to core funding. And that leads us all to be very concerned. No mentions of youth organizations that are preventative measures for youth to keep them out of things such as the criminal justice system. They are also tools for breaking the cycle of poverty. And hope, Madam Speaker, always springs eternal. I'd hope to see a more flushing out of that office in last year's budget and the budget before that and in this year's budget. But that has not been the case. I'm waiting for next year's. I'm going to hope that it's in next year's budget. We're going to see a line item for the Office of Youth, and we're going to see some core funding in there. Hope springs eternal. I expect to see money, like I said, money for youth organizations. And again, going through this budget was such a disappointment. Because one of the items, Madam Speaker, the only mention of youth in the budget was in relation to youth in the criminal justice system, youth in the workforce. Those were the really underlying things for youth in this budget. And don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, youth in our criminal justice system is a critical topic. But so is preventing youth from entering the criminal justice system. It's also vital for youth and to support youth to entering the workforce. However, the programs and the organizations that nurture and foster youth should have been mentioned. After-school programs and organizations play a crucial role in youth development. And if we want to support youth in the workforce, we must first help the programs and organizations that foster the skills youth need to succeed. With regards to youth in the criminal justice system, the goal should be prevention. And we must utilize every tool to prevent as many youth as possible from entering that criminal justice system. The government spends more money on the criminal justice system than funding youth programs, youth centers, and after-school programs. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if we invested more proactive cycle breakers, such as youth after-school programs and centers, the cost of our criminal justice system would decrease. And when I say investing in programs and investing in money for the youth centers, I'm not talking about one-offs. I'm not talking about, hey, here's a program on food, or here's a program on sexual health. I'm talking about the actual core funding that youth centers need. Because studies have shown that when government invests consistently in youth programs and the using of core funding, it has potential to transform the lives of youth, reduce crimes committed by youth, improve well-being, and significantly reduce the cost to the taxpayer. Supporting young people improves their confidence, their physical and mental health. Mr. Speaker, young people are struggling with many issues: poverty, isolation, disengagement from school and community, unemployment, family violence, and family and youth substance abuse and addiction. From many studies over the years, it's become well known that youth are more likely to get in trouble, become more isolated and disengaged in the after-school hours. Youth centers run during the after-school hours play a vital role in combating many youth issues and creating positive experiences. These centers provide a safe place for youth and allow youth to learn things, make friends, improve their academics, and have fun. Youth centers help youth develop essential life skills such as teamwork, communication, and critical thinking. But, Mr. Speaker, one big problem that we have with our youth centers, besides the core funding issue, really is also a lack of proper youth workers. We don't have enough youth workers being trained to fully staff these facilities. And in order to have successful youth centers, we must have properly trained youth workers. That means the youth centers must be able to pay them a living wage and benefits. But many of these centers are on shoestring budgets and cannot continue to retain the youth workers that they do have because they cannot pay them enough to be competitive with areas such as the education system. And yet, we know that better grades and test scores have been shown in children who participate in youth centers than those who do not. They provide safe and nurturing environments for children to learn and grow. They also give children the opportunity to socialize and make new friends. Participation in these programs have improved academics, reduced behavioral problems, and increased graduation rates. They've also been proven that they keep children safe. A study by the National Institute on Child and Health and Human Development found that kids who participate in after-school programs were less likely to be involved in crime or risky behaviors. Kids get a chance to be part of a community and develop those positive relationships with adults and children. It allows them to explore diverse interests from STEM or STEAM. It allows them to explore different sports and fitness and arts and crafts. It allows them to build social and life skills. Via structured or unstructured programs can also help students develop social and emotional life skills, and the research has shown that the after-school programs can help kids experience positive teamwork, communication, and problem solving, and they can help kids learn how to manage their emotions and time, set goals, stay on track, which are essential skills, Mr. Speaker. And working parents get a peace of mind that their children are safe in a supervised environments while they wait for their adult to return from work. They provide nutritious snacks and meals for these children's development. Mr. Speaker, with all these benefits connected to the programs run by youth centers, this government is continuously failing to provide substantive core funding to youth centers. Instead, it'll be another year of youth centers fundraising, writing grants, and looking for many other places under rocks so they can pay staff and keep the lights on. Mr. Speaker, I've said this before in this legislature, and I'm going to continue to say it. The BGC, Cape Breton, the club as it's known under Chester Borden, has a mantra. Kids don't care what you know until they know you care. And how are the youth of Nova Scotia supposed to know the government cares if government doesn't invest in them by investing in core funding for the youth centers? And I will say this again, and I hope that the Minister for Advanced Education hears me, and that is the need for an NSCC program for youth workers. If we want successful youth centers for our youth, then we need youth workers. We need to be able to retain them. They need to be able to pay them. But first, we need to start training them, because we are very limited in the real, true youth workers who are trained in, well, being youth workers. It is not, you can't just be it's a different set of skills than an ECE. An ECE can deal with the young kids, but you need a real trained youth worker to deal with our older youth, Mr. Speaker. And that has become apparent to me by talking to many youth workers, and they are begging for core funding continuously, and they are asking for more youth workers to be trained. And so if we want to invest in our kids and our youth, I look to the minister responsible for youth, and I look to the minister responsible for advanced education, and I ask them to start looking at core funding for youth centers, and I ask them to start looking at training for youth workers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the honourable member, Sydney, member 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just going to rise on my feet for a few minutes in supply. I appreciate the comments from my colleague from the NDP, who always has had a passion for supporting youth in the community, as we all do. Represents one of the kind of best stories when it comes to supporting youth in the Whitney Peer Youth Club that I had the privilege of representing the Whitney Peer community for over 7 years here in government. And, you know, I just feel a little compelled just to get up and talk a bit about the budget again, but also kind of the conversation that we've had today, getting to this point. And you're really kind of starting to see now some of the commentary that's coming out of the various stakeholders across the province. You're starting to see some advocates come out and talk about what they see in the budget. Some of the banks have actually come out now and had a conversation and are starting some messages around some of their concerns around the fiscal health of the province. It's always a balance when you have government that is trying to create new programs and support Nova Scotians, that there's that balance between, you know, implementing new spending, but at the same time ensuring that you're not burdening future generations with a massive amount of debt. And that was kind of always our argument from the beginning. And you know, again, like you get into these conversations here and the back and forth where opposition will, it doesn't matter who's on, I've been doing this for so long now, I've seen all three parties in power. So it's funny, a lot of the narrative doesn't really change regardless of who's there. The government will blame the opposition that was in before them, and you know, the other political party, whoever it is, will get into the fray and blame the previous government because they didn't do it, who's blaming the current government who is making decisions. But I do want to talk about this situation. Can I get a glass of water, please? So in this situation, you know, we heard a lot today about, you know, what would happen, Mr. Speaker, if we cut the HST. Something that I've received a lot of positive feedback in. And something that I believe that the government could have did to take it a step further. You're actually starting to see stakeholders in the community reference bracket creep is not a tax cut, because it's not. You're realigning Nova Scotia with the other jurisdictions across the country. We'll save some Nova Scotians some money, but it's not a tax break. It's something that has been a hidden tax that, I'm glad it's gone. We've all advocated for it. Advocates in the communities across the province have advocated for it. It's gone, but it's not a tax break. And that's why we've advocated for a reduction in the HST. And government opposition, or government members, sorry, they put their debate forward of why they don't think that they can do that. And, I hear, and they use examples from their own communities. And they say, well, if you do that, we can't support Project A, or we can't support the road construction in Annapolis. I'm throwing examples out. I don't want to get into a back and forth personally pointing at anyone. It's about the debate and the budget itself. But I can tell you, we were in government. We never came close to the revenue that this government had. We came into government with a massive debt left by the New Democratic Party of the day, and there's been lots of bashing back and forth. So I'll take a few shots. That was the government that Mr. Speaker said that they wouldn't raise the HST, and they did. They also said they wouldn't cancel the ferry, and they did. They also said that they would support education and cut $65 million at the time. So, see, when you're around long enough, you see it all, right? Yeah, right. And I got a few more minutes for the minister in the corner. But the point I'm trying to make is that the HST, one of the real rationales is that government has the most money in history of any government. And when we were in government, I would have loved to have this money. But we were, and I use Cape Breton as an example, but we were able to invest in a complete hospital redevelopment. And we never had the revenue that this government has, but we made those decisions because they were the right decisions that were brought forward by the doctors in our community and the medical professionals, saying that, the North Side General and the Waterford Hospital have reached their life. We couldn't renovate them anymore. We couldn't expand them anymore. The infrastructure was just impossible. You had a cancer center that was built for 16,000 patients and was taking well over 30,000, which is unfortunate. You're from the community too, Mr. Speaker, so we always knew that cancer was we can have a big conversation about that. If, just kind of cancer has been a big problem, and it's a big problem in every community, but in Cape Breton, we've seen a lot of cancer, unfortunately. And it's, the point I'm trying to make is that the government has received billions of dollars more, and they make this argument that, well, we got to keep the HST, and it's like, well, what we're saying is that you have so much more money than any government you had before. You can legitimately give Nova Scotians a break on their HST. And that's what we've been saying. And we made all those investments in balanced books. We moved to community college. We built a breakfast program. We implemented pre-primary. We built new schools. We built new roads. We divided a highway between Antigonish and New Glasgow. We made all of these decisions. We brought in collaborative care. We negotiated contracts. We built major infrastructure projects outside of what I've talked about when it comes to, and again, I use Cape Breton as an example, the Glace Bay Hospital, the many recreational infrastructure projects, whether they were on the north side and in Dominion, what some of the government members would be very familiar with. All of this, and again, there's examples right across the board. I was involved with solar projects and some of the government members' ridings. We were involved with many of the wind projects in my time in energy. These were significant projects. These were in the hundreds of millions of dollars, some of them. And we supported a lot of great active transportation. We supported a lot of climate change initiatives. And we did all that with less money and balanced the books. And through two majority governments, I can tell you that the advocates and the banks and anybody who was involved in the day said that there was strong fiscal management. Some people argued that we were probably the best PC government in the history of Nova Scotia because we balanced budgets and we built programs. And it's true. And it's funny, I laugh when I hear it too, because it's kind of true in a sense. We had 6 consecutive balanced budgets. It brought in pre-primary, brought in a breakfast program, built 4 new hospitals, committed to 4 new hospitals that are under construction in Cape Breton, moved a community college, built recreational projects, divided a highway between Truro, New Glasgow and Antigonish, brought in collaborative care, built committed to long-term seniors programs. So they can laugh all they want. You know what they want? I'm just telling them the truth. They voted against all of them, and now they're cutting ribbons on them. I love it. It's hilarious to see them at the regional hospital, right? I can bring those in and table that all day, Mr. Speaker, looking at this budget about what they said about the redevelopment at the regional hospital. Everybody had something to say then. But they'll be there, and it's in the budget. And I'm glad they're still committed to it, because that was the work of doctors and that was the work of medical professionals, the same people that are in the Department of Health now. Maybe some new faces, but for the most part, those doctors on the ground designed all of that. And this government never had to make the tough decision of going into a community and closing 4 hospitals. That was fun. It was fun going to the grocery store for a year, Mr. Speaker. They were very tough conversations. And I think this government hasn't had that yet, but it's going to come. Those days are coming when they'll have to make some tough decisions because they're spending and they can't keep this pace of spending up. When what I'm seeing are some trends in the economy that could change on a dime, and then the conversation becomes very different. So, you know, some of the articles are coming out about it. And as I said, 6 balanced budgets, lots of social programs, brought in food for our kids in schools, brought in pre-primary for all our 4-year-olds, brought in infrastructure projects, whether they were highways or hospitals or community recreation, and balanced the books. And a joke saying, some people consider us the best PC government, one of the best PC governments in the history of the province, because it was on the fundamentals of making sure that we were fiscally responsible for our future generations, but also having the ability to build those programs and prioritize. And I'll table this because it is kind of funny, because Adrian White today in the Saltwire said and I can't use his name, so I'll just reference that it was the Premier, is the Premier really a Conservative? And he talks about the spending. And some people will say deficit spending is good, and it has happened, and I've been part of that scenario too. But I think that this is an important article because I feel like the lines of political parties are really kind of shifting. And well, here's a premier that said he's just like Justin Trudeau when he first started out. And now he gets billions of dollars from the federal government. And then the first thing he'll do is attack the carbon tax. But I'll table this. This is the article, Mr. Speaker. But he said he was like Justin Trudeau. And he's on the record saying that more than once, I believe. But in this, Adrian White talks about, is he really a Conservative? But what he talks about is, and to get away from the political party recognition, he talks about credit cards need repayment. And he says it's not fiscally sustainable to have spending consistently outstrip revenues. So this government uses taxpayer credit card to borrow the difference. But credit cards need repayment. And at some point, Nova Scotia taxpayers are on the hook. And I think that's always important to remember. That was something that we talked about when we, under Premier McNeil, predominantly when we had our before COVID, when you had those consecutive years of balanced budgets, nothing, you know, the government will make the argument, well, they didn't do this and this suffered and that suffered. I had a great relationship with the long-term care facilities in Sydney. They're great. And the minister can laugh all she wants. She's going to go down and take credit for it. But that's okay. They're good people. And you know what? I've been a politician for 13 years. I must have been doing something right to be here as long as I am and have those relationships with people. And the point I'm trying to make is that we made those decisions and we made those projections based on balanced budgets. They're all based on balanced budgets. Now you have the Auditor General who's saying this government has spent up to $25 million without any paperwork on projects. And I'm sitting there, I was a minister, I was fortunate to be a minister for a number of years, and I'm sitting there going, how does that happen? How does the Premier of the province say, oh, okay, MLA for Sydney member 2, you got 25, you just don't worry about the paperwork, you know, just spend money, right? And where's the outcome for it? That's my concern. So I have about a minute left, and I'll end with what I ended with last night. And I said, you know, the budget's here. There's good things in it. We're going to continue to debate it. Look forward to the conversations. But obviously the stakeholders are starting to come forward. Banks are starting to come forward saying the fiscal health is at stake. You have the Auditor General coming out saying that Nova Scotia is an outlier, and there's tens and tens and tens of millions of dollars that the government's spending, and without even paperwork in some cases. And it is a dangerous practice because, and I heard a word last night that was used in here, and maybe it was a slip, but the word rule was used in here last night. Not unparliamentary, Mr. Speaker, but very dangerous. Because if you don't serve and you think of it as being a ruler, I guarantee you, you will lose every time. And that word was the first time I've heard that word in here in 9 years from a government, from somebody on the government side that talked about ruling Nova Scotia. I almost wanted to ask my question period today to the ruler of municipal affairs and housing. But I know I'd be called out of order, and rightfully so. So, 8 seconds left. There'll be lots more to talk about. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion is we do now resolve ourselves into the Committee of the Whole House on Supply. The motion carries. We'll take a short recess while we get set up. Order. Committee in the whole House on bills on estimates will resume. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Resolution E15?
We will continue on with questioning on Resolution E15. I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to say a few initial words, I guess, here. The NEP is going to quickly take over here in the next couple minutes, and we'll get into a more fulsome round of conversation around the Emergency Management Office. It's been an epic year for many Nova Scotians. I represent a community that was struck by a wildfire last year. The Honourable Chair, his community was also unfortunately no stranger to an incident like that. We had a couple of storms of note, Fiona, and in the recent past, a snowstorm that really demanded a lot from our emergency management office and the different agencies that intertwine to complement one another and try to keep Nova Scotians safe. So at this point, I am going to cede my minute 30 for this round, and the NDP will take over, and we'll jump back in about an hour. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to go into fire supports. This government is working toward a universal access to mental health support, and last year our province, as mentioned by the Honourable Member from the Liberal Caucus, our province experienced horrific fires. Municipal volunteer firefighters were on the front lines, and their mental health has suffered as a result. Can the Minister speak to any work being done in cooperation with municipalities to ensure that these first responders are receiving the mental health supports they need without delay?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I thank the member for the question, and certainly we want to first of all start by saying we recognize how extraordinary the year was and how traumatic it was for our volunteers across the province, really, and our fire services in Windsor West Hants area in particular that went through the incredible floods there. We, in terms of Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing, what I can tell you is that we have twice given $10,000 to every municipal, every fire department and search and rescue throughout the province, really coming out of COVID in recognition of the stress, the added stress on them of fundraising during that time period. As well, we have, which you're probably familiar with, the Emergency Services Provider Fund, which provides up to $20,000 once every 3 years. This is all more equipment related, I acknowledge that. As a department, we have also invested in Landing Strong, which is a mental health support service for volunteer firefighters, specifically in the Windsor West Hants area, recognizing the trauma that was induced there. As a government, we have invested, which is really sort of flipping the page into other departments, right? So, but there have been more things done, which I know you'll have a chance to ask Minister Comer, pardon me, the Minister of Addictions and Mental Health, I should say, pardon me. We have invested in new mental health supports for volunteer firefighters and ground search and rescue. We want to acknowledge the importance of ground search and rescue too, and how equally traumatic those events were for ground search and rescue. And just trying to remember if there's anything more. We have also, which I realize is not mental health supports, but I do think it makes a difference in terms of covering the cancer coverage for firefighters, which is a reality. It has to be something that weighs on their minds as a result of being a firefighter if they aren't going to be exposed to some chemical in a burn, which is a reality, could happen, and have a cancer as a result. So we've invested, and again, that's through a different department, so which is Labor, Skills and Immigration, which have the lead on that. So there are a number of things we've done. I want to say that we recognize the importance of our volunteers. There's more. I know I'm missing some things from other departments when I say that. There's the Critical Incident Stress Management Team, which I know the member for Glace Bay has been a key and integral part of in the and some people local to my own community in the Annapolis Valley, whose names I think I can say, Sandy Fraser and Mary Hanneman, have been a real critical part of to help, and they were very active after Portapique, which was another incredibly stressful event for our police services. So there's things that are happening. I think I can say that we recognize the stress on our volunteers, and we do care. We want to, and you know, if there's more that can be done, we will do more.
Recognize the honourable member for Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Peer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as the fires and Fiona has taught us how important that our volunteers, firefighters, are across all municipalities. And they are in need of, and the minister mentioned gear, and which they are in desperate need of. Gear, most firefighting gear only has a life cycle of about 10 years. I have spoken to volunteer fire departments that still have decades-old firefighting gear, including my great-grandfather was a volunteer firefighter. And I described the mitts that I have of his. And the individual I was speaking to goes, "Oh yeah, we're still using those." That was from between the 1940s to the 1970s that my great-grandfather had this gear. And the individuals who I was talking to were saying, yeah, we still have some of that gear in our cycle. And so I'm just wondering, is this government working to fund more additional gear for municipal firefighters so that they can actually switch out their gear after 10 years? And I just want to be clear as well with the minister that it doesn't matter if the gear was used a few times in 10 years, 100 times in 10 years, 1,000 times, 10,000, what have you. It doesn't matter the number. That gear must be cycled. My understanding from speaking with those in the industry, it must be cycled out after 10 years. So just wondering how much is being spent and how much funding is being done by this government to ensure that these municipalities have the gear that they need.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the answer is yes. I mean, the Emergency Services Provider Fund with an annual budget of $1 million funds up to is a cost share program of up to 75%, a maximum of $20,000 contribution, and this may fund up to 100% of purchases under $5,000. It's for fire departments, ground search and rescue, and hazmat organizations, and each fire department is eligible once every 3 years to a $20,000 limit, and I can assure you they all are aware of this and they all apply. And the categories are many different types of personal equipment that you're referencing that does age out. We realize that. The breathing apparatus, communication equipment, rescue equipment, emergency power generators. So there's quite a few things that it can be used for as well. In what really was a larger program, twice we've made $10,000 available to every fire department and every search and rescue in the province for about $3.4 million, with even not necessarily cost matched, just made it available to them and indicated they could use it how they saw best in the terms of the context of their own fire department and the needs of their community. So that could have been spent on a variety of things. So we continue to invest in our fire departments and our search and rescues, and they're very. I know they're very appreciative of this funding. We've heard that a number of times.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Thank you, Minister. And I know about the 20,000. I'm just wondering, with regards to the gear, with how much it's needed, the gear, new gear, and how the little cycle it has. 10 years is not a long time. I'm just wondering, will there be additional? Will we be seeing the provincial budget set more additional monies aside every year to support our firefighters?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So what I want to say, I thank the member for the question. Certainly realize the issues. The ESPF, the last 3 years, no one's been turned down. Every application has been approved and funded, and I'm going from memory, I think we've even gone a little bit over what was in the budget for the program to make that happen. So we have, but that's just going from memory. I don't have that right in front of me. I'm pretty sure we have. In terms of the $10,000 per, which has gone instead of in a once in 3 year to each fire department, this is every year. The member will probably recall that this was done in March of 21 and March of 22. I don't have that information if we're doing that in March of 23, but I know that I'm certainly aware that the member would probably appreciate it if we would do that. I know that if we can, we will. And that, as I said, that funding's gone to every fire department and search and rescue.
The Honourable Member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier.
Yes, and to the Minister, that's why I'm asking about increasing those budget lines, because the government does tend to go over their budgets, and so if we just when government is having a tendency to go over that budget, it might be time to start increasing those lines. It's kind of what I was talking about there, and I think it's important that we make sure that all of our firefighters, regardless of career or volunteer, have the gear that they need. I just want to ask one more question before I switch it over to my colleague. for Halifax Needham. Bill 329 altered the balance of power between the HRM and the province, especially in terms of how decisions are made in housing. The bill presents a potential pathway to approving housing developments without consultation to the HRM, councillors, staff, or residents. So my question to the minister is, has the minister, it's a couple fold. Has the minister used this power yet? And by using that power, I mean unilaterally approving developments in the HRM. If so, what was the rationale? And where did the idea for this change come from? Did the developers in Halifax ask for this? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question in terms of, have I unilaterally exercised power specifically from Bill 329? The answer is no. We're in a conversation about trying to remember, where did the idea come from? Conversations happen, and we don't recall exactly where that idea came from. Maybe one of my staff up there can text us, but I can give you some of the reasons of what we have done. What we saw, so currently the special planning areas that we have approved have come to us and been recommended to the executive panel, then to the executive panel who have recommended that to me. What we saw was in at least 5 occasions where HRM planning staff approved a project and said it should go forward, that it was compliant with the municipal planning strategy and met met all of their requirements, and the project should go forward. HRM Council voted it down and stopped it. The proponent then would take it to the UARB and appeal, and HRM Council would not even defend their point of view. They would concede, essentially concede at the UARB level, which just took 8, 9, 10 months out of the timing of the process. Housing is in such short supply. I think everyone in this legislature will agree that we had a problem with that. So we've acted to the executive panel, but we remain committed as a government to the criteria that the executive panel is operating under, that projects have to substantially be going through the HRM process, have to be municipally planning strategy compliant, and have to meet all of the permitting and regulatory circumstances that a project would have to meet. So we're not looking to bypass the municipal planning strategy. We recognize that's a municipal area of jurisdiction. We're looking to simply get on with it. And when we came to government, what we had seen was there was like one project in particular that was like 7 years in the process. And we had seen other projects delayed for reasons that we don't really understand. And we could speculate, but that wouldn't be fair. But for whatever reason, projects were being delayed and just postponed. And we just, in recognition of the urgency of the situation, we put together the executive panel on housing and created this process where we could expedite the whole process. We did a number of other things at that time in terms of expediting the process too, which we hoped. The goal was never to give anybody a free pass. It was just simply to take the time out of the process where the time in the process was being absorbed by certain things, and in particular when projects were compliant with the municipal planning strategy and met all of the criteria that if the executive panel recommended it, then I as minister would create a special planning area. So we've done that a number of times, and you're probably aware that we have extended the life of this executive panel for another 2 years in the FMA. What I will say was the one question I got from media was a surprise, and that was, how come you didn't extend it for longer? So I was like, oh, I was expecting a different question, but that was an interesting question. So, but meanwhile, the urgency continues to grow on housing. The pressure, as every member knows, the shortage of housing, the supply of housing continues to be urgent and continues to weigh on every one of us when we see people, our own family members or friends, their sons and daughters maybe having trouble buying a house or just can't get a home, can't afford a home, and homeless people. That weighs on every member in this legislature, I know, on all sides, and certainly weighs on me as the minister responsible. So I hope that answers that.
I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it just kind of sparked a question. I'm curious to know why a housing, a piece of legislation that is housing is in the FMA and not in the housing file. Why is the minister not bringing that forward to legislature? Could the minister please explain why it was put in the FMA and not within a piece of legislation here in this House?
I don't mind, Madam Chair, but I'd prefer Mr. I recognize the honourable minister.
So I appreciate the question, and I think what the reality is the budget theme is more faster. I mean, we're looking to grow Nova Scotia in this budget. We're investing in an enormous number of different areas in the budget, and the changes that we are bringing in the FMA Act related to municipal affairs and housing dovetail very closely in with the goals of the budget to bring more housing to the forefront faster, to modernize government, to strengthen our municipalities. So we felt that it dovetailed very closely in with the goals and the purposes of the budget, and felt very comfortable putting it in, and very happy to have it part of this budget discussion.
Recognize the honourable member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since we're still on this, what is the budget line for that particular for adding the 2 years additional? What is the budget line for that in the FMA?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
Thank you. So we're trying to find the page reference for you. Struggling with that. I could tell you that it's included in the number in page 17.5, which would be that one or that one? Just part of it. What part of which one? Part of the housing programs, $225 million, $256 million coming this fiscal coming. So the approximate number budgeted for the panel is 2.5 million, but whether that amount is spent or not is they may not. In terms of the activity of the panel, it depends. As you can appreciate, our staff, our key staff, are on the panel. So their wages, you could say, some of their time is spent on the panel, some of their time is spent in other activities. We don't have that broken out in terms of actual time spent in various things. So the budget is 2.5 million, and on page 17.5.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that answer. One of the guiding principles of this government's 5-year housing plan outlines the importance of ensuring African Nova Scotians have access to appropriate and adequate housing. Yet Nova Scotia's rate of core housing need is nearly doubled for Black households than for its white households. So I know the minister had spoke about the number of announcements that were made within the communities, within the African Nova Scotian communities, and I am just wondering, how is the minister measuring the success on the goals to improve African Nova Scotians' access to adequate housing, and are there program-specific guidelines or metrics to measure that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I certainly appreciate the question. In terms of the 5-year action plan, the 5-year that we have, we do have a plan on the 1-year anniversary to provide metrics on it. Within the plan, there is the one of the goals in the plan is to 10% of the funding to go to specific communities like our Aboriginal and historic Black communities. Certainly, we are funding those now, as the member knows, through the Preston Area Housing Fund, and as well as the, which hasn't been finished yet, the Housing Needs Assessment, which is underway as we speak, nearly finished, done by the community itself. So we look forward to seeing that. Certainly it is a goal within the action plan. We recognize that historically the Nova Scotia Black community has been disadvantaged. Absolutely, we recognize that. That's why we're supporting the Land Titles Initiative, excuse me, and supporting in this plan and in the actions we've done, we're supporting the community and really enabling the community to make its own decisions. We don't want to be telling the community what we think is best. We know that we're probably going to get that wrong. And that's probably what's mostly happened historically. We don't want to be there, so we want this to be directed by the community itself.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the Minister for that answer. So can the Minister provide an update on the work being done to transfer the 50 provincially owned housing units to the Preston Area Housing Fund? We know that it previously announced $3.5 million to support ongoing repair, maintenance, and sustainable operation. I'm wondering, is there going to be more funding going towards the support of these units?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I appreciate the question, and in terms of where the Preston Area Housing Fund is in terms of their process, I haven't been briefed on that. I don't sit in on their meetings, and so I think we could get a report if that was important to the member, but they're doing their work and it's in progress is the best I can say. In terms of, as the member knows, we originally committed $3.5 million to enable the Preston Area Housing Fund to do some of the necessary renovations and also to maybe hire some staff, I believe, originally with that. And in January of this year, 2024, we committed an additional $5 million to that work, which we hope will carry them through this fiscal year and allow some of the, enable them to get further down, further to do further work.
The Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my other question was going to be, is there a line of communication? But like you had mentioned, if there wasn't a necessity, they would reach out and they would have conversations with you about meetings and stuff taking place. My question was, do you attend regular meetings or do you know about the meetings that are taking place with the Preston Area Housing Fund?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So I haven't been briefed on it, but certainly we have a staff member who sits ex officio on the committee, does not a voting member of the committee, but attends the meetings. And so we are informed, and I know they're having weekly meetings, and I'm getting further updates here, as you can appreciate. So this spring, we anticipate the first units will be divested this spring. And we're building capacity in the Preston Area Housing Fund to enable them to go through that successfully. There's weekly meetings, and I do have a staff member attending those meetings, not as a non-voting member.
I I recognize the honourable member, Halifax Needham.
That's good to hear. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in 2022, the minister, you said that the cooperative sector is relatively weak compared to the rest of Canada, and you announced $2.5 million to increase the number of cooperative housing units in the province. In our last meeting, you gave me a list of a number of cooperatives and nonprofits in the last time we had some questioning. My question is, the Cooperative Housing Federation of Canada has suggested to the province that it would be useful to provide increased funding for cooperative housing expansion. In particular, they suggested that doubling the funds for pre-development activities from $50,000 to $100,000 would help achieve the cooperative housing expansion faster. Does the department have any plans to implement this recommendation?
I recognize the honourable minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So I'm happy to talk about this because we've actually, as a government, substantially increased funding for community housing. I think when we came in government was in the $8 to $10 million per year range, which is just going off memory. But in 2022-23, in other words, not this past fiscal, it was over $60 million. This past year, we invested almost $53 million, $30 million to increase supply, $23 million for programming. So we're investing in community housing, and community housing refers to housing that is owned and operated by nonprofit housing corporations and by co-ops. So both. We have increased our budget in 24-25 by $9.3 million. And we're investing in programs like the CHAP, which is the Community Housing Acquisition Program, which is a funding program which has gotten national attention, honestly, that one of the problems we see with community housing and not-for-profits is when they want to buy a property, they can't get any more than 75% from the bank on a loan, which is a typical commercial loan anyway. Very few people on a commercial loan would ever get more than that. We're loaning in that spread between 75 and 100%, and enabling community housing to grow. We're also doing what we call the community housing. I'm just saying a CHIRP, it's called Community Housing Investment and Repair Program. One of the things we recognize, particularly with co-ops, is sometimes it's a struggle for them to get in a co-op to sort of get the major repairs done. They can do little repairs, but for a co-op to get a roof done or a big repair, some of those things is a big struggle. So we continue to invest. We've invested so far over $2 million this year in the Community Housing Growth Fund to help in the planning and capacity building activities too. So we've, as a government, as you know, we've invested in public housing, we're reorganizing public housing, we're building new public housing, but I think 10 years from now when people look back, the most significant accomplishments we may have might well be in community housing, which I would include the Preston Area Housing Fund in that community housing type activity. And in many others, we've invested in Compass, we've invested in the North End Community Health Center, in a number of projects. We've invested all over the HRM in community housing projects. We've invested in CBRM, in community housing projects, and all over in many different locations, in Truro, in Stellarton, New Glasgow. So in many different areas. So we've really, one of the key recommendations of the Affordable Housing Commission report was that community housing sector in Nova Scotia was could use a boost, and we've given it that boost, absolutely.
Recognize the honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm glad the minister mentioned the Community Housing Growth Fund, because one of the budget highlights was $2 million more for that fund. Is the $2 million in addition to the $2.5 million fund announced in October 2022?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So, excuse me. So the answer is the budget in 24-25 is $2.5 million for that Community Housing Growth Fund. So we continue to invest in community housing. We're very committed to it, and we know that what the benefit of community housing is it does provide long-term affordability and security for tenants, which is not all, you know, which is certainly in just more secure, I think, than when it's privately owned and there's always the possibility a building can be sold or whatever. So this provides long-term. So we're very happy as a government to invest in community housing.
The Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want clarification. So is that $2 million in addition to the $2.5 million?
The Honourable Minister.
So the answer is we've invested $7 million in the growth fund in the last 2 years, and the $2.5 million is the estimated investment in 24-25.
The Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So how many applications has the Community Housing Growth Fund received, and how many projects received funding? And I mean, it could just be a number. It doesn't have to be the list, but it could be a number of them.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So there have been 66 projects funded as of January for a total of $2.5 million. So these are small dollar projects, but they help with things like planning and capacity building and prepping for quotes and things like that, so that they assist the community housing sector to grow, provide expertise to them. And and I do have I'm told in the book inside my desk I have the list if you want the list. So I can find it. I'll keep looking.
The Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think from our last questions, there was a long list, and I appreciate that the minister still has it available if I need it. From my understanding, a portion of this fund is dedicated to subsidizing the growth and development of Black-led, Black-focused, and Black-serving organizations. Can the minister give me an update on this part of the program in particular? And is the dedicated portion staying in place with the increase in funds?
The Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So the answer is to give you an answer I already said was that in our Action for Housing plan, we're projecting a $1.7 billion spend. We've committed 10% to be for marginalized communities, historically marginalized communities such as Indigenous and Black communities. So we are committed to that. In terms of this community Housing Growth Fund, there's 2 million, 3 projects, I believe, for 150,000, which really set the groundwork to have a bigger project. If you understand what I'm saying, they kind of do the prep work to make a bigger application, and we certainly are committed to lifting and enabling the Black community to grow in terms of housing, but we're not in any way trying to direct that. We're looking forward to the results of which we did fund, which is the Black-led housing needs assessment, which we know is nearly finished, and we know that out of that will come other work and maybe other types of funding that we'll do with the community. So we're very encouraged by that, and we are very committed as a government to helping historically marginalized communities with helping them self-direct where they see housing going.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. Can the Minister comment on the extent to which rural groups are accessing this fund? And is this fund predominantly being accessed by groups within HRM?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So appreciate the question. The reality is we're investing in housing all over the province. In my own community, the Annapolis Valley, we're working with 3 not-for-profits five not-for-profits that have combined in Valley Roots, which have accessed one of our provincial land offers to build community housing. We're working in CBRM, we're working in Truro, we're working in New Glasgow, we're working in the South Shore. So the reality is we're doing projects all over the province. On the other hand, the other reality is that approximately half, or maybe slightly more than half, of the projects we are doing are here in HRM. But it's also reflective of the demand and the need in HRM, and the fact that almost half the population of Nova Scotia lives in HRM as well. So it's really driven by that, but we're working with groups all across the province. We're very happy to do so.
Recognize the honourable member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the minister for that. Your recent needs and assessment report found that the price of rental units that changed tenants between 2021 and 2022 went up 28%. Are you working with the minister responsible for residential tenancies to address this rising rental affordability? Wouldn't addressing fixed-term leases or lease abuses or implementing rent control help ensure more rentals remain affordable?
I recognize the honourable minister.
So we certainly recognize the tremendous stress in the housing market across Nova Scotia, not only in HRM, but in every community. We see the rising cost of housing, the rising cost of purchasing housing. The needs assessment that we did clearly indicated that the only real solution was increased supply. And if we could increase supply, in fact, it gave us an analysis. If we could increase supply by a certain percentage, we would see rents stabilize or drop by a certain percentage. So in most of the province, I think in virtually everywhere in the province, the rental vacancy rate is less than 1%. That means there's almost nowhere to rent, I think, and people recognize that. If we were at 3%, we would be considered to be a healthy market where there would sort of be a balance between supply and demand, and tenants would have some choice, right? And we're working hard to get to that point. There's a number of different things we're doing. One of the major ones is to really probably the major at this moment in time. There's several very, very major things we're doing to increase supply. As the member knows, we're building more public housing, which hasn't happened in a long time. 222 units we announced, and then recently another 25. We're doing that, but we're also investing in partnership with the federal government in the $100 million estimated our costs, our lost revenue, I should say, on multi-unit apartment buildings, taking the GST, HST off of them. That'll be a big investment. That'll create more supply. We know there's more to do, though. We certainly do. Meanwhile, we're also, as the member knows, investing in rent supplements. We continue to invest in that. We see that number, the amount of money being spent on rent subs continue to rise. We know how important they are to Nova Scotians. We're investing in secondary suites, and we hope that program will continue to grow. We continue to we continue to invest in helping seniors and vulnerable Nova Scotians stay in their homes through their own homes, with homeowners who are having trouble affording staying in their own homes. through the roof and furnace repair programs that we have, home repair program, not necessarily roofs and furnaces, but the real focus is really roofs and furnaces, I would say, on that program, but it also can be other things. So we're doing across the spectrum. We're helping with new homeowners, the down payment assistance program for new first-time home buyers. That program is there as well. So, and we increased the limits on that program last year and saw an increased uptake as well. So there's a variety of things we're doing as a government to address the housing crisis, and it's not in any one sector. We're not focused on, although we're doing an enormous amount of work in public housing. We're doing an incredible transformation in public housing. We're not just focused on that. We're focused on helping homeowners. We're focused on encouraging more apartment buildings to be built. We're focused on helping people with rent subs. So it's across the number, excuse me, across the number of different areas we're working as a government to help with the housing crisis.
With about 3 minutes, I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax Needham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad to hear the minister say increased supply because I was curious to know how many houses have been built since this government has been in office. I'm curious to know, are we close to 5,000 a year? Are we close to maybe 6,000 a year? I say this because by 2030, we need 33,000 truly affordable housing units. And I mean, that's only 6 years. So I'm just speaking on affordable housing, but how many to date have has this government provided actual housing turnkey right now as of this date? How many are available?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So what I can say to the member is that this past year we saw housing starts increase by 25%, which was really a remarkable number for the province, and especially given the light of which
Order. That would conclude the time for this round of questioning for the NDP party. We'll move back to the Liberal Party, and I'll recognize the Honourable Member for Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Start this round off by just doing a quick thank you to the staff and folks at Municipal Affairs, EMO, Housing. What else you got, Minister? There's a lot of work that goes into this project to prepare for debate or to prepare for the budget, and certainly throughout any given year. So we're grateful for you all. Now I'm gonna stay focused on the Emergency Management Office for most of my time. I may sway into some housing and planning and municipal affairs periodically, but for the most part, we'll stick on an emergency management office because that's my critic role. So a lot of what I'm going to get into and ask is feedback that I've received from constituents, from people who have reached out to me throughout the province in response to some of the incidents that have occurred. On the heels of, well, in the latter stages of the last mandate with Portapique and the mass casualty incident, and then into the new mandate with Fiona, the wildfires in Tantallon, Hammonds Plains, and Shelburne, and then more recently all the way back up to Cape Breton for the snowstorm. So I guess it would be maybe oversimplifying, but perhaps important to state that I think that Nova Scotians are expecting the government to prioritize emergency preparedness and emergency responsiveness. And at a glance, when we see the budget that's been presented before us, we see a decrease in departmental funding for the Emergency Management Office. And I'm asking through the chair to the minister, can the minister speak to what's going on in the department that this budget would not have seen an increase to demonstrate to Nova Scotians that there is an intention to improve emergency preparedness and emergency response in our province?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So the reality is that our EMO office functions as a coordinator throughout the province for our EMOs at the local level. In terms of the budget, if the reality is the pool of the government as a whole will respond across departments and through the Department of Finance. If there's an emergency, we're responding. So we don't budget for an emergency this coming year. That's just a reality. But we will respond if there is an emergency, and certainly whatever money is needed to deal with an emergency will be provisioned through the Department of Finance. So the fact that there isn't a budget line for an emergency this year does not mean that we have particular insight into what will happen this year. The reality is we don't know. I can tell you we hope there will be no event, but if there is an event, the government will respond, EMO will respond, and all of our departments, the various departments will respond to whatever circumstances arise in the coming year.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yes, through the chair, thank you, Minister. I would highlight that I'm talking specifically about the operational budgets of EMO. I note that there is, and we'll get into that in a few minutes, but there is a considerable installment that would have, I expect, been appropriated based on the emergencies that we've responded to. But the actual, what do you call it? The actual estimate for last year versus this year, there is a decrease between the two. And I want to, through the chair, ask the minister to reconcile that.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing.
So what I can tell the member is that the EMO budget is essentially similar to other Atlantic provinces. There's really no cut in the budget. The decrease in it is due to an amortization of 911 equipment. So it's an amortization. Essentially, the budget is the same. I can tell you that if provisioning is needed for more money for EMO in any way, that happens very quickly. As the member can see, there was 59 million provided through to EMO to address needs, and much of that will be recouped through the DFAA process. Although, as the member may recall from their time in government, if he was exposed to that can take up to 5 years to get that money back. That's the reality. But so these things have a long tail. But we certainly, the money is there if necessary. We're very committed as a government to meet every crisis. And there is no decrease in funding to EMO. It simply reflects an amortization number.
The Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, through the chair. I guess I would anticipate that there would have been an intentional increase to carry out some of the work that Nova Scotians expect through the Mass Casualty Commission's recommendations in response to the calls for action around, preparedness around climate emergencies, wildfires and major storms. So I guess I would have expected to see that there was a demonstrable investment in the Emergency Management Office to carry out some proactive planning, some inward looking, some audits maybe, to maximize the way we perform as a province to respond and prevent and react to emergencies in general. I'll move on to that. What I think started talking about the 59+ million in additional appropriations related to disaster assistance. I'm wondering if the minister can please provide a breakdown of that 59 million and what it was targeted at.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So just to address some of the comments the member made, the firefighting resources that Nova Scotia has are, and particularly the wildfire or the forest fighting resources are housed in DNRR. As the member knows, they were up in the Northwest Territories, I believe, or it might have been the Yukon or up in Alberta, but in that part of the world when we had our fire events. We share those with other provinces, just as other provinces share their resources with us through a national sharing agreement that is in reality almost a global agreement, where we saw firefighting resources come into Canada, not into Nova Scotia, from the Southern Hemisphere. Because during our summer, when we're vulnerable, it's their winter, and vice versa, if you understand what I'm saying. So this is a global exchange of this. In terms of the mass casualty commitment, there's really two key recommendations, recommendation C4 and C5, but they relate to the alert ready system in terms of the federal government. So the federal government owns the alert ready system, which they have engaged a private company called Pelmerex to deliver. That relationship between the federal government and Pelmerex has been there for about 20 years. So the review, those two Mass Casualty Commission items of the review of the National Alert Ready System, which we participate in, that's ongoing. It hasn't concluded yet. So the federal government has not indicated even when that review will be finished. It's simply ongoing. In terms of the question I believe you asked on how was the money, the $59 million, which I referred to, it was approximately $35 million in floods, $20 million approximately in wildfires, and there was $3 million go out in Fiona, which is approximately, round averages is approximately that number. So certainly, so if the member wants to, I guess, yeah, thank you.
The Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. Perhaps it would be a better use of our time if the minister could follow up with some more specifics on this. Like, I would like to get into the specific breakdown of the wildfire that took place and the money that was placed to address that emergency. I think I've been asked to get into that specifically by constituents, and I would like the minister to dig a little deeper on the amount that was provided for the wildfire specifically. And I would say that, you know, that I would suggest that there's more than just 2 items in the mass casualty report that the minister can and should be tasked to lead. You know, that it talks about interagency coordination. It talks about communications. It talks about supporting communities after an emergency. It talks about the establishment of a, what do they call it? Excuse me. The establishment of a implementation and mutual accountability body as a part of cooperative with the federal government. So I expect that there's a provincial element to this that the minister's department can take on. You know, there's a lot more to that than just 2, and we can get into that. But as a starting point, as a follow-up, perhaps the minister can get into the wildfire response specifically, and how much of that $59 million went into that and how.
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So I may have to get you to rephrase the very last part of your question, because we were working on earlier comments that you made. But in terms of the Mass Casualty Commission, you're right. There's 9 that relate directly to EMO. 1 is complete. The others are underway. There's a pretty massive effort across government through ADMs, Assistant Deputy Ministers Committee, that is meeting, and deputy ministers that are working on the breadth of the Mass Casualty Commission recommendations that relate to Nova Scotia, which is far more than 9, as the member knows, and there's a lot of them. It's a pretty significant effort on behalf of government, which is we're taken very seriously. And so in terms of our department and what we're doing, there are 9. So appreciate that you bring that up. In terms of breakdown of the and how it affected your community, we're certainly willing to break it out for you at a later date in terms of how much was in the Tantallon, you know, area, the HRM area versus Shelburne area, but we probably can't go down to any further level of detail due to confidentiality, but we're certainly willing to do that. We don't have that right here now, but if we can get that for you. Your final question, I'll just simply ask you to repeat that.
The Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, if the minister can clarify what confidentiality restrictions are he's implying, would, I mean, he referenced a number of them just earlier this week in a response, you know, I think about, you know, money that was contributed and matched by the provincial government, raised by the Red Cross. How was the Red Cross money spent? What was the total amount that was fundraised? And I'm assuming the government made good on their commitment to double that amount. And I would expect that if we're making that type of an investment, we would have some accountability to ensure that the money that we're putting into something is being spent appropriately, or not necessarily appropriately, but effectively. So if you can clarify what he means by not being able to specify how his department used a portion of $59 million to support the wildfire response. You know, was it EHS services? Was it, you know, mental health response on the ground? Was it, you know, coordination of comms? Like, these are the things that, and I'm not sure why confidentiality plays a role in not being able to respond and break this down a little more effectively.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs Housing.
So in terms of confidentiality, I can tell the member I was just referring to individual claims. So if the member wanted to have access to individual claims, we'd have to have a consent form. That's all I was referring to. Sorry I didn't explain that further. In terms of the Red Cross, I can tell you that $14.1 million was raised, which represented $4.7 million raised from the general public, with a commitment from the province to match and a commitment from the federal government to match. So there was $4.7 million from the province matching funding, $4.7 million from the federal government. In terms of the Red Cross's disbursement of those funds, we are still awaiting. We haven't received a report from them on that yet. We think we'll receive that report next month.
I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Okay, thank you through the chair to the minister. I'll look forward to perhaps that's something that the minister could table at a later date.
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to do this, but yeah.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs Housing.
I can assure the member that my staff have written that down, because I probably wouldn't remember, Bert, but they will remember. We won't forget. We'll table that report at a later date.
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you through the chair to the minister and staff. One thing that's coming up as a bit of a concern in light of a recent announcement, there was a commitment made by emergency management to invest $7.4 million into 25 fully furnished modular homes to respond to a need for wildfire victims and emergency housing. This was a program that was respectfully well intended, but missed its mark. I think, you know, it would have been difficult, certainly in my community, for anybody to place a home aside the space that they were going to rebuild their home on. And at the time, a lot of people had already found accommodations and what have you. But my point is that there was an investment made to the communities of Shelburne and to Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, for $7.1 million or $7.4 million. And people are asking me why that investment was not repurposed to some other form to support a rebuilding communities. It was intended for wildfire victims, and it has since been retrofitted to accommodate, fair enough, a need in the demand for housing. But frankly, this investment was intended to support wildfire victims, and people are coming to me and saying it could be repurposed to support our rebuilding community. Why has it been spread out elsewhere?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. So what I can tell the member is that when we had that number of homes burned down, we believed that there would be a significant uptake of the modular option we wanted to offer people. We actually purchased the 25. We purchased them, so we had them. So when as it turned out, we did put out 5 units, and then we repurposed the remainder. Actually, very recently, they're just being placed now, actually right now, in communities around the province, including in Shelburne. In terms of, at the time, we believe there would be uptake of them. We did a survey, I believe we did a survey very quickly initially, and had we're of the impression that these would be utilized. Obviously, people who lost their homes some had other options, some had cottages, some went somewhere else. There was many different things they would do. The member is correct, it's not that easy on some of these. It depends a little bit on your lot, if there was even room for one or not. That's another factor. So there were many parts to the decision. We respect that of the homeowners, but meanwhile we had purchased these units, and we have put them to use in public housing in various areas in the province, including, I believe, in Shelburne. There are a couple. So in terms of that, there was not a block of money. We made a commitment. We bought those units.
I recognize the honourable member.
Understanding that the purchase was executed, I would just say that if there was a survey completed at the time, I'd like to see that. And I feel very confidently that a phone call to the local MLA would have helped. I grew up in that community. I think I would have been able to provide some reasonable advice around where people were at the time. I mean, if people were being asked to do a survey amidst the chaos that was being displaced from their home, trying to find space, I think that could have been executed a lot better. And the proof is in the fact that we were having to find a repurposed value for this investment that was made, which I assume will be well received in the communities that they're in now. But at the time, we probably could have found a better way to spend our money. So, yeah, I'd like to see that survey that went out, and I just go back here. Excuse me. I'd like to see that survey, and just remark that, you know, not just simply a phone call to the local MLA, but the Mass Casualty Commission calls for an intentional planning exercise in how we involve communities. In the Mass Casualty Report, it specifies rural communities, but it directs government to make better use of the assets that are in communities, and this is an example of how better engagement with communities on the ground would have achieved a better result than a $7.4 million investment that missed the mark in many cases, except for, I will say that I'm sure that the 4 or 5 homeowners, families that did take up the program, they certainly would have found refuge for sure. What else here? So we're going to get a breakdown of the Red Cross stuff. We talked about that. So another major question through the chair that I'm getting from constituents is when does the government intend to present a report or a response that demonstrates these were the lessons learned that we've encountered through the wildfire emergency, and the same could be applied to some of the other recent catastrophes, storm or weather, climate emergencies, but specifically what has the government learned? When will they respond and present a report on what they learned to apply to future emergency preparedness and planning as a result of the incidents in Shelburne and Hammonds Plains, Lucasville?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So just to continue with the previous line of thought before I get to that, we did also provide $500 to every household that had to evacuate as a result of the fires, both in HRM and Shelburne, and we also had a $2.5 million investment in a small business wildfire relief program to give a one-time grant of $2,500 to every eligible small business and not-for-profit affected by the wildfires in HRM and Shelburne County. So in terms of the lessons learned from the wildfires, as I mentioned earlier, the wildfire firefighting response team resides in DNR. I was certainly getting educated through that process. Fighting the wildfire is a very, very different type of training than structure fires, which is most of our volunteer fire departments are trained in structure fires. It's a very different type of firefighting. The review of that and the lessons learned resides with DNRR in terms of the wildfires and what happened and the lessons learned and the provisioning of exactly how we prepare for future events, similar events. So I think that I know that DNRR will be up in estimates at some point, and I'm sure the member can ask DNRR.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, and that I do appreciate that DNRR is kind of lead on the investigation. I will say that I expect that there will be a significant role that will that the Department of the Emergency Management Office will be tasked to take on in response to the results of that report. I will say that community is, I'll state it for the record now, and I'll have a chance to ask the minister for DNR at a later date. I know that report is not ready. Community is very eager to see more come of that. They want to know, they want to see clearly, like we've already heard that the RCMP is not charging anybody for the start of our fire. We know that it was a little more black and white in Shelburne. But there's a lot of questions that are culminating into frustration and anger and sadness that this hasn't been, that we don't have a clear indication of what the government, the provincial government has learned from this experience and how the sequence of events took place. And I will say that the HRM was very, well, I'll say reasonably prompt in getting their response out there to the public, which they finished it anyway. I don't know how well received, frankly, it was, but it was there, and I think that it's important that we get there as effectively but as quickly as possible without jeopardizing the integrity of the investigation, of course. So to the budget, the budgeted amount of FTEs, could the minister please provide a breakdown of the 56.2 FTEs and how they're dispersed throughout the department?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So the NSEMO has 58 employees, 58.2. The breakdown is 19 of those are in office of the Fire Marshal, 19 of those serve in 911, and 18 are in NSEMO.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Minister. Through the chair. I think the minister touched on this with respect to the decreased overall budget. But can the minister please, I guess, for the non-accountants in the room, try to understand the discrepancy with the 911 reporting system and why that came in at a lower amount than anticipated?
The Honourable Minister.
So in terms of the decline in the budget line for 911, this is due to a declining balance amortization of the computer equipment, which is the primary type of equipment that phone and computer equipment that the 911 would have, which I'm sure the member would depreciates fairly quickly.
I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Sounds like it might be time for some new gear then. Anyway, the The subject of egress is one that I think applies to communities throughout our province. I mean, I live and breathe this every day now. Requests for emergency access, and I recognize that there is a significant role that the municipalities across our province should play in achieving this, but given that the minister has exercised legislative authority, that the government has exercised legislative authority to intervene in municipal affairs, in municipal planning, I'm wondering how the minister will respond to my communities and other communities' request for egress, particularly for subdivisions and areas that that only have very selective ways to access, you know, hundreds and sometimes thousands of residences. And happy to talk a little bit more about some of the projects that that I'm referencing that kind of accent what I'm trying to say. But does the minister see a role for the department in emergency preparedness with respect to achieving access routes in emergency as part of his mandate, and if not, why?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So I know the member is aware of like things that we've done with the executive panel on housing. One of the things we've always said is that we respect the municipal planning strategy. So our municipalities are the leads on municipal planning. We respect that. I can tell you that there's municipalities that after a certain number of homes, there's a requirement to have a second exit out. Municipalities all over the province have that type of requirement. Certainly, HRM is responsible for the approval and design approvals in their municipal planning strategy of these subdivisions. The truth is, at one time, this was something that the people in the subdivision wanted, simply because they didn't want the extra through traffic through their subdivision. So it was seen as an advantage, not a disadvantage. However, we all understand now that's not adequate. We have said that we will work with HRM if they put in a request. If there's land that we own, however they request it, we will enable that to the best of our ability, but this remains an area of municipal jurisdiction. So we expect the municipalities, not only HRM, but all over the province to recognize this is important and to make a second exit out available depending on the number of people on the road and how critical it is. But clearly, as there get more and more homes in an area where there's one way in and out, that becomes problematic. The reality is there's places where there's no other choice, right? There's simply very long roads to communities in different parts of the province. So we recognize that too. I have communities that there's one way in and out, and they're fairly large communities in my constituency. So sometimes geography prevents that, simply like they're out on a peninsula. You understand what I'm saying? Or but this is an area of municipal jurisdiction. We certainly respect our municipalities and their role in that. And we'll work with any municipality in the province if there's land that we own that we can make available or help provide a second way out. We certainly recognize the need, and we encourage all our municipalities to review their municipal planning strategies and what they have approved in light of this this factor which we hadn't really seen before to this extent.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, I guess it makes it kind of difficult for municipalities to take on this responsibility when the provincial government is standing up special planning areas outside of their municipal planning strategy. They're standing up developments that, like, there's two within a few kilometers with very close proximity to the Hammonds Plains Road that I can reference in my own community. There's a senior living facility that is proposed and to be constructed on Westwood Boulevard with 144 units on it. There is a development with 32 townhouses that has been committed to just down the road without any sort of allotment for additional access or, you know, there doesn't appear to be anything in terms of an assessment of the traffic study. The minister, through the chair, says that, you know, this is up to the municipality to figure this stuff out. Well, this is a lot to put on people, and it adds to the turmoil and the grief and the frustration that people, certainly from my community, are experiencing when they hear that there's going to be, you know, 32 townhouses and 144 units of senior living additional within a very close proximity on the Hammonds Plains Road without any information of planning and coming and going, and how that area will be serviced. And it just it adds some frustration. And I know that there is a similar scenario that was just proposed in Fall River. I'm very familiar with the area, and you know, this is a special planning area that was approved by the provincial government that knowingly has only one place to go in and out of this development. There's no access to Cobequid Road, and we're hearing reports that the minister intends to intervene in the municipal planning strategy to accommodate this development that knowingly has one way in and out. So it seems a little bit strange that we would have a municipality that's working to try and find connectivity in other parts of the municipality, only to have, you know, another difficult development with one way in and out that gets dropped in our lap after the summer that we just experienced with wildfires, and a predominant concern around access of emergency vehicles, the ability for people to come and go. The subdivision that I'm talking about in Fall River is very similar to other subdivisions that would be in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville area, and it just doesn't seem to make a lot of sense that one would enable another situation that we're trying so desperately to fix in another very close community.
The Honourable Minister.
So the special planning area process that we've said we've enabled, in order for development to be considered by us for a special planning area, it has to have substantially gone through the process with HRM. It has to be municipal planning strategy compliant, and it has to follow all of the permitting and regulatory rules in that process. So we are committed to that. We are committed to being compliant. And my understanding, you've referred twice now. The member has referred twice to the 32-unit development on Hammonds Plains Road, which we are not. I've asked for more information. I don't believe that's a special planning area. That's something that HRM is doing. In terms of the special planning area in Fall River, it, like a number of other special planning areas, was recommended by HRM staff and in the planning development of HRM staff, turned down by council for a variety, for whatever reason, I don't know, but does in fact have two ways in and out. That was an issue, for that size of a development, the two ways in and out are certainly, in the opinion of HRM planning staff, in our opinion, are adequate. So we're working hard. What I can tell you is that I mean, what we're doing with the special planning areas has been caused interest across the country. It's been groundbreaking. It's dealing with the fact that what we saw when we came to government was there was planning areas proposals that had been in the queue for 7 years, and really this is you know, there's really no justification for that. A decision should be able to be made one way or the other much quicker than that, but it wasn't. And so we've worked hard through our special planning areas not to give anybody a free pass on any of the rules, but just simply to speed up the process, and also to look at, and we've never said as a government that we weren't respecting the municipal planning strategy. So in terms of the municipal planning, we're respecting that. So we simply want to see, and the reason, the member I'm sure is aware, why do all that? Well, the reason is our province is experiencing unprecedented growth. We're having homeless people. So, I mean, these are all, an increase in the number of homeless. This is something that weighs on every member of this House, not just, but clearly on this side. I mean, we're concerned about that. We're taking action. We've been a government of action on this front. And our communities have to grow. That's the reality. We have to make room for newcomers. Those newcomers will be the mechanic that fixes your car. They'll be the doctor or the nurse that saves your life when you're in the ER. Hopefully not. That'll hopefully not happen to any one of us. But the reality is no one knows, right? So these newcomers that we have will help us build this province. They're driving our GDP. They're driving our income. They're driving growth in this province. Our province is changing. That's the reality. We want to be part of that change. We want to enable that change. We want to capitalize on that change. That's the logic of the special planning areas and trying to make this growth go quicker so that we meet the needs right across HRM, which is really the driver of growth in the province. There's no doubt about that. It drives the economy of our province. It drives growth in our province. Most newcomers coming to Nova Scotia come to HRM and get involved in the economic activity of HRM. So we're committed to that. I know members on that side. I heard earlier today the leader of the opposition essentially suggested too many people come into this province. We should curtail immigration, which I don't accept. I think we have to do what we can to address this crisis, to provide homes for everyone who wants to come here, knowing that that's the lifeblood of Nova Scotia. People are the lifeblood of our province, and we need to get younger as a province. So I reject that premise. I reject the premise that maybe someday someone will say we should have done more. Maybe that's true. Maybe we should do more. But we're doing everything that we can as a government on multiple levels to address this crisis. The two-way in and out thing, that is something that clearly has, again, it's part of the municipal planning strategy. I know that's changing. We've changed that. The HRM has changed that. We respect that. So we're working hard to make this province grow.
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, I should be specific and say that our party's position is not that we don't want to see more people come. It's just that we want to do it sustainably. And at a glance, this is an example of a subdivision being force-fed into another subdivision without adequate access, adequate services. And I think that it's important that we continue to have fruitful conversation about the appropriateness of these types of developments and how they'll best accommodate Nova Scotians. We do want to see all the things that the minister talked about in terms of growing our population, but we have to do it in a way that's careful and considerate and safe. And right now we're teetering in some categories, but that's not the road that I really wanted to go down. Just for the record, I'll table the 32 townhouse development proposal that from the Municipal Affairs and Housing, June 19th, 2023 announced. One World Building Association, 32 townhouses on up to 8 hectares on Hammonds Plains Road, plus future development potential. This is a Municipal Affairs and Housing release. It is a partnership with a not-for-profit recently established. So I'll ask the minister to take a peek at that and familiarize himself, because that's a big concern for people in my community, and a little concerning that he's not familiar with it. Okay, I'll move along a little bit here. What is the Department of EMO doing with respect to preparing our province for climate emergencies?
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So certainly through the Nova Scotia EMO officers, there's quite a bit done to prepare for not just climate emergencies, but emergencies of other sorts as well. So between April 1st and October 31st of 2023, EMO conducted 24 courses in Nova Scotia, which included incident command systems, municipal officials training, and how municipalities should manage the Emergency Coordination Center. So as the member I'm sure knows, the primary responsibility of EMO is a municipally led responsibility. The PCC, through which we often is called the Provincial Command Center, is actually the Provincial Coordination Center. So we coordinate the municipal EMOs. The reason the focus of the EMO is municipal is because the municipalities actually have the infrastructure. They have the fire departments. Municipalities manage their fire departments, fund their fire departments, are involved in their fire departments in nearly every case. The search and rescue are there, and they know their communities best. So our municipal partners have EMO offices. The 49 municipalities, there's about, I think, 42 or 43, if I remember, in that range of EMO offices. And the reason there aren't quite 49 is because in some areas, variety, like in my county, 4 municipalities work together to share one EMO office. So EMO leads regional and province-wide exercises as well, and we'll hold an exercise called Exercise Bravo this spring. And these engage our municipalities, Indigenous partners, federal partners, and private critical infrastructure and non-governmental organizations. So who are the private infrastructure and non-governmental organizations? That would be like Nova Scotia Power. It would be our cell phone providers, who have turned out to be critical. This was an important lesson learned from Fiona, which we brought in legislation in this House to compel the cell phone operators to the companies, the cell phone providers to step up and be at our Provincial Coordination Center when called upon, which they have. And we've seen that these companies make significant investment post-Fiona in their infrastructure. So we're working closely with, through EMO, with our federal partners, with our municipal and our private sector, with police, to foster what I would say is a culture of emergency preparedness. And so it's a vital part of our NSEMO, this training, which is ongoing. We are in every municipality several times a year to do continuous training and continuous improvement, which we and when we have an event like Fiona or the fires or the floods, there's an after-action analysis of how did we do, what could we have done better. Clearly, the cell phone issue, which really became an issue during Fiona, would be a very good example of that. In terms of emergency preparedness, we continue to work with our municipal partners to review their own emergency plans as well, and work with them to help them to be ready, not just for climate events, but for any kind of event. In terms of government-wide, I can tell you that Environment and Climate Change is working very hard on climate-type events itself and providing information to our municipalities on things like floodline mapping and tools that they can use, an interactive floodline map for both homeowners and our municipalities as well. So there's things we're doing across government to be prepared. Clearly, the Department of Agriculture is working on our extensive system of dikes, somewhere between 200 and 300 kilometers, which is a very big part of my community. I can tell you in Kings County and in all the communities on the Minas Basin, the dike system is very important to our communities. So to prepare for that, they're looking at analyzing these dikes, and is a dike sagging, or is it sometimes they sag? And analyzing that, and clearly we're making a major endeavor in the on the Chignecto Isthmus as well. Our connection with the rest of Canada, which is really we believe should be federally mandated. We're investing in that as well. So as a government, so we're doing many different things.
I recognize the honourable member Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
Thank you through the chair. So the minister referenced relationships with each municipality and a coordinated review of local emergency preparedness plans. Is that something that's centralized, or is it scattered that we would access in different municipal databases, or is it something that the minister could table in terms of, you know, the annual report for the municipality of Digby or Halifax? Is that something that's readily accessible that could be presented to the House for our review, just in the interest of, you know, ensuring that the House is up to speed on what municipal units are requesting and what more they expect from the provincial government in terms of support.
I recognize the honourable member, Cape Breton Centre, Whitney Pier, with the NDP's round.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to cede our time for one question to the member for Halifax-Chebucto, and then off to the Liberal caucus.
I recognize the honourable member Halifax-Chebucto.
Thank you. Minister, I just wanted to ask one question about an area of policy relative to rent supplements that has come to my attention in the last little while. I understand that, of course, it would be that from time to time, people who receive a rent supplement would end up in a position of the rent not being paid. They're no longer there, and they're in a debt disagreement with the landlord. And presently, when that happens, a landlord is able to, when they make a seizure of that person's bank account, they are able to get access to and to seize the rent supplement. And this seems to me a little bit odd in that, for example, if that tenant is in receipt of income assistance from the province of Nova Scotia, for example, and this should happen, the landlord, the income assistance payment is protected from seizure by law in the same way as payments like CPP federally are protected by law. And I'm wondering if this is something that has just escaped the policy attention of the department in the administration of supplements, and if the minister agrees with me that the rent supplements belong in the same category as income assistance or CPP and ought to have some kind of statutory protection from this kind of seizure.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So maybe I could ask for clarification from the member. What I can say is that when we came into government, there were still a significant number of non-portable rent subs. So in other words, the non-portable means it's paid directly to the landlord anyway. So if they would fall into arrears on their share, the non-portable would still mean the landlord gets the funds. So if the portable means it's paid directly to the tenant, and which we think is a much better process because it gives the tenant much more flexibility in where they want to live. If it's paid directly to the landlord, they're tied to that unit, whether that works for them or not. And sometimes people's life circumstances change; they want to move. So the non-portable definitely would be exactly in that circumstance. It's going to the landlord.
The Honourable Member Halifax-Shabukto.
Yes, thanks for that clarification. The case that I'm asking about policy clarification about would be the situation of portable rent supplements.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So what I can say to the member is that my staff tell me that there's some accuracy in his comment. The income assistance is protected by law. In terms of the rent supplement, the tenant would have to make a case to the court in the garnishee process that this was a hardship. If they were not successful in that, then it could be that the rent sub could be garnished by the landlord.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax-Shabukto.
Thanks for that clarification. So the related question then is, why not provide that protection for the rent supplement in law, since doesn't it share very significant characteristics with the parts of income that do have that protection?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So I appreciate the member pointing this out. My staff tell me that rent sup is not considered income, which is maybe one difference. However, it's not something that I had been brought to my attention previously. Certainly something we'll think about. I appreciate the member bringing it to our attention.
I recognize the Honourable Member Halifax-Shabukto.
Thank you, and I'll be glad to write with more precise details about the case that's brought this policy point up later on. Thank you. And we in the NDP cede our further time to the Liberals.
Recognize the honourable member Hammonds Plains Lucasville.
There we go. Thank you. All right, so where do we leave off here? Okay, let's move on to floods. Flooding this summer had a big impact, another big impact on my community, and there was some flood assistance funding that came through from the national government through our provincial government, and I'm wondering if the minister can provide a breakdown or a description of how much was allocated to date and to respond to that specific incident. And I guess how much they received from the national government, how much the provincial government contributed.
Recognize the honourable minister.
So in terms of the 2023 flash floods that we've received 1,620 applications for assistance for a total of 35 million in assistance. 23% of the applications have been closed, with 7.7 million paid out. Another 2.4 million in advance payments has been issued to 448 applicants. And the remaining applicants are with adjusters, 37%, or in process. So in terms of the amount of money received from the federal government, the reality is the province puts out 100% of the money up front. At a certain point in time, we will provide the federal government with the information, and the federal government will go through each file individually, which is one of the reasons why we have to have adjusters there in order for us to recoup the money from the federal government, or a portion of the money. In reality, all the paperwork has to be very solid, and it can take up to 5 years. So the DFAA is an important program, but it's certainly one which we do get money back from the federal government, which we very much appreciate, but we carry the cost of it. May I request a 5-minute break? Okay.
You may. We'll take a quick 5-minute break. We're now in recess. Order, order. The committee will resume. I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, so we were talking about flooding, and appreciate that clarification, Minister, through the chair. I did want to bring up, because this is being raised with me by a number of constituents and people from outside the community as well. I expect that there's a bit of a backlog with respect to getting through these applications, and I understand that that is of concern for the minister, the department, and those involved in trying to process these requests. I will say that, you know, the applications closed on the 31st of October. It's now been, what, 5 months since that has taken place, so people are pretty urgently expecting these things to come around. And what we've recently experienced, and I'm sure the minister's familiar with this, as these advanced portions or advanced payments are going out, they're accompanied by a disclaimer that, which I'll table. Should the advance payment be greater than the total amount that you're eligible to receive once our final assessment of the damage is complete, repayment will be required. Repayments amount, if any, must be paid in full within 1 year of the date of the final assessment notice issued. Any outstanding amounts will be withheld from future disaster financial assistance program entitlements. Should you cash the check, and this is in bold, should you cash the check, you'll be presumed to have done so with the full understanding, acceptance, and agreement of these terms and conditions. So, meanwhile, we're giving people checks, but we're also saying, be careful if you cash them and we find out that you're not entitled to the amount, that you might have to pay them back. So people are forking over thousands of dollars out of their own pocket to pay for expenses right out of the gate. This is supposed to, I believe, help them, but this letter that goes along with it sends a confusing message. So I'd like the minister to respond to that so that I can respond to these people who are saying, what the heck is this? Through the chair.
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So I appreciate the member pointing that out. The reality is there's a certain onus on us to be accountable for public funds, which we feel that accountability requirement in terms of that. But at the same time, we recognize that there was tremendous hardships out there in terms of getting this process done. I will point out that the member was in government when Dorian hit in early September 2016, I believe it was, and the DFAA portal didn't open up until the following year, early January. So in terms of how we've responded extremely quickly, more quickly than previous governments. The reality is the volume of DFAA claims, which I believe, if we combine Fiona, the floods, fires, and all the different things that have happened, is around 4,000. Has been truly a monumental task for my staff, and I want to give a shout out to the two Pauls up there and all the staff that work on this stuff. The reality is that at the same time that we are trying to engage adjusters to deal with these, the public insurance process, the public insurance companies are also engaging these same adjusters. So there's a pretty big shortage of adjusters. The adjustment process is absolutely required for the federal DFAA claim format, so we can't bypass that. There has to be a very good track record, so we're getting them done as fast as we can. We recognize that. That's why we offered a prepayment in terms of responsibility for public funds. This was a requirement that we put this disclaimer in. The reality is people know their own situation, so We do recognize this is the whole scenario of the floods and everything that happened, and the fires and Fiona is all challenging, so we recognize that.
I recognize the honourable member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, thank you, and I do appreciate all that, and I understand that Nova Scotia is not perhaps an anomaly to having, I'll say, access or perhaps lack thereof to adjusters that are dealing with these sorts of claims across the country. And but I will say that it's extremely cold comfort when you get a check that's supposed to help you in the short term with a disclaimer that says, but if you cash it, we might ask for it back at a later date if the claim doesn't go as you anticipated. And hopefully they go smoothly and the amounts that are given are reasonable and within the amount, but it is cold comfort, and I've heard this directly from people, concerned that the check that was meant to help them through a difficult short-term period is something that they don't feel comfortable actually cashing. And maybe they are at the end of the day, and hopefully things work out. But anyway, we'll move on to, I guess, flooding more generally. And I get these calls between constituents and hear from Halifax Water and that entity about how historic houses have been built on floodplains. The example, there's no more prevalent example than that of Union Street in Bedford, which I know the minister is familiar with. Kids I grew up playing hockey with, their family homes are on that street. Gentleman who's been instrumental for tree removal on the heels of the wildfire. His home was part of that Union Street flood over the course of the summer, and I know that the member for Bedford Basin has been a champion for this. I'm wondering if the minister can respond to the request from those people and people in that category who have been allowed to develop on historic floodplains. Is there a plan to work with municipal level, federal levels of government to buy back these homes so that if these people choose, they can move on and move on with the next chapter of their lives if that's what they want to do? Because I know it's something that the municipalities brought up. I know it's something that the locals have brought up, and seeing examples of people in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, who have built on properties that would not be permitted in today's day and age. I'm interested to know what the plan is for people in this category.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So in the DFAA program, there's no mechanism provided in that to purchase individual homes. I did write the Federal Minister Public Safety on this issue and actually raised it verbally with him and his Deputy Minister in mid-February in terms of what we have done in Union Street. We've had 25 applications from homeowners for the DFAA program. 9 of them have been paid out. 3 are under review, and the remaining ones have been visited by an adjuster, and we have sent. So we're certainly aware that not only Union Street, but many parts of the province, there are homeowners in at-risk flood circumstances. That's why we're working very hard with Environment and Climate Change on a coastal protection action plan, for example. We see these circumstances all around the coast. I realize Union Street isn't the coast. But we are doing very accurate flood mapping for the entire province, including all these watersheds. We're making that available to our municipalities. As the member knows, municipalities have the lead in land use planning, and his government required all municipalities I believe it was 2017 or 2018, there was a requirement that all municipalities do land use planning. And I'd be guessing, but I think that's like 98% done now. It's very close to being fully completed for every square inch of Nova Scotia that the municipalities have jurisdiction over, that there is land use planning. So in terms of what happens, or it is the purview of the municipalities in terms of where people built. The fact that people built there was municipally enabled at some time in the past through their land use planning, or it's possible some of the homes there may even predate that. Certainly, we have homes. I've lived myself in a home. I don't right now, but at one point I lived in a home that was easily over 200 years old. So it's always possible that there's homes that predate that structure, that system, but that is our system. We certainly respect our municipalities and their role in these types of decisions.
The Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you through the chair to the minister. The national government is embarking on an emergency management strategy for Canada titled Toward a Resilient 2030. How is the provincial government involved in that national initiative?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So which would in 2019, your government endorsed that. It's been updated recently in Ottawa, but we continue to endorse that, and the emergency strategy for Canada. Certainly, we are participants in that. We endorse that. I should mention too that the member should be aware that the DFAA program is under significant revision from Ottawa. We will get the new DFAA program in, we anticipate seeing the new DFAA program in April of this year to be live in April of 2025. So there's been quite a bit of signal from the federal government about how that DFAA program will change. But until we see it, we don't really know how it will change. So I don't want to comment on what the federal government has signaled, because honestly, I'm not sure if that's really what they're doing or not. But we anticipate a significantly changed DFAA program. We will continue to work with that. In terms of emergency preparedness, certainly we're working very closely with the federal government through various committees. There's a senior executive committee that meets regularly, national EMO officers, executives, which my lead, Paul Mason, is part of, that meet to discuss the various emergency situations across the country. Clearly, the dynamic across Canada is changing. There's a great concern, not so much for Nova Scotia, we don't know that yet for Nova Scotia, but across the nation we know that it's already predicted that the wildfire season across the nation, Western Canada, will be extreme, just based on snow loads already right now. Clearly we have a little different scenario in Nova Scotia with snow loads, and a lot depends on spring rains. We're a fairly wet province as far as that goes compared to the prairie provinces, but there's some pretty big concerns across the nation about emergency preparedness and sharing of resources and building and strengthening those resources.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Move to, and I think that this was responded to perhaps in a previous question, but in terms of shifting gears here, Vulnerable persons registries are starting to, or perhaps they've been around for a little bit. I know Halifax has recently embarked on a vulnerable persons registry. Is this something that the province sees a role in terms of coordinating, something that is province-wide?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So what I can tell the members, there's currently no provincial or territorial registries of vulnerable people in Canada, nor are there any state-level registries in the United States, in any one of the states. The registries that do exist are managed at the municipal level. We have currently Kings County has a vulnerable persons registry. I know HRM has signaled that they will do so. We also know that Nova Scotia Power has a registry for people who are vulnerable when electricity is out. So, for example, home oxygen users are often being delivered home oxygen through an electronic device that creates the oxygen. I don't quite know how it works, but purifies air, I presume, in some way. And if the power goes out, then they lose that access to home oxygen. It's quite important. So Nova Scotia Power keeps that registry. So we certainly recognize that it's our municipalities who have the infrastructure, the fire departments, the search and rescue, the boots on the ground to respond in a case of emergency, and we certainly respect them creating these types of registries.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Mass Casualty Commission, and I mentioned this a little bit earlier tonight, referenced the value that communities play and should play in terms of emergency preparedness, decision making. It was very close to home and obvious just how significant a role the local people and organizations played in response to the wildfire. We have a number of neighborhood associations who were tapped on the shoulder in a very reactive way, but played a very integral role in distributing funds through the Red Cross, acting as, I guess, a secondary line of communication. The Mass Casualty Commission identifies this need for coordination and local decision making. How is the Emergency Management Office responding to this request in the MCC report and recommendations, and how can we expect this to take shape so that we can see meaningful involvement from our community individuals and organizations? Because what happened at least in my community in the wildfire, it happened in a very ad hoc way that really was coordinated on the fly versus everybody knew what was expected of them. And I think that is what the intent of the recommendations from the Mass Casualty report is how do we proactively work with community to understand what the needs are, how they can best serve the initiative, and how does the Emergency Management Office plan to lead the coordination so that local communities have a say in decision making and coordinating emergency responses.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
Yeah. Well, thank you, and I do appreciate the question because it gives me a chance to talk about, I mean, the lead role in the HRM, in the Tantalum fires here in HRM was the HRM EMO, and I just want to give a nod of thanks to them for the tremendous response that they did. They were the lead on what was happening in HRM, and certainly in the Shelburne-Barrington area, the local EMOs were the lead there. We helped coordinate. We saw that coordination result in firefighting resources from different parts of the province. From my own communities were on hand in my own particular communities were on hand in the Shelburne fire area, but we know that volunteer resources from other parts of the province came in. These were coordinated by the HRM EMO, who did an outstanding job. I just want to give a credit to them, and particularly to the firefighting resources that were brought in and did things like save the farmer dairy milk site when that was jeopardized. There was a lot of things happening at that time, and our communities really worked very closely together in what was an extraordinarily fast-moving event. The response was there. Certainly there's always going to be lessons learned from that, but our EMO Coordination Center was activated, of course, and as was Halifax HRM EMO. Their role was the primary coordination of the event. Here we were playing a coordinating role for both circumstances, both the Shelburne fires and Tantalum fires. So the member is correct. We're very grateful for the role of all the volunteers, all the community groups that responded in these events, and very grateful for the local EMOs down in the Shelburne, Barrington area, and for HRM EMO.
Recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
So just to clarify through the chair, the minister, I understand, expects each regional or local emergency management office to coordinate the so-called local decision-making, making use of the local volunteer agencies rather than have a coordinated province-wide approach.
I recognize the Honourable Minister.
So in terms of emergency responses, there's a legislative requirement for municipalities to have EMO response plans and have EMO offices. The province provides a coordinating and training role in that, and certainly the province has responsibilities if it's in a province-wide event. We have some responsibilities, but the primary response and the legislation is for municipal partners, our municipal partners, to have EMO, each of them to have an EMO response plan. And one of the reasons for that is that these municipalities have the resources too, the firefighting resources, the search and rescue resources, the response infrastructure, and they know their communities best as well.
I recognize the Honourable Member Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. Okay, along the lines of communications, I mean, communications were undoubtedly definitely one of the top two things that I I received frustrated emails and calls and communications about with respect to what was termed the dueling press conferences that took place. I'm wondering if the minister can speak to any intention to try to establish a streamlined communications strategy for that all municipalities and regardless of the incident and the scope that the province would take on. I know that in the COVID era we had a simple, reliable, timed, regular update that became certainly comforting to people through a difficult period. This was not exercised through the wildfires, and there was a lot of confusion around when updates were going to take place, other than, I will say, that the ones that came through the DNR and the local fire updates. Those were timed at the start and finish of the day. It was very clear when to expect them, and even if there wasn't a major update to report, you still got to see somebody there. And I know that, or I expect that every municipality has varying capabilities with respect to getting that message out there. I know that HRM had limited capacity to stream a press conference, and at one point in time piggybacked on the province, and then several days or maybe even a week or more later was able to set up their own stream, and it just seemed like that happened very in a very ad hoc or on the fly sort of way. And I think that it would be beneficial for the minister and the centralized agency, the Emergency Management Office of Nova Scotia, to come up with a streamlined process that all municipalities have to follow and provide the resourcing, if required, to ensure that they have the ability to communicate effectively with their constituents, as Nova Scotians became accustomed to during COVID with the regular updates.
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So what I can say for the EMO response in HRM here, it's HRM as a municipality that it's their EMO office responding, so it would be their choice on how to communicate. We certainly respect the choices they make, and we know that in a time of crisis, these are all difficult decisions. Everybody wants to get out the most clear possible information to their constituents. So in terms of the Shelburne-Barrington fires, it was DNRR that had the lead on putting out the fires, and this is what the press conferences were. In terms of communicating with our municipalities when there's an emergency event, the PCC has our Provincial Coordinating Centre has a standardized process to communicate out with all of our partners, the municipalities and our NGOs and all firefighting and weather, and those are through daily calls at a set time. So there's pretty good communication out to all of our our municipal partners in that call. I realize the members asking about in terms of messaging to the public, and I'll just say again that this was a responsibility in HRM of the HRM EMO and HRM itself, and we certainly respect the job that they did. This is always, but again, this is something that is also always considered in the after-action decision-making and analysis, and in planning for future events. We realize, as the member has pointed out, that getting good, clear information out to the public is quite important.
I recognize the honourable member from Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, and with respect to, all our I guess, different parts of the province, I think that this would be a useful exercise for the provincial government to establish a provincial protocol for these types of things. And while there is a level of local decision making that's important, having experienced what I experienced this summer, I think that there is certainly merit in a standardized approach, the similar, just so that there is that consistency across the province. So, the minister referenced people even went to, their cottages when they were escaping the fire. Like if they end up in another part of the province and they need to get their information, they know where they can access that. It's centralized, it's consistent no matter where you are. And it's my view that could be something that the department takes on so that everything is consistent and streamlined. In terms of victim services, so what is the Emergency Management Office doing to ensure that our approach to dealing with catastrophes, emergencies, have those who suffer the most at the center of our communications, of our decision making? This does fall on the HRM, but there was a letter, an unaddressed letter that went out to the 151 households who lost their home, inviting them to take a bus tour. Someone wrote into ChatGPT and said, write a heartfelt response to a victim of a wildfire, and actually got a more heartfelt response than they did from the Halifax EMO at the time. And no one wants to see that type of thing happen again, and we can learn from what happened in that incident. What is the minister's department doing to ensure that that type of communication doesn't go out to victims in these types of situations?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So there is a request for assistance process, which is standard, including in training. In terms of the bus tour that the member mentions, this was led by HRM's EMO, and certainly after action analysis does capture all these types of things that happen. So. And incorporate it into training for future events.
Recognize the honourable member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. I do appreciate that's where it came from, but I think that there's a role for the minister who's responsible for coordination across the province to take a leadership role in ensuring that all municipalities have this type of, if it's training, if it's I know police have a system, which I guess the mass casualty report questions in terms of their notifying next of kin, the process for notifying next of kin, calls for a review or calls for agencies to bolster the way that they respond to victims in those circumstances. So. Yes, that was the municipality of Halifax that issued that, the EMO of Halifax that issued that notification. But I think that you know, it's a lesson learned that can be applied across the board so that the grief and anger that ensued as a result of that letter could be used to help in other parts of the province in the future. Like I said, this was an unaddressed, you know, very blunt and careless way to approach the situation that we can all learn from. I want to, in the last couple minutes I'm going to take for tonight, I will try to give the minister a few minutes to wrap up. If you'd like, we can stay if you want, but what I would like to ask is, in terms of the communication and the part of the confusion, at least at home, and I'm sure that it's the case in other areas, when is the last time that the provincial maps that EHS uses to coordinate an operation, when's the last time they were updated? And the reason I ask that is because in our community, there were continual references to parts of the community that weren't accurate, and they were using names that were either dated or not up to speed. And the most glaring one is the community of Upper Hammonds Plains is not notified on a map. And yes, it was the the HRM EMO that managed that event and that response, but it was the use, at least by their assertion, the use of provincial maps. And I'm wondering when the last time that the provincial EMO has updated their maps that get dispersed for the use of operations like the case was in this emergency.
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs, Housing.
So I appreciate the member's question and how important this question is, and I hope the member can appreciate that as the office responsible for 911. The accuracy of our maps that we use is incredibly important. These maps are updated monthly based on provincial mapping services. In terms of what map HRM was using at that moment, I can't, through their EMO, I can't speak to that.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Hammonds Plains, Lucasville.
Thank you. Through the chair, if there is an opportunity to provide some feedback to update the local community map, provincial community map in Hammonds Plains, Lucasville, I would welcome the opportunity to provide a few suggestions based on communities within our community that would have, I think, made the execution of the response to the wildfire a lot more effective and forced out some of the confusion. I will just, I guess, state one final time for the record that egress is without a doubt the most important issue to my community, and the provincial government has exercised their authority to intervene on municipal affairs and planning through legislation, and we're getting to the point where we have not seen action from the municipality. I understand that there's a planning role to play, but people are because of that reach into municipal affairs that was taken previously by this government, there is an expectation that if the municipality does not react efficiently and effectively to achieve better connectivity and egress, particularly in my community, there is an expectation that the provincial government will step in. So with that, the minister can happily respond to that and read his resolution. Thank you for your time. Minister, through the chair, and to the staff who have put the time in, thank you once again.
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Municipal Affairs and Housing.
I think I did answer that question once before, at least, if not twice. But appreciate the question, and I know the concern for the communities, and we look to the municipalities to manage their municipal planning strategy. I do want to close with a couple words, just again to thank my staff, all of them. I realize it's a Wednesday night; they're here. Appreciate that, and I appreciate too how much work you're all doing. You know, what we've seen is virtually a doubling of the budget. We have more than a doubling of the budget in 2.5 years in this department, and we didn't double you. So you're doing a lot of work. We're aware of that. Thank you. So with that, and I would like to thank my DM Byron and ADM Valerie here as well for their work and being with me here, and just say it's a pleasure to work with them and the staff that are not present. So with that, I make a motion, be it resolved, that a sum not exceeding $680,555, pardon me, get the number wrong. I'll start over again. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $680,055,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Department of Municipal Affairs and Housing pursuant to the estimate.
Shall the resolution stand? Yes. The resolutions are stood. We are going to take an incredibly brief recess here, and then we'll resume. We're now in recess. Order. The Committee of the Whole House on Supply will come to order. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would you please call the estimates for the Minister of Health and Wellness, resolution number E12 and E29?
Resolved that a sum not exceeding $5,536,898,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Health and Wellness pursuant to the estimate. E29, resolved that a sum not exceeding $8,098,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect to the Office of Healthcare Professionals Recruitment pursuant to the estimates. I will now invite the Minister for opening remarks, which could be up to an hour. I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. I'm pleased to introduce estimates for the Department of Health and Wellness for the 2024-25 fiscal year. I'm joined by some key folks. So Shelley Bonang, Chief Financial Officer for the department, Dana McKenzie, Deputy Minister of Health and Wellness. Welcome, Dana. And Dave Benoit, who is with Build Nova Scotia. We will work together to answer the many questions I know you will all have. Before I start, I want to thank the staff at Department of Health and Wellness, Office of Healthcare Professional Recruitment, Build Nova Scotia, IWK, Nova Scotia Health, who really worked tirelessly over the past weeks and months to prepare the materials and to try and prepare me for the questions that my colleagues will have for me over the coming hours. I do apologize in advance. I have a cough, so you have to bear with me from time to time. It's been 2.5 years since I was sworn in as Nova Scotia's Minister of Health and Wellness with a mandate to transform the province's healthcare system. Action for Health is our plan to do just that. It is our roadmap to build a healthcare system that provides more care faster for our growing province. It was informed by those working in the system, physicians, nurses, paramedics, technicians, and all other folks who work in our healthcare system. It was also shaped by input from our many partners across the province and health system. We are doing the work to give Nova Scotians the healthcare system they deserve. We've been making significant investments so we have the people, the programs, the beds, the buildings, the equipment, and the systems in place to deliver the care Nova Scotians have been waiting for. Everything in our plan has been started. We are making progress, and more will be happening this year. We are doing more and going faster than we have before. Investing in virtual care, expanding services, introducing new clinical approaches, and using more digital solutions for a more coordinated, modern healthcare system that can meet the demands of a growing population into the future. We're addressing long-standing generational health issues and investing in wellness and well-being. In total, Budget 24-25 invests $7.3 billion across our healthcare system. That's $1.9 billion, or 36% more than 3 years ago, so more people can access care. Of that, the Department of Health and Wellness budget is $5.5 billion, an increase of $1.5 billion, or about 37.5% over the past 3 years. But of course, it's not just about money. It's also about what the money means for people. 15-year-old Nora Stewart from Antigonish is one of those people. She has type 1 diabetes and wrote me about a year ago. In her letter, she explained she was fortunate to have a continuous glucose monitor, a device to keep track of her blood sugar levels. She said it let her continue with her daily activities and pursue a normal life, and urged me and the Premier to make continuous glucose monitors affordable and accessible for people living with diabetes of all ages. I want to thank Nora and so many others who have reached out, and I also want to acknowledge the diabetes organizations for their feedback. This year, Budget 2024 invests $7.2 million to support Nova Scotians living with diabetes, including $5.9 million to cover continuous glucose monitors and $1.3 million to expand the insulin pump program. A continuous glucose monitor can be a game changer for someone living with diabetes. In fact, it's a lifesaver. One of the most difficult parts of diabetes management is tracking blood glucose levels as the day goes on. Often, this is done by regularly testing blood sugar levels with a standard finger poke test, a cumbersome and painful process, most especially for children. A continuous glucose monitoring system helps patients and their parents and caregivers track their blood sugar 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, providing insight on how blood sugar levels react to insulin, food, activity, and to help prevent potentially dangerous low blood sugar events. It also assists people in maintaining their serum blood glucose in a therapeutic range, and over time, hopefully reducing complications from diabetes. No more finger pricks needed. Simply put, it gives peace of mind. The new program will be open to all Nova Scotians with type 1 and type 2 diabetes who need multiple daily injections of insulin. While they must meet some criteria, this program will make a real difference in the lives of thousands of Nova Scotians. We are also expanding the existing insulin pump program by removing the age cap. This program helps cover the cost of insulin pumps and supplies, but is now only available to Nova Scotians under the age of 26. Removing the age limit will impact approximately 450 more people who will now be eligible for the program. Diabetes is life-changing and can have a huge impact on someone's daily life and the people who love them. We don't want people to be defined by their diabetes. These investments will help ease the financial burden and help them better manage their care. I had one individual explain that this investment by the government will save their family approximately $600 a month. I want to talk about some of the work happening across the healthcare system. We've all seen and heard stories from physicians, nurses, family members, and others about lengthy waits in our emergency departments or for surgery or for an ambulance. More often than not, these things are happening because patients aren't moving through the system the way they need to. Our healthcare system is huge and complex. Primary care, acute care, long-term care, emergency care, addictions, mental health, all aspects. They're all connected parts of a whole. Problems in one area echo across the system, creating problems in others. Not enough long-term care beds means that more seniors wait in hospital for a long-term care room. Seniors should be cared for in a place that they can call home. A delay in this transition results in emergency departments being overcrowded. Overcrowded emergency departments means longer ambulance offload times, and longer offload times mean delay in ambulance response times. Fixing healthcare means making sure that these areas work together, always with patients top of mind. This budget includes an additional $19.8 million for access and flow initiatives for a total investment of $54.2 million. In plainer language, that means moving patients through the system more quickly, getting them to the right place to get the care they need, and then getting them home as soon as it's possible and safe. It's one of the biggest hurdles healthcare providers tell us we need to tackle. And I think we can all agree the best place for people to get better is in a place that they can call home. Recovering in a familiar surrounding with the right supports is good for their well-being, but it's also good for our healthcare system and those working in it. We will continue to take action to help patients safely return home sooner and reduce pressure on the emergency departments, hospitals, and healthcare professionals. We will continue to enhance and expand the Care Coordination Center, which gives healthcare teams real-time information about bed availability, the status of diagnostic tests and procedures, wait lists, ambulance offloads, and patient transfers. It will take time, but we are already seeing progress in several facilities across the province, reducing lengths of stay, doing more discharges on weekends, admitting patients more quickly from the emergency department, and shorter ambulance offload times. This is also helped by programs like Safer F, which we will continue to expand to more units and more hospitals. This program focuses on in-hospital improvements that help get tests completed sooner, enhance coordination among care teams, and improve communication with patients and families. This limits unnecessary waiting for patients, shortens hospital stays, and improves outcomes. These initiatives are making a difference, and I recently heard from a site manager in the Northern Zone about the impact these initiatives are having for patients and staff. it was very encouraging to hear the story of the hospital who has layered these investments to make a real difference in this site. By fall, we expect about 70% of units will have implemented Safer F, and we are investing an additional $690,000 this year for a total of $3.7 million to make this happen. Healthcare isn't a 9-to-5 operation, as we all know. When people are ready to leave the hospital, a lack of evening and weekend access to the health providers they need shouldn't get in the way of that. An additional $7.8 million will help us hire hundreds more healthcare professionals like physiotherapists, dietitians, pharmacists, occupational therapists, and discharge planners to increase evening and weekend access to care. We are already about 2/3 of the way there. This is helping patients get home sooner and reducing pressures in hospital. We are now talking about, instead of talking about how long patients are in hospital, we actually talk about how long they're away from home. And although that seems like semantics, the difference is palpable. Some people are staying in hospitals because they need additional support or services before they can return home or to a different care environment. A new transitional care facility will open this summer to help hospital patients who don't need acute care but need help to go home or to move to long-term care, for example. This year, a total of $18.6 million will go toward the operation of a new transitional care facility. The model of care has been influenced by incredible experts like Dr. Rockwood and Dr. Christine Short. The old way of delivering care is not sustainable. We need more beds in hospitals and long-term care, and also in between. Hogan Court will have a positive impact on ambulance offload times, helping with frustration for paramedics, patients, and other healthcare staff. It will get patients the care they need faster and more conveniently, and help reduce emergency department overcrowding. It will also help people to recover and heal in the right setting to help them get back home while freeing up hospital beds for those who need them. The most significant challenges in our healthcare system right now come down to two things: beds and people. We need more beds across the system, and we need more healthcare professionals. Plans are in motion to add thousands of new acute and long-term beds, and it will take time, but addressing some of the access and flow issues, as I mentioned, will help, as will Hogan Court when it opens this summer. Plans are also in motion to recruit and retain the healthcare providers we need. We are in challenging times, in a challenging situation when it comes to our health workforce, but we're not alone in that. It's happening all around the world. There are vacancies in our system, and we know our frontline healthcare workers feel it most. We're working hard to help fill those vacancies while also planning for the future. Workforce development is a priority. In fact, it's solution one in Action for Health. We are training and educating more healthcare workers in our colleges and universities, adding to our existing programs like respiratory therapy, radiology technology, nursing, and medicine. We're also creating brand new programs like the Physician Assistant Master's Program or the Advanced Practice in Mental Health and Addictions for nurses. We're recruiting more doctors, nurses, paramedics, continuing care assistants, and others from outside of Nova Scotia and helping remove barriers so that they can work here more quickly and easily. This includes everything from targeted immigration and faster licensing to more on-the-job mentorship and training opportunities to initiatives that help build welcoming and supportive workplaces and communities. But recruitment isn't the only part of the equation. Retaining workers we recruit is equally, if not more important. In the last year, we have negotiated contracts with doctors, nurses, paramedics, and administrative professionals, that all of which included higher pay. We provided tens of thousands of healthcare workers with a thank you and retention bonus, and we continue to invest to make our healthcare system better with new infrastructure, new technology, and new approaches. Budget 2024 invests $48 million more in healthcare workforce initiatives to further support training and education, recruitment and retention, boosting overall investment in this area to $73 million. This includes bringing more internationally educated nurses to Nova Scotia to help stabilize our nursing workforce, training emergency medical responders, and incenting more people to train to become primary care providers. Continuing the work to add more nursing seats at Cape Breton, St. FX, Acadia and Dalhousie, and the Nova Scotia Community College, training more medical lab technicians under this year's commitment through the Michener Institute of Education, and offering financial incentives to physicians who establish practices and commit to working in Nova Scotia for 5 years. Recruiting and retaining more healthcare providers like nurses, CCAs, doctors, and others will always be important. That work takes time, and we need to make changes now to increase access to care. Primary care is the foundation of good health. It's why we're working to expand the options available to Nova Scotians to access this important care, no matter where they are in the province. Budget 2024 includes $59.2 million for more primary health care initiatives to help with both attachment and access, which is more than $97 million this year. Attachment to primary care is the goal, and we continue to add more clinics, collaborative care teams, and recruit more family physicians to our province. We will also look to support teams and practices to work as a patient's health home. This will build on the work we were already doing to create collaborative teams, for example. It will see a shift toward patients belonging to a practice rather than to a single provider in a collaborative practice. So even if a particular provider retires or moves, the patient would remain with the practice and be seen by the other providers in that health home. Practices will be supported to move to this kind of approach. Not only will patients benefit from more reliable attachment to a practice, but providers will be better supported by their colleagues. The new options created to boost primary care access have really been game changers for patients and for the system. In January alone, there were more than 1,350 visits to mobile primary care clinics, over 8,850 visits to virtual care Nova Scotia, more than 5,750 visits to primary care clinics, and 13,600 visits to community pharmacy care clinics across the province. These numbers clearly tell us that access is important and it's improving. There are now 60,000 more primary care appointments available to Nova Scotians each month, and we will continue to expand virtual care, pharmacy clinics, and primary care clinics. We are also investing in our existing teams and practices to help them maximize their impact. The Practice Support Program helps primary care teams improve their practices and bring on more patients faster. We will expand this program to help more practices become more efficient and effective and to work more collaboratively with other providers. Work will also continue with an investment to streamline access to care for people dealing with chronic diseases so that they can get the care they need more quickly. I'd like to take a minute to talk about something that almost everyone here has been touched by, which is cancer. A cancer diagnosis is a frightening and stressful experience for patients and their families, and Nova Scotians deserve to know that they are getting the best possible care. Fixing healthcare includes improving cancer care. It means keeping pace with the latest advancements in technology, equipment, and training, and delivering services closer to home. That's why we're investing millions in research, innovation, screening, and treatment. This budget includes $19.6 million more for cancer care improvements for a total investment this year of nearly $30 million. Not long ago, we launched a new lung screening program that will help prevent and detect cancer earlier. Work will continue this year to expand this program across the province. We will also continue to expand and enhance services and support available at the province's cancer care centres in Sydney and Halifax, and provide more funding for community oncology clinics so that people can get the care they need closer to home. New treatment options are making a difference for Nova Scotians and will continue into the year ahead. Things like access to CAR T cell therapy, which is now offered through Nova Scotia Health. Before, patients had to travel to Boston or Toronto to get it. A new cancer care at home program will take the community clinic approach and move it even closer for patients right in their home. An investment of $1.4 million this year will help us create virtual oncology team that will give patients access to a registered nurse and oncology specialist 24 hours a day, 7 days a week from the comfort of their home. When you're fighting cancer and not feeling your best, you want to be as comfortable as possible, and that means home, not hospitals. A care team will also be available to visit in person, helping to avoid trips to the emergency department or admissions to hospital. This is the kind of innovative approach required to give Nova Scotians the care they need and deserve. We also recently strengthened our partnership with Varian, a US-based leader in cancer care technology. This year, we will invest $22.6 million as part of this partnership that will ensure we have access to some of the best cancer care innovation in the world, like cutting-edge radiation therapy machines that can pinpoint and treat tumors more precisely than ever before, limiting damage to healthy tissue, And for some patients, this could mean reducing the number of treatments they need from the standard 20 radiation treatments down to 5. Varian will also open an office in Nova Scotia that will focus on cancer research and employ at least 60 people, meaning more Nova Scotians can contribute to advancements in cancer research, innovation, and technology. As MLAs, we all know the importance our constituents place on our emergency departments. Emergency care is one of those things we all hope that we never need, but take great comfort in knowing it's there. And it's not been without its challenges. Budget 2024 invests $8 million more in emergency care for a total of $45.6 million this year. Just over a year ago, we announced a range of initiatives to improve emergency care in Nova Scotia. That plan was designed to move faster in ensuring that those with the most urgent needs received care sooner, improve ambulance response times, and provide more places for people to receive care. We have made significant progress on that plan over the past year. For example, the Flow Lead and Offload Assessment Team, or FLOAT team, at 8 hospitals are helping patients get the emergency care they need faster and ambulances back on the road more quickly. Nearly 5,200 hours of ground ambulance has been saved with the new Life Flight plane since last August. Physician assistants, nurse practitioners, and waiting room care providers are easing the load in emergency departments, and expanded virtual care Nova Scotia and pharmacy clinics are helping patients get the urgent primary care they need, often avoiding unnecessary visits to the emergency department. This year's investment will continue to advance and build on this progress. We will optimize emergency department spaces and the teams working in them and expand virtual emergency and virtual urgent care. We will also invest to encourage more people to train to become primary care paramedics and support training for emergency medical responders, a role that will improve wait times and access to emergency care. Budget 2024 also includes an additional $11.3 million to continue work to improve access to surgeries by shortening the surgical and diagnostic wait lists. This brings the total investment this year to $93 million. Over the past 2 years, we have shortened the surgical wait list by 27%, doing more surgeries than ever before. In fact, 2,200 more surgeries in the last year. We have also significantly boosted access to diagnostic imaging, completing over 27,000 more CT scans and ultrasounds compared to the prior year. The new e-referral system has been up and running for nearly a year now, modernizing the referral and booking process for surgeries and diagnostic services to get patients care sooner. As of January, 16,500 e-referrals have been sent, and we can expect many more in the year ahead as the system continues to roll across the province. In fact, we got a text today while we were listening to Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. There was a medical meeting, and one of the physicians said it was the best thing that had happened in Nova Scotia in the 6 years since they've been practicing here. It was a game changer for them in terms of the primary care access to surgery. We build on this momentum and continue to shorten wait times, increase surgeries, and complete more cataract and endoscopy surgeries. I want to highlight a couple more items in the budget before I wrap up. This is really important to me, but even more important to the communities who often don't see themselves reflected in our healthcare system. African Nova Scotians and people of African descent, Indigenous communities, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community in particular. Everyone should feel welcome and supported in this province, not just in our healthcare system, but everywhere in our community and in every interaction with government. And I know my colleagues are working hard on making programs and services more accessible to more people. When it comes to healthcare, it is especially important because we know there are patients who don't feel safe coming to our healthcare system for the care they need, and so they don't come at all or they come too late. We know that there are patients who leave their communities traveling for hours to see providers where they will feel welcome, supported, and safe. New policies, rules, and restrictions in other provinces have rightly made people feel more afraid. No matter who you are, who you love, or how you identify, Nova Scotians deserve to live without fear and intimidation. Our government supports the 2S LGBTQIA+ community and growing safe and inclusive communities across the province. Everyone should feel safe, and this is fundamental. We're taking action and investing to make our healthcare system safer for everyone. So this budget includes continued investment in health equity, a total of $2.8 million this year. We will build on the successful Pride Health program. It's important primary healthcare support service for members of the Pride community and provides resources to the people who deliver healthcare in this province. We are supporting the expansion of the Nova Scotia Brotherhood and Sisterhood initiatives to strengthen access to health care and improve overall health and well-being to the African Nova Scotian community as well as those of African descent. And we will continue to implement our health equity framework to make sure Nova Scotia's health system is more appropriate, effective, and free from barriers and discrimination. I recently assumed the responsibility for projects under the healthcare redevelopment portfolio. There's a lot happening in this area as we work to build the infrastructure and ensure we have the facilities and equipment to deliver the care Nova Scotians expect and deserve. This year's capital plan supports More Faster, the Action for Health Build Plan, with more than $575 million to advance new healthcare redevelopment projects and fund others that will improve the healthcare system. This includes projects like the Halifax Infirmary expansion and the Cape Breton Regional Municipality healthcare redevelopment. It includes improvements to emergency departments in Halifax, Bridgewater, Amherst, Yarmouth, and Cape Breton. It includes investments for electronic health records and to repair and replace medical equipment that is long past its due. These projects are all part of building a better, more modern healthcare system for patients and providers. My remarks, nor the Department of Health and Wellness budget, tells the whole story about healthcare and all that we've done to improve it over the last 2.5 years. It does not include significant improvements in addictions and mental health, or unprecedented investment to build more long-term care spaces, or a range of changes, investments, and improvements across the whole of government to better support Nova Scotians' overall health and well-being. There is no doubt that access to health care is incredibly important, but research tells us it's only part of what makes up how healthy we are. Only about 20% of our health is determined by medical care. 80% is determined by other outside factors. Put simply, good health isn't just about health services. That's why our Action for Health plan calls on us to address all of the factors that affect our health and well-being. And this is something I am particularly passionate about. Across government, we are working together to come at this from all angles: prevention, equity, housing, food security, education. What does this look like? Nova Scotians have equitable opportunities to good health. They have housing they can afford, good food on the table, and employment and educational opportunities. Nova Scotians live, work, learn, and play in spaces and places that protect and promote their health. They have clean water to drink and air to breathe and live in communities that are inclusive and accessible. The next generation of Nova Scotians get a healthy start and a better chance for a healthier future. And Nova Scotians are empowered and supported to live healthier lives. They eat well and are active. They are protected from preventable diseases, and they have access to mental health and addictions care. Addressing these long-standing barriers to health through safer environments, more food, housing, and employment security, better access to primary care and mental health and addiction supports, greater inclusivity and equity, and more health promotion and public health efforts. All of this means that Nova Scotians will be healthier and have a better quality of life. We knew the challenges we faced would require monumental action and investment. We knew fixing healthcare wasn't going to be easy and it wouldn't happen overnight, but that didn't stop us. People are right to expect that their leaders should run towards the big challenges and not away from them, and we've made a lot of progress. For the first time in a long time, there is the will to make the changes needed to improve the system for patients and providers. The future of healthcare will look different because it has to. We can't continue to do things the same old ways and expect different results. We need to use solutions to change how healthcare is delivered in our province. It will take time and involve short, medium, and long-term solutions. It will take all of us working together, pulling every lever we can. We are building a better, more modern healthcare system for patients and providers through our Action for Health plan and the investments that support it in this budget. One build on innovation and collaboration, one where the brightest minds are trained right here in Nova Scotia and stay to work in facilities and on teams that offer Nova Scotians the healthcare options that meet their needs. There is more to do, but we will not stop until Nova Scotians have the healthcare system they deserve. And thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Minister, for your opening remarks. As we all know by now, we'll start with the opposition, and they have up to 1 hour. I recognize the honourable member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that statement, and to the staff here who are here that I can see, and I assume there might be some behind me as well that I can't see. It's late. I know it's always a chaotic, unpredictable time, so I appreciate being here, burning the 10 o'clock oil with us. So thank you. And I wanted to start on a positive note, and I know that we've said this before, but the inclusion in this year's budget of coverage for CGMs is a big deal. I know the Minister and I have talked about this a lot. I remember us talking about it about a year ago here, and many constituents in my riding have been very vocal on this and are happy to see this. So I wanted to start with that because I think that's a great thing and very positive for Nova Scotia. I want to touch mostly tonight on more of the healthcare redevelopment side, more of the infrastructure side of things, generally speaking. The responsibility for healthcare redevelopment has shifted recently from the Minister of Service Nova Scotia to the Minister of Health and Wellness. I'm just wondering if the Minister can explain the rationale for that decision. Was there a particular problem or issue that that move it was intended to solve?
I recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, and I want to thank the member for that question. So there has been a few fingers in the pie for sure in this pretty massive project, and so you know, the former minister has really been very much involved, and I'm very grateful for his leadership in this portfolio. So the enabling works have started, and certainly under his leadership, that he brought the project to that point. What we've found increasingly is that the clinical overlay of the build it feels like a better alignment for us right now in terms of getting clinician feedback, looking at these facilities as purpose-built facilities, looking at the clinical data that we need, the population data, the health data. So for us, it was a natural alignment. Now that the enabling works have started, we do see a deeper involvement with the clinical pieces of the work, and so we brought it in under the health portfolio to streamline decision-making and line of sight, etc.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. So that kind of segues into the next question I wanted to ask, which is about the QE2. Obviously, a massive project, by far the biggest infrastructure project we've had in Nova Scotia's history. About a little less than a year ago now, May of 2023, there was a press release put out by the government saying that construction was set to begin and the project was going to get underway. A lot of optimism. That did not happen. I'm wondering if the Minister could give us an update on that project and when we will expect to see real, tangible, on-the-ground construction on what we all agree is a hugely important project for the healthcare system in Nova Scotia.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank the member for the question. So the enabling works are a very important part of that. So you'll start to see activity around the site now, which will be things like fencing as an example. You'll start to see roads around the site being prepared. So the design and planning continues. We're coming near the end of that process, but the enabling works allows us, as that design continues, we do expect it to wrap up, in the coming months, allows us to continue. So as you said, it's a huge project. There's a lot of moving parts. I'm learning the file. Certainly don't have the depth of knowledge that my colleague has from this, but you should see activity on the site. And as we move forward with that, we'll be giving regular updates about where we are with the project.
Recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister for that. So if I assume, based on the minister's previous answer, that design will be completed this year. I think she said a few months, so probably this year. And at that point, will we have a definite timeline for completion of the project, or do we have that timeline available to us now?
Recognize the Honourable Minister, Health and Wellness.
Thank you. So I'll just kind of break it down a little bit. So there are portions of the project that are completed. So the Summer Street entrance with over 500 parking spaces, that's done. Expansion of the renal dialysis unit is completed in terms of some of it. And the Bayers Lake Community Outpatient Centre was opened in November. So as I said, the enabling works are there. We will complete the development and planning stage this year, and really until that is fully completed, the timelines are a bit, more complicated to talk about. I will say right now, I expect, having built a home 13 years ago, there are delays along the way. I expect that those timelines will be as firm as we can be, but I think we have to expect over the course of the lifetime of this project that we can expect that there will be some delays here and there, but we will certainly do our very best to make sure that we have a plan moving forward with timelines that are our very best estimate based on, market conditions as well as labor force, etc.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. So I also am curious, does the design and planning work, where does that fit into the overall budget, I guess? Because, if you go back to 2018, even 2017-18, at that point in time, the previous government was talking about $2 billion for the overall project. The scope has expanded since then. Obviously, inflation's been very high since then. I'm wondering, is there a budget for the project? Will that be finalized when the design work is done? When can we expect to know how much the QE2 redevelopment will cost, bottom line? Thank you.
Recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
Really, when the design work is completed and the timeline is outlined, it will give us a better sense of the cost of the project overall.
Recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I appreciate that it's a huge project, lots of moving parts. Things will shift over time, of course. But does the minister think it would be fair to say that at this time, next year, for example, when we're doing this all again, just to think about that, is it reasonable to say that at this time next year, we can say, this is when we hope to have this project done, a year, and this is how much the project's going to cost? Is that reasonable to assume?
Recognize the Honourable Minister.
So the short answer, I guess, would be yes, as we said. But we need the plan, we need the details in order for us to be able to do that. So certainly a year from now, that that line of sight should be much more clearer than it is today.
The Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister. Also curious about the contractual arrangements. So obviously there is ended up being one bidder on the project, Plenary Health, I believe. I'm just wondering, is there, and I know obviously there's been over the course of the project over the last few years, probably a couple $100 million or so that's been spent in various things, design and so on, the projects that have been completed. Is there a master overall agreement in place signed with Plenary Health, and if not, kind of where does the contract process sit?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So we are in a phased development agreement that guides our process moving forward, and it is a collaborative arrangement so that we negotiate through that design phase agreement the cost, and so that is an ongoing process that we are under, like a procurement process with the folks. DCL or PCL. Of course, you know there was a proponent that dropped out, so this is how we're moving forward with the one vendor.
I recognize the Honourable Member Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to make sure I understand exactly how it will go, will there be at some point kind of an overall master agreement set in stone to some degree, or as the project is phased through over the next number of years, there will be, you know, addendums or amendments to one contract? I just want to kind of get a sense of how that will look.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Right, so there will be an overall master agreement. So right now we have a separate contract for the enabling works that are happening, and then once the DPA is completed, there will be a master contract, master agreement.
I recognize the Honourable Member for Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the Minister for that. Also wanted to touch on another infrastructure project that's been in the news a lot, of course, which is Hogan Court. And Hogan Court is in my riding, and I want to be clear that the outcome of that project is one that I have no objection to, of course. I think the idea of transitional care makes sense. There's obviously a middle ground there between hospital care and being at home, and that facility could fit that need, and I look forward to that. But I think there's a difference, an important distinction in all government decisions between the process and the outcome. And the outcome is one thing, and I don't have issue with that. I do think there were serious problems with the process that led to that acquisition of that site, and the Auditor General has issued a report on that as well. So I know the minister has talked about this, and the minister has said that this is a good decision and the outcome is good, and I don't want to argue with her on that point, but I was curious if the minister is comfortable with the process and the procurement that led to the acquisition of that facility.
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So thank you to the member for the question, and I do have a lot of confidence in the process that we used. You know, I appreciate the recommendations from the AG. We certainly will help us moving forward. We can't continue to do things the same way. And so, you know, this process was, you know, the first time that we've done this. This project will actually allow us, because we bought a partially built building, it will actually allow us to deliver this facility 2 years sooner than we would have been able if we had started from the ground up. So it really is about the value for patients. So, and not just the patients that are transitioned to that facility in order to transition to the community, but it will resonate and echo across the healthcare system. So you can imagine, by freeing up those beds where, you know, there are predominantly seniors in those care areas, in those acute care beds that are resourced for acute care. And so it will not only give those individuals a place to be cared for in an appropriate manner, but those freed up acute care beds will take pressure off our emergency room. It will take pressure off our surgical wait times. So yes, I do feel, one, that I agree completely with the process, and I appreciate the recommendations from the AG. You know, they will help us strengthen our process moving forward. But I do think that it will echo, that this purchase, this development will echo throughout the healthcare system, because it's going to be 2 years quicker than it would have been, and because of the care that will be provided there, making sure people get the right care in the right place.
I recognize the Honourable Member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the Minister. I think we may have to agree to disagree on some aspects of that, and that's fine, but I do think when you look at the process, having architectural opinions issued after purchase had been made, confidentiality agreements signed with developers before some of these reports were done, I think steps were missed or overlooked in a quest for speed. That's my view. I think that's the AG's view as well. And so I think, and I hope that lessons are learned from that, because we can't sacrifice everything in the name of speed to make sure that we get the right projects, because I do agree that there is a need for that type of facility there. I also wanted to talk a bit about family doctors, of course. So the wait list right now is a little over 150,000, roughly double what it was when this government took office. When it was 60, 70,000, it was deemed a massive, massive problem. It's much higher now, and that increase is not distributed evenly across the board either. In fact, some of the sharpest increases have been in HRM. It's not broken down by riding, of course, but if you look at Bedford, Sackville, Bedford Hammonds Plains, I forget what exactly it's called, you're looking at 300% to 400% increase since August 2021. And I hear the minister and others talk a lot about attachment versus access, and I'm just curious for the minister's views on, is the relationship with an attachment to a family doctor still considered the foundational element of the healthcare system, or is there a different kind of baseline in the minister's view and in the department's view now?
Recognize the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
So there's a lot in that question, so if you just bear with me. So the Native Family Practice Registry, when we look at the numbers, we know that approximately 35% of the growth on that Native Family Practice Registry is related to people who have moved to the area. That's one. We know that roughly 25% of the people on the Native Family Practice Registry is related to physicians who have retired or left their practice. So, you know, we continue to recruit, but to your point, access and attachment are not always the same thing. So we have people who are attached who don't have good access. They may wait a month, as an example, for an appointment with their primary care provider. And there are also people who are on the list. They all have access to virtual care. So if you're seen virtually by a care provider and they feel that, you know, you're presenting complaint, you're presenting symptoms, need to be seen in person, we have a number of primary care clinics across the province where you can be seen. Sometimes it's for episodic care, so you go for short term, but other times there are people who are managed there with a chronic condition or acute illness who are managed through that primary care clinic until they're attached to a primary care. So they do have access to regular, they're kind of temporarily, not necessarily attached, but they have temporary, consistent access to these primary care clinics. So the old way of having one family doctor for every Nova Scotian, I've said it before, that is not the future. We are not going to be able to maintain that for a number of different reasons. I think one of the most important reasons is around scope of practice of healthcare. So we want people to access care in a team-based environment where teams work together, so your team would know you. And it also kind of immunizes people away from whether they have a physician that retires or perhaps goes on mat leave or takes a leave or travels or chooses to work part-time, so that you actually have a team of individuals, and it isn't always the physician that looks after you. You may have a nurse practitioner, perhaps a social worker, a pharmacist, and so we look at a health home. So you're attached to a health home. And that's where your record sits, and that's where your care is provided. But we also look at health neighborhoods. So, you know, as an example, if you're someone living with diabetes, you have attachment to your primary care, your health home, but you also receive care through perhaps the hospital in your neighborhood. You also receive care from the Diabetic Education Center. And so what's important is the investment in the infrastructure. So the teams, making sure the teams are well-rounded based on community data, so we know what the needs of the communities are and we're building our data sets. We also need to know the assets in the community and what best serves. And, you know, I look at the member from Clare, and certainly the work that's happened in his community with the member from Digby, working together, creating, expanding this health home, adding more practitioners, making sure there's a collaborative practice environment, and looking at that whole neighborhood so that there's care not only given in Clare, but also Weymouth and Digby. And so it really is around an ecosystem and creating these neighborhoods and clusters where we support, or healthcare workers support one another, and patients are able to move, Nova Scotians are able to move in and out of these varying degrees. So the foundational part, of course, is the record and making sure that we have access. And also, I just will get a plug in for the app, which I know you love so much. But as we expand that pilot, people will actually have their records on their phone. So not only will we have the infrastructure in these health neighborhoods, but people will actually, they refer to it in Denmark as the democratization of healthcare, right? So people actually had their own records. They had agency that they never had before because they could see what was happening with them, and they were enabled to go to the physiotherapist with their diagnostic imaging. They could move through these health neighborhoods in order to access the care and have the information they needed. So that's the vision, that's the future. A health home in a health neighborhood where people get the care they need, whether that's maternity care, chronic disease care, etc. So, I mean, it is a very exciting time in healthcare to see. I've never seen it before, where we work together with our different skill sets in a collaborative practice, and we work together for the patients. So it is a very exciting time in healthcare, and I think practitioners are excited about it as well.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that. I'm glad the minister brought up what's happening down in Clare. Actually, perhaps the member for Clare could stand up and just give us a seminar on how to figure this out, because, you know, the concept of collaborative care clinics has been like the white whale of healthcare for the last Did anybody get the Moby Dick reference? No? Dated. What can I do? It's too late? Yeah. But the concept of collaborative care clinics, you know, sounds ideal in practice, but for whatever reason, it hasn't been able to expand to the degree that I think we would like to see. So could the minister perhaps give us an explanation as to why that is and how we are going to get more collaborative care clinics across the province so that we can all look as intelligent and have as much foresight as my good friend from Clare. Thank you.
I recognize the Honourable Minister for Health and Wellness.
So I will say, you know, I think we can all be proud of the work that happened in Clare and Digby. And to your point, what is the secret sauce? The secret sauce is actually being positive, speaking positively about your community, digging in, working with provincial folks, government, municipalities, clinicians, and working towards the same goal. And so again, around those community homes, I appreciate there are issues in healthcare, but when we speak negatively all the time, it makes it very difficult to recruit to communities, very difficult to recruit to practices. So, and sometimes people come with ideas about what they want, but we have to really talk about what that idea means. So, you know, the municipalities sometimes will come forward and they'll have an idea, and we work with them around the community. What is the profile in that community and the community cluster? And maybe individuals don't always have all the information. So when you can sit, you know, apolitically and work through the municipalities, through representatives with Nova Scotia Health and really dig into the issues, that is the biggest success factor. And you can, you know, we can both appreciate the personalities of the members involved and why perhaps that contributed to the success. And so maybe all of us could learn a little bit about how you can work collaboratively and positively. But I do want to talk a little bit, just to your point, I do want you to know that Nova Scotia, we have strengthened a number of clinics, so new and strengthened clinics, and it actually has stabilized care for over 15,000 patients in the province. And it's attached over 52,000 patients. So it does take incremental time. So as an example, you know, we have care teams that are coming forward. There's a number of physicians in my local area, as an example. They came forward. They all have separate practices. They've decided they all want to come together. And so that facility is being built now so that they can work there all together in a way that I would never have expected. I mean, for 10 physicians, and they're identifying the care team that they need, and this is happening all across the province. So we recruit to that. The incubator clinics as well, like the Dow Medicine Incubator Clinic, is really important as well. That's a test and try that's ongoing. We take a new doc, we put them in a very supportive environment, we help them over a period of time panel up so they get to the panel that we think is appropriate, and then we move them out of that clinic to start their own, right? Their own primary care environment. And so what a supportive environment for folks, you know, to bring their patient caseload up, for them to understand how to work in a collaborative nature. They're in a best practice environment. And that clinic itself, when we stabilized it and optimized it through the optimization team, they thought they were going to have to decant patients when in fact they took over 4,000 patients off the list. And they also support and help us with the new baby clinic as well for unattached babies. So when you really sit and think about the art of the possible and you work with the people around you, you can make incredible things happen as a result of that. So it will take incremental change. We have recruitment. Again, I go back to Clare Clinic in Pictou County. We see where these medical residents, Tatamagouche, you know, when we put medical residents in a supportive environment, they often stay. And so that's really what we want to do. And so we not only need to recruit the medical resident, we also need to think of ways in which we can settle and recruit the medical resident's partner, if there is one, and perhaps find them a partner if they would like one in some of our communities to anchor them. There's an app for that. We don't have an app for that yet, but don't say it too loud. Might be the only one we're missing. So, which could happen next year at estimates. We'll be talking about that.
Doctors make stuff.
I know. We're all getting tired. So just to say, there really is a focused effort. And the last thing I will say in terms of like recruitment of physicians in particular, physicians recruit physicians. So if you have a physician group that is pleased and happy, and I also will say our new contract with physicians is very, we say it's good for physicians and physicians are pleased. We've had almost 100 fee-for-service physicians come into it just rolls off the tongue, longitudinal family medicine, the LFM model. But because it's so good, it's great for patients because it incents attachment and access.
I recognize the honourable member, Bedford South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank the minister for that. I just want to, the last 3 minutes we have here tonight, just wanted to touch on a point the minister made about a high percentage of the family practice list being newcomers, and that's certainly something that I see in my own riding, which is, I don't have numbers, but certainly would be one of the 5 ridings that would have the most newcomers, new Canadians especially. And I just want to make, this is more of a comment than a question, but really make the point of how critical that piece is, because I've talked to lots of people who, they've immigrated from Morocco or from Nigeria or from the UK or anywhere around the world, and obviously that's a huge shock. Sometimes it's in a major culture shock, sometimes it's a new job, sometimes it's moving with your family, whatever the case might be. And having a family doctor is kind of an anchor. It's kind of it's a comfort to people. And I think not having that can be very dislocating and difficult for newcomers. It's just another problem added to all the other stresses of moving. So to that point, I know maybe it was today, I'm losing track of time, but there was an announcement about the reintroduction, I guess, of the physician incentive for HRM for Central Zone. I'm just wondering, and I may have read this earlier, but when will that incentive be reintroduced, and kind of what was the rationale to do that?
I recognize the Honourable Minister, Health and Wellness.
Yeah, so thank you. I don't know if I'll get to everything, but I just want to first of all mention the newcomer clinic. So we did invest in newcomer health clinic, which has been really important. There was a $684,000 increase in October of 2022, and have actually increased the active patients from about 2,700 to about 3,800 as a result of that investment. So working with families at the newcomer clinic, which is really an important part. In terms of the incentive, so prior to the change in incentives in 2021, 60% of physicians who received the incentive chose to live in Metro. And that was a disadvantage to our rural communities. So there are amenities, and I've spoken to a number of doctors that it is a different type of practice in the city. It's a different lifestyle perhaps. There are, some conveniences that perhaps are not available in our rural communities. And so we really did focus initially on our rural, and some of HRM was considered rural, of course, right? So there was a $125,000 incentive. As we've said, we continue to look at the data. We hear directly from our recruiters. We talk to physicians who have settled. And because of the population growth, we feel it's the right time to, implement this. It is a little bit different in terms of what's available in the rural communities and as well. But we also want to remain competitive, of course, right, across the country. And so there's been a number of factors, and we'll continue to reevaluate as we move forward. What is the best thing at the right time in order to attract and become a magnet for healthcare professionals?
Order. The time allotted for consideration and supply today has elapsed. I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee do now rise and report progress and beg leave to sit again on a future date.
The motion is carried. The committee will now rise and report business to the House. Order. The House come to order. Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on Supply reports. I recognize the clerk.
That the Committee of the Whole House on Supply has met and made progress and begs leave to sit again.
I recognize the Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker. I'm tired. That concludes government business for the day. I move the House to now rise to meet again on Thursday, March the 7th, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. Following daily routine and QP business will include Committee of the Whole House on Supply, and if time permits, Committee of the Whole House on Bill 404. That probably won't happen.
Motion is that we do now rise and meet again tomorrow between the hours of 1 p.m. and 9 p.m. All those in the favor of the motion, please say aye. Contrary minded, nay. That motion carries. We stand adjourned.